order. Before we start with the salute to our flag, I have just a brief statement. The political violence and mass shooting that happened to former President Trump and the victims is disturbing and unacceptable, and not how we conduct ourselves in Washoe County. This is a public meeting today, and we must conduct the business of the county. I will run this meeting very seriously. I expect decorum, courteous conduct from each and every single person here. We will treat others with respect. You will not raise your voice. You will not scream or yell. There will be no personal attacks. And I will recess the meeting if that behavior does happen. I also plan to take breaks throughout the board meeting, so please be prepared for that. And simply put, I am responsible for maintaining decorum per our meeting rules and Robert's Rules of Order. And as the former First Lady, Melania Trump, said, thank you for remembering that every single politician is a man or woman with a loving family. So let's please behave in that way. And I would like to ask our sheriff to lead us in a salute to the flag. Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call?
Certainly. Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair.
Here.
Mike Clark. Mari Luz Garcia.
Here.
Claire Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Deputy District Attorney Mary Canderas. And I'm your County Clerk, Jan Galasini. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move into our invocation with Ms. Ginger Howell.
Excuse me, Josh, can we get some help with her monitor? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ginger Howell. I serve as chaplain with the Great Basin Chaplain Corps and also with the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. For those of you that are so inclined, please join me in a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for your amazing power and work in our lives. Thank you for your goodness and the countless blessings that you give to us. We are grateful that you can bring hope through the toughest times, strengthening us and guiding us. Today and every day, we ask that you give our commissioners and all our municipal leaders wisdom and direction daily. Guide them in resolving the challenges we face together as a community. Let all those who are present approach each issue with open minds and compassionate hearts, always striving to act in the best interests of our fellow residents and neighbors. May any decisions made here today reflect the values of integrity, fairness, and kindness. Dear God, we ask that all conversations be marked by respect, understanding, and a genuine commitment to the common good. Grant us the ability to work together in harmony even when there are honest disagreements. Help us to remember that the work here is not just about policies and procedures, but about people and the impact these decisions will have on their lives. Grant our commissioners wisdom and abundance in choosing what is good and what will benefit all those who live in Washoe County. I pray all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to public comment. Mr. Manager.
Is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments will be made to the commission as a whole and virtual public comment eligible when facilities are available.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Gail Brown, followed by Gail Townsend.
Good morning. I am Gaia Brown, a 23-year resident of Washoe County, and I thank you, Commissioners, for your service to our county. I'm here to support the democratic process, particularly today as you will be reconsidering your negative response to the mandate of covering or canvassing or certifying the results from the recent election recount. I'm quoting from the Gazette Journal of July 10th of this year. According to the Attorney General's Office, Nevada Revised Statute 293 covering elections is full of the word shall for what commissioners must do. The word is not may, which would be the case if they had an option to do something else, or should if an action were recommended. The board shall meet and canvass the returns, the law says. It continues that the board shall note clerical errors and shall cause the county's top election officer to certify the results, end quote. Clearly, the board has been commanded by law to certify the results of the recount. In the Bible, in Mark 12, starting at verse 29, Jesus is asked which commandment in the law is the greatest. And Jesus replies, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, and all your strength. This is the greatest and first commandment, and the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself." Jesus isn't saying, well, you figure out what you might want to do about this. It is the law, a commandment. In legal situations, when someone is told you shall do something, you do it. And in certifying the recount results, you will be helping to restore civility in our political climate, something which we've been reminded in recent events we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gail Townsend, followed by Drew Rebar.
My name is Gail Townsend. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I was here last week. I heard the district attorney saying that if you want to vote against the recount or against any election, you have to have substantial reasons. And I have not heard any substantial reasons for you to vote against certifying the recount. But I'd like to share with you my experiences as a poll worker. This year I did apply and was hired by the ROV. I spent 22 days working as a poll worker between the January presidential preference primary and the June primary. And I have never had a doubt about our elections in Nevada, and working as a poll worker only reinforced my belief that our elections are fair, that the ROV does an excellent job, especially their commitment to being nonpartisan, to facilitating every person voting who's eligible for it. So I see no reason for you to not certify. And just, I'd like to note that in the 22 days I worked, I was not threatened, I was treated with courtesy, everyone was friendly, so I'd like to thank everyone in Washoe County for that. I encouraged people who had doubts about our election to come and observe. And I think if they did that, they would see that our elections are accurate. And I have no faith in hand counts. I've been involved in a lot of data processing where you do things by hand. It's never accurate. It takes a very long time. So I have no faith in hand counts. And thank you very much. I am glad you reconsidered your vote of last week, and I hope you certify the election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drew Rebar, followed by Tammy Holtstill.
Good morning. My name is Drew Rebar. And wow, it's kind of concerning. People are talking about how our elected representatives have to vote. A vote is speech. A vote is expression. A vote is protected by the First Amendment. A vote is protected by Article 1, Section 9 of the Nevada Constitution of Freedom of Speech. What concerns me most of all, and I'm glad the sheriff is in the room, is I spoke with Commissioner Herman and I spoke with Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Andriola, I can't imagine the pressure that you're under after what they've told me. There have been threats made against our commissioners, our elected officials, to force them to vote a certain way. Threats. But yet our elections are correct, but we have to threaten our elected representatives if they've got questions. Commissioner Andriola, I've got compassion for you. I can't imagine the pressure that you're under. I don't know what they're telling you. To be frank, it scares me. But why would outside influences from the executive branch, why would outside influences from the executive branch threaten our commissioners, our legislative branch? Why would they file a lawsuit forcing a writ of mandamus to force a vote? All of these are questions that raise more questions about the integrity of the elections as opposed to the reliability of the elections. If we can't question the elections, are they truly free and fair? Shouldn't we as a people be able to question things? Isn't that why we have a representative form of government? It just blows me away. People are up here telling you the word in the law says shall. You shall vote. You guys voted. You came together and you voted. Doesn't mean you have to vote yes. Doesn't mean you have to vote no. You could always abstain also. There's a lot of different options you can do when you take your vote. The U.S. Constitution and the Nevada Constitution is really, really clear. What that says, as far as everybody telling you that you shall vote for something, Article 1, Section 9, it says, no law shall be passed to restrain or abridge the liberty of speech or of the press. So the law cannot tell you what you have to vote for. They can't make a law that says you shall vote a certain way. That's a direct violation of the words in the Constitution that I just read. So I would urge you to question things that are going on, question this election, question why is the executive branch trying to force the legislative branch to do something. Thank you. My name is Drew Rebar.
Thank you.
Tammy Holt Still, followed by Alana Fitzgerald.
Tammy Holt Still, Washoe County resident. I watched and listened to what happened last week. What I plan on addressing is what your legislator or your legal department stated, which is that there was the way the law is written, you did it one way, you have to do it that way again. If you remember, when you go to that computer and you vote, the first thing it does before your vote is 100% casted. You got to look at that paper scroll. There's a reason that the developer of this computer system did that. They did that for the same reason as I'm a retired state employee who helped move millions of dollars to the city, the counties, and the states with fuel tax. We ran two systems because of the fact that your mainframe can be corrupted. One little program to fix something in some other place can affect something else. The only way to verify and ratify anything before putting your little stamp on it and sending it on its way is to make sure there's checks and balances, to make sure that you've spot checked and the amount that it says here is the amount that it says here. Now, that computer system, that legal person that is not here this time stated you could only use the thumb drive. Well, that's not true because your system is set up with paper too. And there should be somebody along the way, several somebodies comparing what the computer's saying to what the paper's saying. And I expect that that should be done. That's how I was taught. That is what a CPA does. Anybody that runs anything knows that Just the slightest error in the wording of a program can change something. And I expect you will, before you ratify anything and certify it's 100% correct, that you have made sure you have done spot checks with your paper versus your computer. Obviously, it hasn't been done because you keep relying 100% on a computer, which we know and we have heard about that there are questions on. Please do it right. And I'm sorry if you receive threats, but the right thing is to do checks and balances before you ever certify anything with your stamp of approval.
Alana Fitzgerald. Alana Fitzgerald, followed by Linda Sinclair.
Good morning, and I'll be very, very brief. My name's Alana Fitzgerald, long-term resident of Washoe County in northern Nevada. Thank you, all of you commissioners and staff, for the work you do. On our behalf, I am here to affirm the need to certify the vote and honor the intent of the people who voted. I also want to add that I find it, well, I am dismayed that anyone of our elected officials would find that it would be possibly fun to disrupt the voting process through their personal choices that affect our well-being and our community. Thank you.
Linda Sinclair, followed by James Bentham.
Thank you to the board for listening to my testimony. At one time, I was the regional coordinator for the Junior Olympics for USA Track and Field. It was my job to make meets, both locally, regionally, and nationally, run smoothly and legally. My job was also to protect the rights of the athletes. I could do that only if the issues were within the law and if I had jurisdiction over those issues. I could not make decisions based on my opinion or my heart. The rules were the rules. I had to administer them lawfully. At the last county commissioners meeting, there was a demand for a hand count of the ballots. This is contrary to state law. The election and possible recount must be conducted in the same manner, in this case by machine. The law is clear on this. If you don't like the law, you need to go to the legislature. There were also claims of mistakes, glitches, outright cheating, and omissions. These should be reported to the Secretary of State for verification, not to the county commissioners. The job of the county commission was to certify the results of the election, not to investigate claims of fraud or hiccups. Not to certify the election is overruling the clear will of the people. Please reconsider and certify the results of this election. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Bentham, followed by Nick Martin.
For the record, James M. Bentham. I'm here to urge all commissioners not to certify this flawed recount. You shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. We're not to have blind faith. We need to look at the facts. Several recounts were paid. In the recounts, they were asking for a hand count of ballots and tapes to prove what actually the vote was, not depending on what the machines say. As already been mentioned, machines can be hacked. The program's changed. We want to know the results. We want to see the paper and what it says. The public has asked for a paper count of the ballots and the tapes. Last week, 3 commissioners voted to not certify this flawed count. How do I know it's flawed? Look at the contract that was paid for, almost $55,000 for a hand recount, not a machine count. These people are being defrauded. Where is law enforcement when you need them? Now, commissioners are being put under tremendous pressure by outside interests. Easily, you can see that this contract has been broken. I don't know why the ROV will not honor the contract that has been paid for. Crime has been committed, and now it's being covered up. Essentially, a soft coup has occurred. Look at the pressure the commissioners are under to certify a fraudulent recount, this contract that's being broken. I'm urging every commissioner to vote no on this recount. It looks like there's foreign intervention being forced upon our commissioners. Vote no today. Vote for the truth. Let's see what the paper says. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Martin, followed by Janet Butcher.
Morning. Nick Martin, 45-year resident of Washoe County. Am I missing something today? Is this a contentious issue? Of course it is. Look at the crowd. And you got both sides very adamant that they're right, they're right. What is the one definitive way to prove who's right? Do a recount. If it matches what came out of the, then you win, right? Then you can say, Mr. Beadle's near a crew, see, we were right. It was a good election. But the fact that you won't do that is extremely suspect. I'll tell you, when the assassination attempt happened, within 10 seconds, my phone started blowing up with text from friends. Man, you called it, man. You saw it coming. You knew it was going to come. I texted them back, I didn't want to be right. I'm not a soothsayer. It's just obvious what the progression was and what's happening here. And I've said this numerous times up here, but the curtain's down on what's happening. And if you don't think the curtain's down, that people are starting to realize this left narrative and how we're being railroaded is affecting our lives. I just watched a 17-minute clip of the president of the Teamsters Union at the RNC adamantly on the side of the GOP and Donald Trump. Think that through. We've had enough. We've had enough. So, like I say, the hand recount, I understand there's no cost to it. Why would you not do that and solve the problem? You can prove easily which side's right. If it matches what came out of the computers, hey, so be it. The fact that you won't do that is extremely suspect. And I think that Washoe County is one small microcosm of the U.S., but this stuff is happening everywhere. And we see it, and we're getting kind of pissed. Excuse my French, okay? And what happens is, when you have meddling in the elections, what you end up with is mediocre leaders, the kind of leaders that would fight for the homeless and ignore the kid that can't play in a park, the mother that can't walk her baby in that park, okay? And that's what we end up with. And we're tired of it. We get leaders that take infrastructure money and use 2/3 of it for DEI crap. What is that? Diversity, equality, and inclusion. Oh, I'm sorry, I said equality. I forgot that word was stolen and replaced by equity. My apologies. Can't say equality anymore. It has to be equity, because that's what communism is equity. Okay, and we're fired up. I know I've had enough. I used to be middle of the road. It's just not even close anymore. One side's right and one side's wrong here. Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Val White.
Good morning, Janet Butcher for the record. Please enter my comments verbatim into the minutes. I'm here today to support our constitutional republic for which we are. During the PPP, it showed on the Secretary of State's site that I voted in the PPP. I did not. I voted in the caucus. A glitch. Computer. Oh my. I won't go into my resume. I know some people like to do their resumes, but I won't go into that. But I've got, started back in 1970 on computers, and I know what computers can do. On June 11th, I voted at the local library. It showed up on the local reports that I voted. On June 18th, it was not on the report for the polling books. June 21st still was not. Where did my vote go? It wasn't counted, or it was not reflected as being counted before the first canvass. If a vote is shall, does not mean it must. So why say vote if you're mandated to accept it? If there's errors and there's problems, clear back in 2020, we talked about the processes. It's not the people. The workers are wonderful. Nobody is complaining or talking about the workers. There may be one or two that may have had a few issues, but we're not talking about the people that work, the people that take their time out to go and be poll workers or poll watchers, or even about the people that are working in the ROV office. It's about the process. An audit is a true audit. Anybody with a computer background, like the lady just talked about, knows that you have to do it properly. If I write a program and it didn't work the first time, and I run the same program again, guess what? It's not going to work again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Val White, followed by B. Fulkerson.
My time has not started. I want my seconds back. I didn't say a word. Reset it.
Please continue.
I'm talking about transparency and a major problem regarding trusting Washoe's ballot processing. The election system and equipment is certified long before elections start. Nothing should digitally touch that system after an election starts. Any access into that system decertifies it. On May 30th, a thumb drive was inserted into the election system with statute clearly stating that nothing should be entered into that system after early voting began. Early voting began on May 25th. The thumb drive was inserted May 30th. The system is decertified. But it's too late for a paper ballot recount. You need to understand that manipulations inside the election system can easily happen. Beatles and AI have proved that without a doubt. But the digital manipulation then requires inserting fraudulent paper ballots in order to reconcile the digital manipulations. That's why paper ballots must be sequestered without the slightest chance of access or addition. They have not been. It's not possible to trust even the paper ballots at this point. It's now too late. We need an entire election redone. Observers are not allowed to watch ballots being sealed. They need to be sealed immediately at the end of processing and remain sealed until certification. The ROV department fails to communicate in advance when the observation periods are. It fails to tell us when those ballots are going to be sealed. We have no idea when we can observe that security. They should be under guard, the ballots, when processing is finished, not under the observation of the ROV personnel, with a few unnamed individuals having the key to the cage. Right now, it's the wolves guarding the hen house. Why would anyone trust the procedures and process when it's Democrats and nonpartisans, same thing, running the entire election? And regarding the previous speaker's comments who are pro-certification, no one should have any faith in the hand count at this point. I'm wondering if that person doesn't count her paper currency either. Observing at polling locations indicates very little about the integrity and legitimacy of the vote count. Anyone who believes that the entire election system is fair and honest based solely on their experience at a polling location is simply foolish, uninformed, and cognitively brainwashed. The evidence is all over Operation Sunlight. People smarter than the pro-certified speakers have certainly verified the findings. We need a new election, we need a new ROV department, and we need real transparency.
B. Fulkerson, followed by Joni Hammond.
Good morning, B. Fulkerson. I'm a lifelong Washoe County resident. I've been actively participating in the civic life of my hometown for more than 50 years. I'm going to start by speaking up in support of our election workers and vets like my dad and everyone else who has worked hard and sacrificed to uphold America's promise of democracy. I want to speak against the multi-pronged attack on our democracy and those who are undermining our democratic system by sowing chaos, fear, and confusion about our election process. I want to speak against the election denial that took root in these chambers on last week's 3-2 vote against certifying our election recount. The idea that any election that does not result in a victory for Republican candidates has been rigged or stolen through voter fraud is ludicrous and disingenuous in the extreme. These voter fraud claims have never been substantiated. The drumbeat of election denial has profoundly deleterious implications for our democracy. So, people are asking for a recount. There was a recount, right? If they don't like that result, so we're gonna have a recount of the recount, and then a recount of the recount of the recount. Where does it end? So I would just urge you in the strongest possible terms to defend the sanctity of our elections, to uphold the will of the people who voted and who want our votes counted, and certify the recount election results. Our democracy depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joni Hammond, followed by Kelly Stevens.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Joni Hammond. I would like to know what's going on. Last week at the Board of Commissioner meeting, there were many people brought in facts of irregularities and improper handling of the machine tabulated recount. I asked then that you conduct a hand recount. I frankly don't understand, as many of the others don't, why there's any kind of an argument on that. The law does not say you shall certify if there are errors and irregularities. There are many advantages of a hand recount. I gave those last week. I do not understand why you resist this. You could do a hand recount, and if the result was the same as a machine count, then all of us requesting the hand recount would be silenced. Joseph Stalin wrote, "Those who vote decide nothing. Those who count the vote decide everything." One of the commissioner's jobs is to look at the facts, whether they come from public testimony or you get it in writing, then vote according to their conscience, as the assistant district attorney said last week. Now we have the Attorney General, the Secretary of State, and the district attorney's office threatening commissioners if they do not certify. Doesn't this just seem odd that by looking at the facts and then voting how you see best, that you're threatened by the AG's office, the district attorneys, and the Secretary of State? If the commissioners are required to certify, Please give me the statute or rule that states that. Then if that is the case, why do we have commissioners certify? If we're not confident today in our primary election with only 24% of the population voting, what is going to happen in the general election?
Kelly Stevens, followed by Bill Miller.
Good morning. I have some documents for you all, and I want to address something real quickly. Everybody's talking about threats and what have you, and the last 72 hours have been very tumultuous. And I think the opening statement by using Melania Trump was very disingenuous, and I'll tell you why. The media that's here, first of all, does anybody know the truth about what happened during the recount? That the media was shut out by Ms. Canderas and refused to allow to be let in to watch the recount happen? That happened. They were hot about it. But unfortunately, they decided to kiss the ring instead of standing up and reporting about how y'all did that. Here's the other thing. This gentleman, who's here again today, got up and talked about how all these poll workers are doing such great work with the recount and told you guys to certify the vote. He wasn't even there. He was planted. And at the end of the meeting, Carrie Ann Burgess dismissed him from this meeting and told him he could leave. He sang her graces. Then she dismissed him and his posse. Now let's talk about this guy who I addressed last week. This goes hand in hand with a Twitter post from Nevada GOP. Executive Director of Plan Nevada wishes death on President Trump both before and after his assassination attempt. Y'all went ahead and disallowed it because that's what you had to do. You stand on this peace and prosperity position, but then you find out that Alexis Hill and Mary Liz Garcia and a whole bunch of people here are funded by this guy who was tuning in his GoPro on me, private citizens who were there to not watch democracy process, but our constitutional process for free and fair elections. Here's the GoPro that was set up on me to harass me and intimidate me. And you guys sit here and say that you're the party of peace and you want ballots, not bullets? Well, get a load of this. This gal was one of Riley's crew. Alexis Hill, you've paid him over $14,000 so far year to date to run your campaign. These are the people who have cameras set up on private citizens, not public figures. And note the 2 books that she brought in. For her 90-minute observation process, she wasn't there to read a book, she was there to intimidate. It's about murder. The Thursday Murder Club, and it's about a hit that didn't take a hit. This is your party, and it's not of peace and prosperity.
Madam DA, can you please remind the audience what, point of order. Point of order, excuse me. I'm happy to take a recess. I'm happy to elongate this meeting. DA Canderas, can you please remind the audience what the behavior should be today?
Thank you. Now, please realize that everybody's going to hear things they disagree with. And what I would ask is, because this is a meeting to conduct the business of Washoe County, that people please listen and not interrupt the speakers. An interruption can be a negative or a positive response. And there's nothing wrong with agreeing or disagreeing, but it cannot disrupt the meeting. Disruptions, a disruption is if it prevents the board from doing its business, and it is a misdemeanor. And if it continues, if you are asked and you continue to disrupt, we'll take a recess. You may be asked to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, DA Canderas.
Next up, we have Bill Miller, followed by Roger Edwards.
Good morning, Chair Hill, Commissioners, fellow citizens. I'm Bill Miller, once again here in support of our hardworking, dedicated, and patriotic poll workers, supervisors, volunteers, workers, and supervisors who are doing their best in the face of withering criticism to provide fair and accurate results. I begin with a question. What are we doing here? If there is compelling evidence of election fraud, that is the jurisdiction of the courts. The Commission is tasked with the responsibility of accepting the results, not adjudicating them. Bringing these complaints to this forum has no functional value. The Commission cannot ascertain their veracity, cannot examine evidence, cannot discern baseless conjecture from fact. These attacks, however well-intentioned, do add to divisiveness, increase distrust, and encourage animosity. To what end? To improve the process, or to tear away the fabric of our democratic systems, the basic trust essential for our republic? After last week's vile assassination attempt, is this not a time to turn down the heat, the vitriol, and come together in our common purpose to perfect our union as one country united, one community united? Disagreement is fundamental to our democratic process, as is trust and goodwill. Can we not disagree without being disagreeable and remain one nation under God, indivisible? Meanwhile, we do have other pressing issues this Commission is empowered to address. For example, we have endured an unprecedented record-breaking temperatures over the last few weeks, as high as 105 degrees Fahrenheit. This is not bad luck. This is global warming, hitting us hard. We've known it was coming for 50 years. Now it's here. People are dying. The good news is we as a county
Please
are
stop
acting.
the time.
Thank
Please
you,
stop the
Madam.
time. Again, that kind of interruption to public comment is a disruption to this meeting. And we will have to take a recess the next time, and we will, if we're not able to conduct the meeting, we're not able to conduct the meeting. But I would ask you to please just listen to what people have to say, and if you don't agree, that's somehow the way it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, DA Canderas. Please continue, Mr. Miller.
The good news is, as a county, we are acting. The bad news is not nearly fast enough. We need more trees. We need more shade. We need more clean energy. What are we going to do to achieve this in time? Tearing each other apart and our systems apart will not solve this problem or any others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Roger Edwards, followed by Robert Beatles.
Good morning, Commissioners. Please enter my comments into the permanent record. Roger Edwards, 50-year resident of this county. I think that justifies being considered my home. I'm so tired of hearing cliches and left-wing nutcase comments. 30 years ago, America was going to freeze, and now we're going to die from overtemping. I'm sorry, you just can't have it both ways. It's unfortunate that you folks are forced to vote on something that was just procedure, that you knew you didn't have much impact into, and you probably realized that the AG and the rest of them were going to come down on you for voting no. That's fine. Was that really the only time you've ever had a vote wasted? I'm an old Don Quixote type guy. I served my country since August of 1965 when I went off to boot camp. I would do it all again tomorrow. doesn't mean that I don't feel a lot of that time was wasted. I don't know how you can ever have the feeling that doing what your constituents want you to do is a waste of your time. Thank you.
Robert Beatles, followed by Charles Elliott, and I have documents to distribute for Mr. Beatles.
Good morning, Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Please put all my comments on the permanent record. So, a vote on item 22, it needs to be tabled, just pause it. Dozens of election violations were filed as per NAC 293.025 with the Secretary of State. Just a couple of these violations show the illegal use of a thumb drive in the tabulation room. Now, you know that's the place where they count all the votes. The ROV said people for doing that would be fired. We have a witness, we have the EVR, we have the photos of this law being violated. The thumb drives being used in the vote counting room, we're told, wasn't supposed to happen, yet it did. You additionally have two reports that are also election violation reports that are filed with the Secretary of State. One is from one of the most sophisticated artificial intelligence supercomputers on the planet, and the one is from one of the smartest mathematicians on the planet. Both state that just using the county's own data, this is your guys' cast vote records, that the entire election was a fraud. Every voter was disenfranchised. These results are a complete sham. That 20 to 40% of the entire 2024 primary election was fake, flopped votes, meaning that many of the candidates and the ROV that they say won didn't. Many of the candidates that the ROV say lost didn't. None of you, nor the press, has ever proved me or the team wrong. All you do is call us names and lie about us. Here's your chance, once again, to prove us wrong. Use a legit third party and investigate these reports. Prove us wrong. This is not a partisan issue. This affected every Democrat, nonpartisan, and Republican. This must be made right. The election must be investigated. This election must be redone. There is nothing in the law that states that you have to vote yes or no, only that you must vote. Do not fall pressure to all these armchair attorneys or the sweeping pressure that's trying to get you to put this under the rug. Do what's right. Stand up for your constituents, investigate the fraud, and when you find that we're right, like we always are, give us a new election. By paper ballot with no machines. This can be done. You have the power to do it. And now that you know that there are allegations of fraud, you cannot vote to certify this. Anyone saying so is giving you horrible legal advice. DDA Edwards' last meeting was right when he said to vote your conscience. And that's what you must do today. Vote for what's right. Represent your constituents. Do not bend the knee to being bullied or threatened into covering up this fraud. Vote no, then vote to investigate it. Everything you need, I've sent to your guys' email inboxes and is right there in front of you. Do what's right, not what's easy. Thank you.
Charles Elliott, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning. Charles Elliott. For the record, please add my comments to the permanent record. Wow. I was going to come up and say a few things about this whole deal, which I'll continue on, but I have to address a few things, and that is I've been a lifelong resident here in Washoe County, born, raised, my family, whole thing. And we were supposed to freeze, oh gosh, what was about 20, 30 years ago. Then we were going to warm up. Then we were going to freeze. Now we're going to die. But I think that basically God has everything under control, and this little tiny planet is going to be okay. Secondly, I am so happy that the sheriff, Balaam, showed up today. He is the chief legal officer of the county. I wish he would check things out, look a little bit closer at what's been going on in our county, which I'm very, very, like I said last week, very displeased with and very shocked at how much corruption is going on within each one of our boards. What happened with Clara's vote last week? Mike, Janine, we, the people of Washoe County, thank you so much for your heart, your hard work, and your stick-to-itiveness and the pressure that you guys get from the cabal. Republican caucus showed everyone can go back to the first form of voting. Let's see, over in some of the Arab countries, by golly, you have to put a piece of, or a purple spot on you, and that shows you voted. I would love to do that. First one, public hand counting. We did it in one night. We had thousands of votes counted. We had a winner that evening. Go figure, one day. And it can be done. It's been done in France. It's been done. But with corruption comes total lack of appreciation for your positions, from law to management to commission. Come on, guys. Check your heart. And let's just, if you're, what are you afraid of with a hand count? Come on, just show it up.
Terry Brooks, followed by Jonathan Belfort. Terry Brooks, followed by Jonathan Belfort.
Looks like I'm going to change the subject a little bit here. Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to address social interaction as related to work in the case of homelessness. When you are employed and go to work every weekday, you wind up learning a lot from what your coworkers say. You learn a lot about other people's opinions and views, and a lot about how others react to current news. And it's even better when your coworkers are diverse. Then there are even more topics into which everyone will immerse. When you interact with your neighbors and interact with your coworkers too, you will learn a lot about other people's points of view. When you see the same coworkers 5 days a week and you get used to interacting with them, you're even more likely to speak. But then if you lose your job, you not only lose your pay, but you also lose your coworkers with whom you interacted every day. So when you've lost your job and are now homeless and unemployed, you have lost a lot of social interaction that for a long time you have enjoyed. You have not only lost your desired occupation, but you have also lost your desired conversation. You not only lost a job on which you relied, but now you've lost some coworkers with which you'd often confide. It can be a very challenging negative impact to lose the time and place and people with which you'd regularly interact. And if you had worked in a place where you dealt with customers too, that is something else that has been taken away from you. Social interaction is a major factor of our lives, but when you're homeless and unemployed, it's a loss that really deprives. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back when I've got a lot more to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
Thank you.
Jonathan Belfort, followed by Richard Wilson.
Hello, John Belfort here. I'm here for a little bit different subject. This concerns a claim that I filed yesterday with the county, and while it may be a different subject than what everyone's been talking about this morning, part of it does ring familiar listening to this all. I'm going to read you some parts of this complaint. Former county employee Kathy Glather, Palomino GID, local attorney Gail A. Kern, Esquire, City of Reno employee Jeffrey Earl Hill, Reno Sewer.
Madam Clerk, can you stop the timer? Point of order, is this addressed to the commission as a whole?
Yes. Oh, no, this is the complaint that's been filed with the county yesterday.
So I caution you not to make personal attacks at this time. Thank you. You can just say person A, person B.
Can I get my timer
Madam-
reset, please?
We stopped it. We stopped
I
it.
know, can I get it reset, please?
You can start from here.
Nope, you can continue on. Thank you, sir.
Brian Farmer, Washoe County Code Enforcement, under direction of his supervisor, Kevin Cavina Costa, et al., conspired with Wilcox Ranch property owner James Lee Schreck to file false complaints, threats of liens on my property, demands for me to vacate my property, rendering me homeless. Additionally, County Building and Planning Sarah Harrell and Supervisor Kelly Mullen delayed responding to my request to renew my remaining building permit extensions for almost 30 days and now arbitrarily refusing to renew my 2 remaining extensions that were represented to me in writing by Washoe County. Take notice. This communication is a formal reservation of rights to any and all liability insurance, bond policies, limits, covering malfeasance by Washoe County employees. Note, Washoe County has failed to provide the information despite numerous attempts as of this date concerning warning letter number WVIO-PLA A24-0100 and Washoe County Building and Planning Department refusing to renew my building permit without valid good cause. The content of my claim is as follows. Oppression under color of office, NRS 197.200, extortion, Washoe County employees participating in a criminal enterprise, discrimination, selective enforcement, making false and misleading statements, Washoe County allowing fraudulent liens to be placed upon the title of my property, public corruption, NRS
Richard Wilson, followed by Renee Resentes.
Good morning. Richard Wilson, Wilcox Ranch, Palomino Valley, also now known as Warm Springs. I purchased the property to live out the remaining days. Since then, I have nothing but problems, misrepresentations, outright fraud, terroristic threats, placement of indigenous materials in the roadway, fraudulent liens placed on my property, complete lack of road maintenance to the point where I fear for my life in the event of an emergency. You can't get emergency vehicles up there. And the embezzlement of over $100,000 by the officers of the Wilcox Ranch Property Owners Association. Sheriff has been notified several times of this and refuses to do anything about it. DA refuses to do anything about it. And this commission continues to ignore this situation, then they are part of the problem, and that needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Renee Resentes, followed by Marcia Berg-Bigler.
Renee Resentes, please put my comments in the record. Okay, so some of these words are mine, some are I gleaned from someone else. But District Attorney Nathan Edwards told the commissioners to vote their conscience. The 5 of you did, and now all hell is breaking loose. Why? Is it because the ROV cannot sustain a hand count? Will the results be true and just or not? That is the question. Aren't Aaron Ford and Cisco Aguilar both elected officials? So can Mark Clark threaten them as they are threatening him with criminal action and removal from office? What the heck is happening in Washoe County on County Manager Eric Brown's watch? I'd also like to say that Robert Beadles went into a contract for $50,000 for a hand count, a hand recount. That was not done. And why wasn't he informed ahead of time that it would not be a hand count? And what did you do with that money that he put up? That should be returned to him, because it wasn't, he's not the one who breached the contract. So something needs to be done about that. And I do not think that you should certify this election, because there are too many things that are wrong with it. Angiola, you're an Esther. I don't know if you know that story, but you're an Esther.
Please address the board as a whole. Do not attack individual board
Our
members.
commissioner is an Esther, okay? And so if you don't know the story, please look it up. I did put in a call to you and ask that you have coffee with me, and I hope that you will respond. I would love to meet with you. The things that you are threatening to do to the commissioners that have spoken the truth and stood up, that's just the worst thing you can do. Your reputations are on the line for doing that to the other commissioners. This is supposed to be an open forum. It's supposed to represent all the commissioners, whether you agree with them or not. So you need to go back and take a look at everything and vote honestly, truthfully about what's happening. So I know that's really impossible for a few of you, but we need to try. Thank you.
Marcia Burke-Bigler, followed by Wayne Cates.
Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair. I want to start by saying to you, Madam Chair, I hope you meant what you said earlier, because it is really important that we do. The events of this past week are frightening. This is America. We don't shoot people because we disagree with them. Just a few days before former President Trump was shot, just a few days before that, seated President Biden said the man needs a target on his back. And now he is denying that he's admitting that that was the wrong thing for him to say. But the bottom line is, a former president of the United States was shot, largely because of the rhetoric, the negative rhetoric that's going on throughout our country. And the reason I bring this to your attention today is because I did a little research on commissioners, not on commissioners, I'm sorry, on commissions. I did a little research on commission, and I could not find one commission in the history of Washoe County who's as dysfunctional as this one, dysfunctional publicly as this one is. I'll tell you very frankly, I was a commissioner. And the last year I sat on the commissioner, the man who served as chair, Bob Lucy, on that, he and I were at loggerheads. No one in this audience, no one in this county, other than a handful of people who knew us personally, knew that. Because we conducted the business of the people. We weren't stepping on other commissioners' toes. We weren't interrupting their conversations. We weren't creating havoc and unrest, and that's what's going on with this commission. And so you see a lot of these people here today because you took I believe the number is 150,000 is what you actually took, for someone to do a hand count. And you said, no, we don't have to. We're going to do it our way. You wouldn't have this problem today. You wouldn't have the groups on the D side or the groups on the R side if you cared about what your commissioners, what your constituents have to say. And then I'd like to close with just addressing the issue of Nevada being a Dillon's Law state. I see on the agenda today you have a number of bill requests. That's the first one you should do. You should band with the other large counties here, the other counties probably statewide in this state, and do something about Dillon's Law, because Nevada is the strongest Dillon's Law state in the nation, and that allows other elected officials to come back and tell the county you don't have the right to vote your conscience and vote the way you want, and that's wrong. That is just wrong. It's time to stand up and respect your constituents and to respect yourself. Please do that.
Wayne Cates, followed by Allison Ford.
Hello, my name is Wayne Cates. I've been a lifelong member resident of Washoe County, 55 years out of my 59. Hello, esteemed commission. Hello, Ms. Canderas. That was a great 40-year class reunion last year. 2020 election, I went to vote at Robb Drive Library. When I got there ready to put my vote in, somebody came up to me and said, "You've already voted." What? Yes, you've already voted. No, I didn't. I had to sign an affidavit saying I had not voted. I jumped into this full fledged. I'm all in. There was fraud in 2020. I know because my vote was stolen. I was here last week showing numbers of 2020. 159 million votes, 168 million registered. Anyone can check that. That's 95% of all registered voters in the US voted. What's happening now is an offshoot of the 2020 election. They got away with it once, they think they can get away with it again. I'm asking people to consider this. Trump, when he was president, had the strongest, most powerful intelligence agencies in the world working under him. He saw the 2020 election coming. You know what he said? He said, "We won in a landslide, but they stole it." 95% participation. Okay. All these indictments against Trump now are to keep him from attaining the seat, the presidency again, where he can deal out justice to those who took the rights of our votes away.
Yes, thank you.
I filed a criminal complaint against our state Attorney General Aaron Ford for not doing enough to uncover the fraud since the 20s and allowing this clampdown on our voices now.
Next up, we have Allison Ford, followed by Troy Regas.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. So, we've heard a lot of accusations against you, the members of the Commission, today, accusing you of suspect, dysfunctional, corrupt behavior, or comparing you to Joseph Stalin. Really? I suspect those who died in the Soviet gulags would beg to differ at that over-the-top comparison. But it's worth asking, why is this happening in the first place? Why is this pressure campaign with these over-the-top accusations happening in the first place when there is a remedy? If there are substantiated doubts about the elections, if there are substantiated issues, there is a remedy that is in Carson City with either the Secretaries of State or the legislature or both. Not in the county. The law is clear on that point. People don't like the law, can lobby to change it. You're being pressured at the county level for, I'm not sure what reason. Is it because they think they will be more successful in intimidating you? Perhaps. I'll let you speculate on that on your own. But I want to address quickly one other issue is the issue of cost. It was brought up at the meeting last week that, gee, we have a private individual who is willing to pay for the recount. This is not going to cost Washoe County taxpayers anything. What that doesn't consider is the cost to Washoe County voters. First, in terms of time, of having to vote again after we already did so properly and legally in the first place. And more broadly, in terms of trust and confidence in the integrity of the process, which is what they are working with their unsubstantiated accusations to undermine in the first place. You have the opportunity today to restore confidence by following the law, not being intimidated. Please honor my vote and the vote of Washoe County residents and certify the election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Troy Rikus, followed by Matthew Chutter. Looks like there's documents to distribute. Thank you.
Hello, I'd like everything put into the record, my documents and my speech. So I came here to talk about the Reno Toy Run and the fine charity we do. One thing we do is we do a disclosure of where all our money goes, and we do that every year for everybody to see. We get plenty of letters from all our sponsors, which are in that pack. And we have a toy sort, which are pictures in there of all the toys we receive, and all the members come together and they distribute those toys all over northern Nevada. Virginia City, wherever they go, they go. All these members that you see that come in here, they drive there themselves. They meet these people and they do whatever it is they have to do to make sure they have toys, and/or these charities get their charitable contributions. We, at the Toy Run, have become political now because of what's going on here and the reputation of the Toy Run. But I think I'm going to digress and I'm going to go into this voting. We have a poisonous tree, you guys. I've only been coming to these meetings for a month. And it seems like everyone's eating the poison off the tree, right? Like, it's sad. You can't even get the ballots right, but yet you could certify an election. So if you don't put someone's name on a ballot, how do you get a proper count? I don't get it. I really don't. And you guys have a job to do up here, and I don't see the job being done. That's very unfortunate. I see some of you laugh when people come up. You think it's funny. That's sad. You guys are the board. You represent us. And I don't see that very well up here from a few of you. And for the government to come after these individuals for their votes, are you serious? In America, they're going to send them a letter and basically tell them they're going to take their job? A job we voted for? The people? We voted for these people up here, right? And you got some DA who's going to write them a letter and say, well, we don't want you in office because you properly voted the way you thought you should vote? What is going on here? And you should be sad at this whole thing, and I hope you guys quit eating all this poisonous fruit.
Matthew Chutter, followed by Melody Chutter.
Okay, Matthew Chutter for the record. My comments pertain to the package of proposals in the zoning arena for Spanish Springs and the North Valleys. This proposal represents many changes, some acceptable, others not. Temporary use of RVs for caregivers deserves consideration. However, other proposals are aimed at increasing population density in a region which has not been urban or high density. These aim to increase affordable housing, i.e. low-income housing, to transform uniform zones into Swiss cheese hodgepodges of incompatible use, and view-destroying towers of commercial buildings, high-rise apartments a la Blade Runner, which was dystopian, not utopian, rental units and stable communities and tiny dorm room-sized units. Some changes represent a dismal, minimalist future of downsized expectations instead of planning for a superbly well-educated, trained workforce capable of earning a good living, thus affording good housing. We're on the cusp of a revolution in robotics, not the time for huge influxes of minimum wage workers offered minimal job security. This does not equate to a stable community. Some proposals marginally affect supply yet encourage housing demand, offering the illusion that Reno means cheap housing. This area has limited land, much locked by government. At some point, as population grows, quality of life degrades and affordability decreases. But you say affordability is your goal. I think you have it backwards. Bunkhouse provisions are oddly not in ag zones. Are they for labor camps, a la China, the England of Charles Dickens, something even darker? These provisions belong with rural ranches, remote mines, industrial sites requiring human presence and such, and nowhere else. I oppose the urbanization and unsustainability implicit in many of these proposals. We can look to San Bernardino, which in the 50s was middle class. Now it's a no-go zone of empty buildings and broken promises. I fear you're steering our community in the same direction, that the first steps are in these proposals, betrayals of promises made to homeowners accepted in good faith, and which you seek to water down while rebranding your actions beneficial. We deserve better. Future generations deserve better. Put multifamily housing in graduated zones. Be more careful in not destroying precious views. Recognize limits to everything, land, water, even population. Too much of a good thing can be disruptive, even harmful. Understanding many of us recoil from the urban vision for this region. And finally, know that elections do occur from time to time, and we voters do remember. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melody Chutter, followed by Susan Howell.
Melody Chutter, Spanish Springs. I'm nearly deaf. Under the ADA, allowances have to be made if something's repeated. I apologize ahead of time, meaning no disrespect to anyone for my comments. In 2020, the Commission stated the new water wells were not required for future development. Here you are proposing just that. Will you be digging new multiple wells for high rises? How can we trust what you say now? We already have groundwater depletion in the area. Your planned density increases may worsen issues for whom TMWA chooses to exclude from their planning map. Voting this through will remember on voting day. The Village of the Peak zoning proposal was presented in the past without commission testimony from the Fire and Water Department. Professionals that did not mention we were lacking infrastructure was ignored. This was stopped with an attorney. What you're doing now cannot be ignored either. Evidence show increased suicide rates in overpopulated areas. Some might say we have no control over this. Yes, we do. Relaxing zoning will cause irreversible harm to the environment, the community, and well-being of the people living here. We know that you're pandering to developers and ignoring others. It appears we're going through the motions of all of this falling on deaf ears, what it feels like. Where are kids gonna play? Riding horses, driving their off-road vehicles will be taken from them. The outlet will change. Kids will turn to gangs, criminal activities, because they get bored. Things get difficult for people, and you make things difficult for people, especially seniors, to come to the meetings, knowing about the meetings, except the first 100 people. Sitting long hours so they have to leave, taking off of work for meetings, anything to deter people from speaking publicly. When you're speaking to people in an appeasing manner, it's insulting. As harmful policy, action speaks louder than your words. The affordable housing, which I'm against, 2.5, is much the same scenario we fought the last time, except reworded, and we will fight again. Presentation done by your planner shown character homes, when in reality, we don't have character homes being built. We have quick, slapped-together clone blocks lacking individual and architectural warmth. There's a person who wanted to build a small farm, but that was denied. Completely reverse values from what I want to see. This overdevelopment happening is dangerous, reflects poor planning, will affect all of us, and need to be voted down. If I wanted this, I'd be living in San Francisco or China. Further, we see in your roadway 2.0 some changes likely to facilitate and aggravate the density increase implied in the zoning 2.5 changes. Eagle Canyon Apartments are perfect testimony to the essentiality gross development plans, which we expect will transform the formerly rural boundary areas into the poster child for non-sustainable behavior. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susan Howell, followed by Sandy Tibbett. Susan Howell. Sandy Tibbett.
So is it incompetence or is it malice? So I completely agree with Aguilar's statement. It is unacceptable for any public officer to undermine the confidence of the voters. which is exactly what Aguilar and Ford have done by using lawfare to weaponize our Supreme Court and by trying to bully the commissioners into voting against their beliefs with threats of impeachment and fines. Their behavior is what is unacceptable and should not be tolerated by the voters of Washoe County and Nevada. The actions of these three commissioners were respectable and they were honorable. Unlike Hill and Garcia, these are decent people who voted their conscience and do not deserve to be harassed and pressured into obedience. What happens if they stand by their original vote today? Do they need to be scared for their well-being? For their family's well-being? Do they need to be worried about being accidentally taken out by a car when crossing the streets of Reno? Larry Hicks was not an accident. The democratic process, which is BS, is being undermined by the corrupted public officials of the Uniparty who are desperately trying to keep themselves in power in order to keep their treasonous acts covered up. Innocent people with nothing to hide do not behave like a cornered wild animal foaming at the mouth, desperate to control the narrative. They're afraid. They're desperate. You can smell it. The failure to perform duties came from the leadership of this county. County Manager Brown. From this board, Alexis Hill. And from the ROV, Carrie Ann Burgess. Not from Vice Chair Herman or Commissioners Clark and Andriola. The ROV has a duty to the voters and the candidates of this county to run a clean and fair election. The county manager has a duty to properly supervise the ROV to minimize the potential hiccups, and the commissioners have a duty to safeguard the integrity of our elections. They also have a duty to further an investigation when presented with overwhelming amounts of evidence of irregularities. These are the expectations of the majority of Nevadans, of what Nevada voters want. The Nevadans who took time out of their day to fulfill their...
Elise Weatherly, followed by Lynn Chapman.
Hello. What I'm going to ask you guys to, this is Elise Weatherly, by the way. What I'm going to ask you guys is to maybe laugh at me, laugh a little bit. I'm going to start with a little blurb about why I know that Tom Selleck is doing commercials. Well, it's because in 2015, I had brain surgery, unnecessary chemo, and additional responsibilities. So what did I do? I just didn't do so much for myself. Would I do that again? Absolutely. Why? Because of Romans 8:28. I know that all things work for the good of those who love God and are called according to his purpose. Now, why does God love me? Or why do I love God? Because he loved me first, period. That's all there is to it. I consider myself an RPG program. I'm created, and you know what I'm supposed to do? Examine myself. I'm supposed to test myself like a program. I'm supposed to run it through a test. So I kind of do that. I'm also the robot in Lost in Space. Warning, Will Robinson, warning, right? But when you warn people, I had a dream about it, that I was trying to tell a cocky and arrogant man the truth, and he didn't want to listen to me, so I went and found another person in a nice pantsuit, and I said, would you like me to compliment your pantsuit, or would you like me to tell you there's a scorpion crawling up your back? I'm going to go for the scorpion transmission, okay? Also, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Truth. I want the truth. I don't care if it hurts me. Well, I do kind of care a little bit, but it's okay. I have this man, and I know I'm running off. I've got so many things to say. This man listened to my Hypocrisy at its Finest, the Bitterness Betrayal music project for free. And the song that he liked the most, I'm going, oh, that's not the song I would have because I didn't write it. It's about a man who leads women in worship at a church in Reno and does pornography on the side. Is God okay with that? No. Is man okay with that? Yeah, they're fine with it. That's no big deal. I will say, too, that somebody was asking, what's going on? Separation is taking place. Some lady got a word from God that separation was going to be taking place. So you know what I did? I just kind of sat back and waited and watched, because this was years ago. But I do see it. Also, what I will say is that what the treatment that I have received at Reno Justice Court is corrupt and unfair. The treatment I received at Highland Ranch Homeowners Association is corrupt and unfair. Guess what? If God is for me, who can be against me? Nobody. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Lynn Chapman. Lynn has registered herself as a lobbyist, and following Lynn is Zeus.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Chapman, and I'm State Vice President of Nevada Families for Freedom. And please put my comments on the permanent record. I've been an unpaid citizen lobbyist here at the school board and at the state legislature since 1987. And I want to let you know that I've been representing we the people all that time. And why is the county commission here? Why it's here to represent we the people. Now, we're all consumers, and when we pay for something, we expect to get something that we paid for. And when we don't, what do we the people do? Well, we make a big stink. Now that the cat's out of the bag, apparently some of the commissioners have been threatened and told to change their votes. That's not how our representative government is supposed to work. That is not acceptable. Now, way back when, a few years ago, I was voting for president, and you know, I was using the machines, which I never do anymore, but I made my choice, and I was looking on my paper ready to go to the next page, but before I touched the screen to go to the next page, my vote was changed. And I thought, what the heck? So I went back and I made the change, and I stood there and watched. The machine changed my vote again. It happened 3 times. So being shy, I raised my hand and yelled out really loud, "This machine is changing my vote, and you need to take it out of here because it's changing votes." So they put me on another machine, and you know what happened? I turned around and they put other people on that same machine that changed my votes. And so you can't tell me that there isn't strange things happening with voting. Now, all of you need to do the right thing. We need people that will stand up and do the right thing. You do not certify. Please vote not to certify, but to investigate. And remember that something stinks, really stinks, and it's not in Denmark. Thank you.
Zeus, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Good morning. I want to talk about the ones that don't care about any of this, the voting Republican, Democrat, the children. I'm here for the toy run, and what we have discussed previously when I was here last time was a piece of cloth that kind of started all of this and how this all went downhill because of the Iron Cross, or as the Germans called it, the swastika, which is what they stole. The Iron Cross is still used in a lot of different areas. The Buddhists look at it as Buddha's feet, and it represents him and love. Talking about a piece of cloth, the back patch I wear with Bikers Against Child Abuse has huge significance. The chains represent our united organizations, the colors, red, white, and black. Red is for the blood shed by the children, white is for their innocence, and the black is for the dark times they've been through. The fist represents our commitment to stopping child abuse, and the Jolly Roger is for death to child abuse. Now, does anybody find that offensive at all, what I wear? Because a police officer did when I was on my way home 2.5 years ago. I got pulled over on my motorcycle, after being with the children at an event, I was held at gunpoint on my bike because I was doing 3 miles an hour over the speed limit going down Pyramid because I was wearing a patch. I've been kicked out of Renown, where I went to see one of my brothers who was dying after an accident. Public hospital, I was told I could not wear my patch in, and if I wanted to, I'd be arrested for trespassing. I was going in there to see my brother who was dying. A couple of months ago, one of our sisters with another chapter, her daughter had died, and I was there for her hero walk as they were donating her organs. And when I walked in, they told me I could not be there with my patch on. It's a public hospital. I was told I would have to leave and I couldn't be there. I went and put it in my bike, and I was there for my sister because I was there to support her and what she was going through, because I've lost a son. I know what it feels like. We've taken what something is good and that donation from you, and thank you so much. And we've tried to change it into something bad because of a picture of a piece of cloth that is being misrepresented by the Germans as a symbol of hate. There's nothing about the COC or these clubs that are hate. I have here a flyer with me, which is for our event coming up with Baca on Saturday. I'm gonna leave it with you. I would love to see some of your faces there and come see what we do and why we do it. It's a barbecue, it's a raffle, I play music there all day. It's a wonderful time, and kids are welcome, we have kids' games. You'll see what this motorcycle community is about. I know that vote is today to rescind that money. Please don't take that away from the children. They don't understand Republicans and Democrats and voting and certifying and non. What they understand is Santa Claus and Christmas and love. And that's what we do, and that's what this money is for. Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Scott Finley.
Cliff Nellis, I'd like my comments put in the permanent record. 49-year resident of Washoe County. First of all, I'd like to say I really support these guys behind me. They're doing a great job, and it's for the kids. And I hope you do a vote to keep the funding for them and maybe increase it. Maybe all of you can put in $10,000. But to get on to what I was talking about, I was really shocked to find the reaction to Claire's decision to vote with Jeannie and Mike. The DA said you could vote your conscience. So why this massive reaction from the Secretary of State and the Attorney General? Why? Why do they have to go to the Supreme Court? And then why do we have to get these threats to our elected officials? That's us. That is us, and I take offense at that.
Mr. Nellis, if
Okay, I'm sorry, I raised my
thank you,
voice.
sir.
We are standing with them. And I sure hope they don't get fined $50,000. And I sure hope they don't convene the legislature and have them impeached. Because that's going to cause a firestorm, guys. But the question is this, why? Why did they react that way? I'll tell you why, because there's an organized crime syndicate called the Democrat Party that runs this county. And 95% of the people that work in this county are Democrats or liberals. And I would like to see an affirmative action program go on to put conservatives in place in public offices or public places in this county to make it equal. That's what affirmative action did. We had black people that couldn't get jobs, so now we put them in there, give them a kind of a leg up. So we need that in this county. And they can just change from a D to an R, like we saw at the end of the election. We need real conservatives in this county. And so the other thing is this. They were afraid that a real hand recount would show the corruption in the machines, that somebody's manipulating these votes, and we know that's what's going on, folks. We know that. We know they're manipulating. Bob Beatles has proven it. In several different ways, and the courts refuse to look at the evidence. That's a problem. Now, if these folks behind me, if it was reversed, what would I be saying? I'd support them. I'd say, yeah, let's do a hand recount. Let's verify, and not just of these particular races. Now it's changed. We want a hand recount of the whole election, and if you can't give that to us, we want a redo of the election.
Scott Finley, followed by Mary Denny.
Please enter my comment in this document into the record pursuant to NRS 241. My name is Scott Binley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the United States Air Force. The Board of County Commissioners must pass a resolution making a formal declaration condemning economic globalization and reevaluating local policies that encourage it. In the 1970s, many nations that formerly relied on steel imports attempted to become self-sufficient and export steel. The U.S. reacted by assuming a protectionist stance to protect its steel industry, resulting in what we know to be the 1970s U.S. steel industry crisis. Tariffs were increased on steel imports coming into the U.S., creating an artificial monopoly. A lack of competition in the U.S. steel industry led to an increase in price, a decrease in quality, and a decrease in innovation for steel products. These monopolistic effects were negated when the U.S. reversed its protectionist stance. It is understood that monopoly power exists when a single entity controls 25% or more of a particular market. Because of economic globalization, China controls a staggering 35% of the total global manufacturing output. As would be expected, these products are poor in quality and low in durability. Reduced innovation necessitates a country like China to ignore copyright laws and engage in corporate espionage. Research reveals that 1% of the general population suffers from psychopathy, translating to over 80 million psychopaths globally. These subversives are highly attracted to power. It is guaranteed that as centralization continues with businesses on a global scale, those businesses will inevitably be headed by power-hungry authoritarians. This is merely a game of musical chairs where the positions of power gradually shrink over time. Eventually, there will be only one throne of power and the music will stop. Centralization on such a scale will result in a global monopoly subjugating every country on the planet. There will be no release valve to vent economic stress and pressure as was possible during the 1970s U.S. steel industry crisis. Economic globalization in its current form is geared towards centralization and is doomed to fail. Competition dissolves monopolies. Therefore, the only way to dissolve a global monopoly is through methodical decentralization, or a challenger must be encountered. These types of challengers would have to be planet-sized contenders possessing an equal to or greater value than the Earth's entire productive output potential in order to provide a sufficient release valve to vent global economic stress and pressure. This is called apex conspiracy theory, and its associated justice quotient is capable of analyzing social, political, and economic power structures with the capability of detecting subversion and instability before it occurs. Thank you.
Mary Denny, followed by Walter Nuremberg.
Hi, I'm Mary Denny. I'm a mother. I'm a grandmother. I'm a business owner in Washoe County. I don't know what has happened here, but my heart is broken today, as many of yours is. Why can't we disagree? That's what America's all about. We were a quarter inch away from having a past president's brains blown out in front of our children on national TV. When's it going to stop? God is watching. Nobody wants to talk about God. Everybody wants to demonize Trump and Beatles. People who are business owners who've spent thousands and thousands of their own dollars to try to save this country, America. We've gone so far from the truth. And if we talk about God, we're weirdos. Any of you who disagree and think we should just stop this nonsense and stop arguing and just certify and canvass, what are you saying to my granddaughter who's going to grow up in this mess? This thing has to be hand counted on paper. And thank you for standing up and doing the right thing. And the rest of you that are standing up and doing the right thing, God bless you. And God will prevail. And when you become a person like me out in business and had to wear a mask in my chiropractic office when I didn't want to, I stood up and said no. I didn't take a knee. I said, no, I'm not going to do it. You people are doing the same thing. And you know what? I've been demonized. I've been victimized. And you're being demonized and victimized because you're standing up for the truth. And I'm sorry, but that's what happens when we stand out in front of others in this country. People can say they don't like us. They can threaten us. It's what we did. Police officers, people serving in the Army. They all take they take this vow that they will honor our country, and that's what we're doing. And yes, we do get victimized, and we do get beat up and threatened, but stand tall, because in the end, when this is all over with, God's gonna remember all of you that did the right thing. God bless America.
Walter Nierenberg, followed by Phil Harrison.
Good morning. My name is Walter Nierenberg. Please put my comments on the permanent record. In light of serious discrepancies in the recent election recount, I applaud those who voted not to certify and encourage all commissioners to have courage and also not certify. I've heard that certain county commissioners are being pressured with fines and impeachment if they do not certify this election. This is wrong. This is extortion. This is government theft of the people's franchise. If certification is a done deal, de facto requirement of being a county commissioner, why bother certifying at all? If this election is so honest, fair, and transparent, then why force people to certify? What are the elite insiders so afraid of? I believe we all know the answer. In our republic, your status as commissioners is supposed to be of, by, and for the people. In other words, you work for us, not the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil Harrison, followed by Greg Kraus.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to be here this morning. I'm here today to give you a solution to the election integrity problem. It's very simple, but all you have to do is implement it. We heard from Gail Townsend. I wrote down her name. She was a poll worker. I was a poll worker as well. I didn't see any problems at the polling sites. The problem seems to be on the back end, where the secrecy starts when the drives are delivered to the register of voters. That's where the mystery starts. Here's the solution, okay? Many of us in this room do not trust the machines and the digital count. Okay, next to the machine is connected a paper trail. Okay, that is an audit trail of every vote that is cast. Why not compare the machine to that paper trail to the physical ballots? You've got 3 ways to validate an election right there. Well, what I don't understand is why that paper trail is not being used. It's been mentioned that ballots might be, at least at this stage, could be inserted into the process. So a ballot count may not work. But why are we hiding the paper trail next to these machines? Why are they not polled and counted? That is about as accurate, I think, as we could get. So there's a solution to this. The question is whether you really want a valid audit or not of this county. It can be done. Yes, it would take some time. I would volunteer my time to go through those tapes with other people and do a physical count. Wouldn't cost the county anything. So there's a solution to it, to get the trust of the people back, because you don't have it right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Kraus, followed by Pam Roberts.
Good morning. I guess it still is, Commissioners. My name is Greg Kraus. I'm a 40-year resident of Washoe County, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to address you. A lot of people here today are concerned about the security and accuracy of our elections. And my comments aren't to your most recent recount and what you're trying to deal with there. I will say that you have my sympathy. This is very difficult. in many different ways, but I perhaps am speaking more to the future and the inevitable difficulty you're going to face after the November 2024 election, because no matter what the outcome, this same thing is going to happen. There's going to be some really disappointed voters, and I just encourage you to continue to do your job as faithfully to the law and to the process as you possibly can. I think the people's concerns that you're hearing about voter and election accuracy is well-founded. We've had 4 or 5 years of very prominent people questioning, gee, was it fair? I mean, specific allegations, the machines changed the votes, the election was hacked. And, you know, who wouldn't be concerned after hearing that? I guess the question is, and specifically, our machines, Dominion voting machines, have been targeted. And the question is, how valid is all of this? Are these complaints real? And I just feel like we need to be reminded this issue has been addressed. There was a major lawsuit Dominion brought against Fox News, and they said, prove that your allegations are true. Fox could not do that. In fact, Dominion was able to prove that Fox News was presenting to their viewers. These were false allegations, they were false claims, and they knew it at the time it was occurring. And I feel that's really unfortunate. But even more important than that data was money talks. Fox paid $787 million to make this go away, to not have to deal with a public lawsuit where they would be further embarrassed. So to me, there is a track record here about what's going on, big picture, with the accuracy and the validity of these machines. Newsmax, another right-wing proponent of these conspiracy theories, has defended themselves by saying, because they were also sued for defamation, they were told, look, we are now providing a disclaimer. We do not think the machines miscounted the votes. So, you know, I just ask you to represent all of the hundreds of thousands of voters that are in Washoe County. Polling shows 70% of us support you and the machines and the process. Please keep doing your job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Roberts, followed by Mike Hart. Pam Roberts.
Good morning. My name is Pam Roberts. I don't envy the 5 of you in this situation, and I have to applaud all 5 of you because I've been watching how you have been listening to everyone. Doesn't mean you agree with everyone in here, but you're listening, whether you're on one side or the other, and I appreciate that. The reason I didn't come up right away, though, is because I couldn't hear my name. You know, the clapping that happens on both sides is disruptive. I had to wait till I saw my name on the board to know that it was me. There's also been disruption. There's some people behind me that are making comments as, you know, either for or against some of the speakers that have come up. And it's loud. And I'm completely deaf in my right ear. And it was loud enough for me to hear. And I want to hear the speakers. I'm listening just like you are, and I think it's really important. My point about the certification of the elections and our elections, I think it's important that all 5 of you follow the law. I think it's very important that our elections are transparent. And I think if there's election fraud, it is within the jurisdiction of the courts. That's what they've been dealing with since 2020, maybe before that, and they're going to be continuing to deal with it. My interpretation, and I'm just one person, is that you do have an obligation to certify the recount election. That the recount had to happen in the same manner as the first election. It's also my understanding that while there's not a complete audit where somebody stands and looks at what's in the computer and compares it to what's in the paper trail, that the Register of Voters has done routine checks to make sure that, I mean, not 100,000 votes, but, you know, some sampling of the votes to compare, is the computer lining up with the paper trail? It's my understanding that that's done. And so I do have faith in our election process. I do support transparency, and I believe this body has to follow the law. And I don't need any clapping. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Mike Hart, followed by Major Kenny Kurtzweiler.
Hi, my name is Mike Hart, and I'd like to start off with saying I do not trust our elections. I tell people every single day I don't trust our elections. I don't trust any of them. And I would like to speak to you today about the meaning of certification. When you sign off as something is certified, that's your word, that's your reputation, that is you saying, I believe 100% that this was a fair run election, and we don't have mistakes and we don't have fraud. And if you're going to sign off on an election as certified, let's look at that word certified. Let's look at your name, your signature, and what is that value? I ran a company for 30 years that we certify computer wiring. Each of you are plugged into a computer. We certify wiring when we complete it to say that that is done and is done correctly. Ever an employee sign off and certify one wire, one cable that you would plug your system into that was fake or fraudulent, that it wasn't, he instantly loses his job. I call for you guys, if you must certify this election, that you also open up the paper copies to those that can look at the election in hindsight and see, is it right? Give us the recount, the paper to validate what you certified. And if you certified it wrong, I call for your resignation. So let's make that word certification important again. It's important that when we certify something, our name is on it and we back it up. And if it's not certifiable and we certified it, we should resign. And open it up and with every fiber of your body, not allow it to happen in the next election. Where once it's certified, it's done here. But if we can look at this as a case study and go back and say, here's where we saw problems were, then every fiber of your body pushes to not let those problems happen in next time, in the next election, so that we can have confidence in our elections. It's all we have as citizens. This is what we're here for. Not for a selected people, but for an elected people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Major Kenny Kurtzweiler, followed by Julie Adams.
Please put my comments in the record. Good morning, honorable commissioners. I am here to show support for the Reno Toy Run that is put on by the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs. I am not a resident of Nevada, but a resident of South Lake Tahoe, California. However, my roots run deep in the state of Nevada. I spent 20 years in the Nevada Army National Guard, where I attained the rank of major and retired in 2008. My son spent 6 years in the Navy and was getting ready to join the Nevada Guard when he succumbed to PTSD and shot himself in 2010. My daughter, Miranda Summerwind McKelney, was a sergeant first class in the Nevada Army National Guard. Unfortunately, she was shot and killed in 2011 at the IHOP restaurant in Carson City by an undocumented person with an AK-47. My father served in World War II. We are a military family and very proud of it. I have lived in South Lake Tahoe, California since 1977 and have been married for 43 years. I am heavily involved in my community and have run for several political positions. I have a successful business up there where we have donated well over $250,000 in cash, volunteer work, or product back to our community. In 1997, I joined a motorcycle club called the Brotherhood. This is a club made up of military veterans and local business owners. Our club also joined the brand new Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs. We have been active in both Northern California and Northern Nevada for over 27 years. The Reno Toy Run, as with any other nonprofit charity, needs volunteers and donations to help give the children of our communities much-needed toys that might otherwise go without. Even though we live in California, the Northern Nevada Federation of Clubs and the Reno Toy Run includes us in helping our children and our community. Last year, the Reno Toy Run gave our local charity, Christmas Cheer, $5,000 that went to not only toys for local children, but also bought much-needed food for our less fortunate. The Reno Toy Run has given in excess of $25,000 over the years to us. Last year was a record year for the Reno Toy Run with over $120,000 raised and given back to the various charities located in Nevada. We cannot do this alone. They say it takes a village, and we need the entire village to participate and give generously to support the Reno Toy Run. Most of us are just a paycheck away from going under, and the biker community is no different. Yet we give to those less fortunate. Everyone involved with the Reno Toy Run is a volunteer, and no one, not one single person, receives any compensation for all the work they do. To think that anyone would deny help to the Reno Toy Run solely based on misconceived perceptions and unfounded rumors towards the biker community is unconscionable, and we'll have to take that up not only with God, but the voters of this area.
Thank you.
Julie Adams, followed by Carol Cook.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you to the bikers community for all you guys do. My name is Julie Adams. I was a poll worker at the last presidential election. There were many issues that came up, brought to the county commissioner's attention. At least a third of the people that came in said they never received a ballot. Nothing was corrected. Mail-in ballots were mishandled. People continued to not have confidence. There have been years to correct these many issues. It would make perfect sense to prove us all wrong, to make your lives easier. The meeting would be much shorter for you. We only ask to confirm that all votes that have been counted correctly. A hand count was paid for, so no cost to the taxpayers. A paper record is printed when voting at a machine in a polling place. The county's own numbers show that there's problems. Trust is lacking. You can prove us wrong. We would all go home and get on with our lives. Washoe County has been getting national attention and not in a good way. Our process is broken, so fix it. Our voter rolls are not clean, so please clean them. The signatures on the outside of the mail-in ballots is ripe for fraud. Please do something to give us confidence. I worked in the private sector and I worked for the federal government. I worked primary care at the VA. Private sector always will dig in, figure out what the problem is, and they will find a solution and they will fix it. Federal government and every other layer of government doesn't seem to be able to know how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Cook, followed by Betty Thiessen.
Good morning, probably almost good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners, for your astounding patience this morning, and thank you for your reconsideration. I want to remind all of us about the rule of law. The rule of law governs us. We submit to it. If we don't like it, we change it. The law is clear. You have a job to certify, and that means you do not have the power to question the results. no matter what your personal views are. Your job is purely ministerial. You have many, many jobs which aren't ministerial, and I want you to focus your energies on those kinds of decisions. Please certify the vote.
Thank you.
Betty Thiessen, followed by Val Kay.
Betty Thiessen for the record. Please put my comments in the record. I disagree with the last speaker. You don't have to certify, you were told by Nate Edwards last week, to vote your conscience, yes or no. 3 of you did that. I applaud you for that. And I request that you vote no again. And I also would like to say something about the toy run. I support the toy run completely. I remember last year there was a donation made to a group, and they admitted they teach communism. That is much worse than a patch on someone's back of the swastika. And we've already been told today that represents something else anyway. So please vote for the toy run money. Go back to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Val Kay, followed by Christiane Brown.
Need the overhead, please.
It's up, Ms. Kay.
I'm going to show that so everybody could see it first. Val Kay, former Washoe County resident, current Douglas County resident. What a short-lived victory the citizens here in Washoe County witnessed last week. But I guess that was to be expected from a Shyster committee member. You know who you are. You've only proven to everyone that you don't have a moral compass at all. Your words last week were, there has to be trust. Yes, there does. And your recanted vote decision is yet another prime example of why you, for one, can be trusted. Did your unscrupulous conscience get the best of you? Or perhaps it was the backlash from the AG or the Secretary of State that put you back in check with the threat of jeopardizing your position on the board. Were the words out of your mouth last week just meaningless chatter so you could attempt to convince the constituents that you have a conscience? Lastly, Channel 4 televised the meeting last week. By sheer coincidence, the following story that I showed on the overhead showed up after the board meeting. Now, about the uptick of theft in the cluster boxes. Now tell me again how safe mail-in ballots are. Thank you, Channel 4, for one story you got right. Andriola, if you're in fear
Please
of
address the
losing your
full board, madam.
board, Andriola, if
No,
you're
please address
in
the full
fear of
board.
losing your
No point of
position-
order. Please stop the timer. Please address the full board. I asked, that is the rule of public comment. Please address the full board. Please do not
Okay.
attack individual commissioners. You can start the timer again.
Any commissioners that are afraid of losing their position, I hear there's a ton of jobs available. So, also, I'd like to say the people that say that there is no proof of the elections having fault with them, either they weren't listening last week when they were here, or they need to have their hearing devices inserted before coming to these meetings. Thank you.
Christiane Brown, followed by Debbie Hudgens.
Good morning, Commissioners, and I do really applaud your patience as we go through this. My name is Christiane Brown. I'm a 35-year resident of Washoe County, and I am here to support the certification of our vote. You know, this is not a reality show or a big-time wrestling venue, and the vitriol and the shouting and the hurling of threats and the baseless accusations is shameful in this chamber. These 3 commissioners who voted against certifying fully understand, they do, that certification of election results is not optional. This has nothing to do with their courage. They know as they sit before you that they have a non-discretionary duty to certify these election results. That's the way it is. This means they have no legal right to refuse to do it. So those of you who are asking them to do it are asking them to break the law and to have the courage to break the law. Contrary to the belief of many passionately misinformed speakers who don't get it, exercising free speech does not give you the freedom to disobey the law. Right now, hand counting is not allowed by law in Washoe County, Nevada. The commissioners don't decide this. You are complaining to the wrong venue. Sorry to those who don't like it, but that's the truth. Go to the registrar of voters with your complaints. If you want hand counting, go through the legislative process. Get it on the ballot and vote for it. But if you lose that vote, accept the results. That is democracy. The refusal by commissioners to certify official election results is not the commendable act of free speech defiance their supporters would like to believe it is. It is a shameful charade of governance. It is an act of political theater. Those today who have disputed the non-discretionary duty of the commissioners to certify this election clearly do not understand that duty. We are not passing a law here. We are carrying out an administrative procedure the commissioners agreed to carry out when they were sworn in. The only purpose of not certifying this election is to sow distrust, spread disinformation of our voting process, and disrupt free and fair elections. It's time we get over with this theater and get back to the business of governing, and shame on all of you who voted not to certify.
Debbie Hudgens, followed by Robert Devon.
Hi, I'm Debbie Hudgens. The American people and the citizens of Washoe County have been lied to. COVID revealed the extent of those lies. We suffered through the COVID hoax, and no, COVID was real. I've had it 3 times, but with proper therapeutics, very curable. We were told that COVID couldn't jump more than 6 feet. We were told that it would only get you from the door of a restaurant to the table, but once you got to the table, you were safe. But we saw an election in 2020 stolen. When I went to bed on election night in 2020, Trump was so far ahead, I was sure he would win by at least 300 electors. When I woke up the next morning, after watching the videos of people pulling containers of ballots out from under tables and stuffing them through the tabulators over the same stack over and over again, and then seeing how a man who never came out of his basement and never had an original thought in his whole life, he was declared the winner. So yes, we lost confidence in everything, our government and our elections. When we saw this weekend an American hero almost lose his life from a sniper bullet, but instead of scurrying off the stage in fear, he stood up and proudly raised his hand that he wasn't over yet. He's going to continue the fight. We need to see more courage. Don't run from the fight. Do what you must. Put your helmets on and stand up for the people that you represent.
Robert Devon, followed by Bruce Parks. Robert Devon. Bruce Parks, followed by Derek Morse.
Bruce Parks for the record. A lot of things I'd like to talk to you all about today, but some of them on the agenda for later, so we'll get to that. One thing I would like to point out, when it comes to being labeled an election denier, et cetera, whatever, here's the problem. It's pretty easy to bury your head in the sand and pretend there's not a problem if you're not willing to listen to the evidence. And so far, we've not been able to find a single judge with the backbone necessary to enter the evidence into the record. And until that happens, we will continue to maintain that there are problems. It has to get in front of a court. So far, that has not happened, being stymied at every turn. It'd be pretty easy to absolve the current ROV of the problems that we have in Washoe County election problems because the previous ROVs turned our elections into a soup sandwich. I can think of no more apt description. And who does that fall on? Yeah. A hand count is allowed by law. There are even procedures in the Secretary of State's handbook on how they're to be conducted because they had to interject themselves in Nye County to the point where they were dictated what kind of gloves they could wear and what type of pen they had to use. But hey, that's not government overreach, is it? On February 8th this year, the Republican Party held a caucus. We processed 12,554 votes in 2.5 hours. Paper ballots with ID counted that same night in full view of anybody that wanted to watch. We call that transparency. And we had the results before midnight that night. Now, I imagine if we had longer than 2.5 hours, how many votes we could have got. Oh my gosh. And it would have been counted that night. Nobody in Washoe County is more aware of the logistics requirements involved. You need volunteers? I'm pretty confident I can get you volunteers. Won't cost the county. I'm here today to ask you, in the upcoming general election, we want a parallel hand count in addition to the machine count. It can be done, it's legal, and you can make that happen.
Derek Morse, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Thank you and good afternoon. For the record, Derek Morse. I'm here to urge you to approve the results of the recount election. We've had 2 cycles now where we've had court cases not only in Nevada but across the country. There has been no credible evidence of substantial fraud or irregularities that would change the results of these elections. Our elections are safe, they are fair. We've got a real problem that people are trying to undermine our confidence in our elections, to gum up the works for whatever motivations they have. Please stand up to that. Don't let them do this. The election process does work well, and I urge you to approve the results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Emmy Miranda.
May I have the overhead, please?
It's on.
I'm going to engage in some Theater 99. If you can pull back from that, please. In my battle-tested constitution. For the record, my name is Cindy Martinez. Good morning, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Mr. Manager, Madam District Attorney, Madam Clerk. I want to speak about item 21, about the $10,000 that's allocated to the Reno Toy Run operated by the Northern Nevada Confederation of Clubs. I'm also a retired Category 1 sworn Nevada peace officer. So I'm familiar with the associations and affiliations of members of the Confederation of Clubs. Under the hat of law enforcement, I had a different view and obviously different scrutiny. As a fellow citizen protected by the First Amendment, I share their concern about their constitutional rights being infringed upon. I disagree fundamentally with the parameters of NRS 244.1505. Its genesis was in 1981, and allocates discretionary funds. I would argue that taxpayer funds are not discretionary, that commissioners and any elected representative is responsible for the good stewardship and appropriate use of taxpayer money. Having said that, the money has been appropriated, it has been delegated, and it's rightfully should be given to them. And I would say that, if I may, with your indulgence, Madam Chair, if the military veterans in the audience, if you would please stand, if you care to. We've all sworn the same oath that you did to protect and uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. And the First Amendment protects not only free speech, but free assembly and free association. The First Amendment protects all of us, or it protects none of us. And it's grossly inappropriate for elected representatives to coerce the withdrawal of this delegated money to this group. The better place to remedy this is in the legislature and talk to my representatives about a wrong-headed statute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Emmy Miranda, who has registered as a lobbyist, followed by Mark Radow.
Buenas tardes. My name is Emmy Marlet Miranda Aguilar. I have lived here all my life, and I want to say thank you to all the commissioners for taking the time to listen to all of us. I know it's not easy with everything that's been said to you, and I appreciate you with your patience and kindness. I am very concerned about the recent decision by 3 commissioners to refuse to certify the recount of the primary elections. This action, influenced by external pressure, obstructs our democratic process. The right to fair and certified elections is fundamental to our Constitution, and it is disheartening to see it compromised for political gain. I urge you and I ask that the Commission correct this situation immediately by certifying the election results, ensuring that the voices of the voters are respected and upheld. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Mark Radow, followed by Sherry Powell.
Thank you. My name is Mark Radow, and I actually want to thank everybody here for bringing up some issues that are so relevant and so important. Thank you all for being here. Well done. That was great, guys. I'm a 45-year resident of Washoe County, and I'm here to talk to you about misallocation of county assets, our assets, properties that belongs to all of us here, taxpayers in Washoe County. And the Washoe County is about to trample on fellow Washoe County residents, homeowners, and taxpayers. I'm here to talk about parks and investment in our community and the misallocation of parks that are before us. You have a subcommittee that works closely with you, which is the Open Space and Parks and Recreation Committee. They are currently in stage 2 of a 3-stage process. That is 1, negotiation, 2, contracting, and 3 is construction. They are now in contracting stage, which means this is happening without we, the people, knowing about this calamity that's about to be bestowed upon us. Now, what is a calamity? There's land in South Reno that belongs to Washoe County, belongs to we the people. And that value of land in Washoe County has skyrocketed in value to somewhere in the range of about $2 million per acre. Washoe County is about to give 18 acres along Wedge Parkway to a private user. That's $36 million worth of assets that belong to us earmarked for parks and recreation use, earmarked for all of us to use. But that land is being negotiated right now for guess how much? $1 per year for 20 years. $20. Such a good deal? That check has already been issued. Okay? That's happening without us knowing about it. And they'll argue that we need a stadium in Northern Nevada, because unless you do this, we're not going to have a stadium. Well, I'm here to tell you that there is a private development, there is a private money, 100% private money, not 1 cent from the public dole going towards the investment of a stadium in North Reno along 395 and Parr Boulevard. There is a hearing next week, Wednesday, July 24th, 1:30 p.m., right here. Please write that down. Next week, July 24th, 1:30 p.m., here in front of the Open Space and Parks and Rec Department. I urge everybody to be here and to express their will that Washoe County does not meddle in the private affairs and private business and take away plans for.
Thank you.
Sherry Powell, followed by Kathy Kite.
Sherry Powell, Carson City residents, hallelujah. I do commend the county commissioners. I find it interesting when I come here. I thought the failure or non-certification was amazing. A lot of people quoting newspapers and news sources, but not actually the NRSs. And I think it is great that you woke up Cisco, and his comment was an opinion not given by his attorney, which he does have on staff. Not only that, I was a little bit surprised by Aaron's comment because he has several attorneys on staff. A writ of mandamus, which is what they filed against you, they're filed all the time. It's not a threat. It's requesting of the court to address something. And what I find amazing is that there were 3 judges approached initially by Mr. Beatles, and only one made a decision. So we're superseding 2 judges, which I don't believe anybody in this room has authority over. Now it's sitting in front of the Supreme Court. And last time I checked, they haven't made a decision either. So I guess everybody's just guessing here on what they're gonna say. I would say historically speaking, they have always remanded. They try not to get involved in politics. Every now and then they do. But a writ of mandamus is not a threat. They're done all the time, and they have opinions about what could or possibly happen. As a prosecutor, I'm pretty sure that Aaron would throw the whole book at you, hoping that, some of it sticks. I saw the tape or the video right there of somebody putting a USB thumb drive, whatever you want to call it, into the back of a computer. If you don't think computers can't be hacked, maybe you should do a little reading on the Fandango Casino in Carson City, which they probably spend a lot more money on their security than y'all do. And by the way, Esther was a hero as far as I recall. So maybe the comment was only to one. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Kathy Kite, followed by J.S. McElhenney.
Hello, my name is Kathy Kite, and I'm a citizen, and I happen to be not afraid to say that I am a follower of Jesus Christ. And I kind of first wanted to talk to what Alexis Hill said when she was talking about President Trump being shot and not wanting bullets and this and that every council member is a mom and a dad, and that you deserve respect. Well, guess what? Every citizen is a mom and a dad and a grandson, and you serve us through the Constitution. So the same respect you're asking from us, we ask the same respect back, because we are equal in the law. And you work through us through the Constitution, not a council who is sold out to the world's philosophy without any consideration to God's word, which does not return void. You are literally tearing down your house and our house, which is what, since the Founding Fathers have built. There are two ideologies or foundations here. There is the globalist foundation and there's God's foundation. And you'll have to choose which foundation you're on. And I can tell that just by watching I've been here since all the other comments, and I really pray that you understand that you do have a soul. I pray you understand that you will hold accountability for it. For God says, don't fear man who can destroy the body, but fear God who can destroy the soul and the body. And according to, I just wanted to make a comment on Esther. Esther was a hero because she made the right decision. And she was told that, who knows, if deliverance doesn't come from you, it'll come from somebody else. So and it's in the book of the Bible. It's called Esther, and I hope that you read it. God's will stand forever, but the world's won't. It's only for a season. Now, the question really that I'm here for is to certify or not to certify. That is the question, right? That sounds like. And as a citizen, what's the problem? I mean, I've heard both sides of the people coming up here today. And some people have come up here and just said, just certify. They don't care about anything that's going on. The, mail-in ballots that have been frauded, the no voter ID, dead people on the ballots that have been voting, people voting in districts other than that, and yet they can just stand up here and just say certify, and yet we have come up here, and contrary to popular belief from, I think, Christiana Brown said, we have not had bad vitriol today or being mean or anything like that. But anyway, I want to finish. Anyway, I just pray that you guys really listen to what you need to do, because you will be held accountable. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
J.S. McElhenney, followed by Valerie Duval.
J.S. McElhenney, for the record, please put my comments in the permanent record. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I want to remind everyone about this word democracy. It gets thrown around all the time, and people who use it obviously have not read the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, or the Declaration of Independence, because it's not in there. Our founders hated the word and the concept of democracy. Democracy equals mobocracy. Also, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing, same way, and expecting different results. The only way to determine the original ballot counting method was accurate, honest, and fair is to use a different method. In this case, most of us in this room are asking the ballots be hand counted, despite what the rules or regulations recommend. The rules are not law and are not required to be followed. Any rational, logical human being understands the need to use an alternative method when there's a question as to the validity of the first one. Now to a more evil and sinister issue. As free Americans, we have a free will to use our intellect and make decisions based on our knowledge and conscience. The idea that the AG and Secretary of State of Nevada are threatening to fine, remove, and or jail commissioners who are voting their conscience shouts tyranny, dictatorship, and Marxism. Commissioners who are voted into office by the people should not be removed by the Attorney General or Secretary of State. Where is the authority written in the Nevada Constitution to do so? These bullies are determined to get their way and hide what is likely to be fraud and corruption in the voting process. There are dozens of countries that have tried and removed voting machines due to fraud or outlawed them from the start because it is so easy to hack them. The Washoe County Republican Party demonstrated with its caucus for the presidential preference primary that voters could vote with paper ballots with IDs in their own precincts, and that the ballots could be tallied in a matter of hours. In fact, the entire process only took about 3 to 4 hours. It is much cheaper than printing tens of thousands of mail-in ballots for non-existent voters. As a poll worker in 2022 on election day, the vast majority of people did not bring their regular or sample ballots. They came in to vote on the machines and forgot their ballots at home. What a huge waste of taxpayer money. So once again, the people don't trust the machines, and they don't want they do want hand-counted ballots, especially when there is a recount on contested races. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Valerie Duval, followed by Bob Blackstock.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Clark, Ms. Herman, and Ms. Adriola for voting not to certify the vote last week. I understand some of you are under a lot of pressure right now. I understand it because in Hong Kong, the central government often threaten the business owners and the local governors to comply with the orders. And if they don't, they are being threatened for fine or being sent to jail. And I'm seeing that right now. You're being threatened by our State of Secretary and AG. If you're curious what it looks like, do some research on Jimmy Lai in Hong Kong. He's still sitting in jail right now. And I understand not all of you can fight like Trump, and I understand it. I'm all for a redo and a hand count, but if you decided to yield, here is my suggestion. It's your duty to clean up the election process right now. Many countries and states have decided not to use the machine, and we have seen that last week. Let me ask you, if you take $1,000 to the bank and the teller said you only have 800, do you request the teller to recount the money right in front of you? And if the teller said, oh, the machine is right, it's 800, take it, would you trust the bank? Would you continue to do business with them? It's the lack of transparency and the lack of verifiability that made us question the integrity of the election process. If the election process can be verified and it's transparent, none of us here will have a problem. Let this be a learning lesson. We do not want another mess like this in November. It has become very clear to all of us that you are pressured to certify any elections, whether it is fair or not. So let's not make this happen again. Get rid of any election people who are in charge of this process who are doing questionable things. Get rid of the machine, do a hand count so we can trust the process in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Blackstock, followed by Kit DiCarlo.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Bob Blackstock. Yes, I'm back from last week, that oil-filled roughneck from Oklahoma. I've been accused here of being a socialist. Well, the truth is I'm just about as much a capitalist as one can possibly be. I've worked for several very large international corporations. I've been a member of the Los Angeles Venture Association, the Association for Corporate Growth, which is very conservative, and the Turnaround Management Association. I was a venture capitalist at one point, and I currently have my own tech business which uses my patents. So yes, I'm a bona fide capitalist. I graduated from Stanford with an engineering degree with an emphasis on device physics. I then became an engineer for one of the very large semiconductor companies in Silicon Valley. I started writing computer code in high school. I still write computer code on a daily basis, mostly in C#, but also in Python and others. So yes, I know my way around a computer, and I know how to do deep analytics and forensic analysis. That said, let me use my skill and experience here to provide some insight to the board. The information provided last Tuesday regarding artificial intelligence is incomplete. In particular, I was not able to download the data that was used in that analysis. Lacking that, it is impossible to reproduce that work. Indeed, at the very top of that link, it says, and I quote, "This conversation may reflect the link creator's personalized data, which isn't shared and can meaningfully change how the model responds," end quote. Digging further on this, the other link provided seems to be material that was supposedly provided by a world-renowned mathematician. Well, my search says that that person took a few math classes but never graduated. Anyway, the gentleman who presented that work is skeptical of the veracity of one machine. So uses another machine to determine the truth. But that second machine has been widely derided as being unreliable and producing hallucinations. Using that methodology, how could one possibly produce reliable results? In closing, there are several people here in the audience who want the commission to vote to certify the results of this election. I would like them to stand so you can see who they are. Finally, please vote yes to approve the recount of the vote for the 2024 primary election. Thank you.
Kit DiCarlo, followed by Penny Brock.
Stand up. You reject. Stand up. Stand up if you were opposed to.
This is what you did.
Take note.
Kit DiCarlo, for the record, I just want to say thank you for your time, and we are the greater majority. We're not silent anymore on saying that we don't certify this election. We think it's rigged. We know it's rigged. There's enough proof to show that it isn't, and I just want to say thank you, Commissioner Herman and Andriola and Mr. Clark, for not certifying and voting your conscience, and just thank you for standing firm. And I just wanted to say I'm sorry to you, Andriola, for everything that's happened, because I was here last time, and it was clear that you were really struggling with how to vote, and so thank you for not certifying it in the beginning, and I'm sorry that you three have been bullied into submission by our government into saying to not to certify this vote. I just want to say, like a lot of people have said already, greater is he that is with you than those who are against you. If you're for God, he's going to support you. I just want to read from 2 Kings chapter 6 really quick, because I think it's a similar situation that was happening at the time where Israel was about to be attacked, and the person that was with the priest Elijah was scared because the army was coming to kill them. And Elijah said, and he answered, "Fear not, for that they that be with us are more than they that be with them." And Elijah prayed and said, "Lord, I pray thee upon his eyes that he may see." And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire around about Elijah. So God is with you if you're going to vote for righteousness, and what's happening, being bullied into submission, is completely against the American spirit. We're founded on fighting, and our state is called the battle-born state because we are fighters. So I hope and I pray that you stand up against this and that you will fight to not certify this election, stand strong, and as you can see, the majority of people are with you, and we're here to fight with you. So thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Buddy Miller.
Penny Brock, for the record.
The shot heard around the world on Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm reading the Judicial Watch statement on the assassination attempt on former President Trump. Judicial Watch President Tom Fitton made the following statement regarding the apparent assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. He said, "Every Judicial Watch supporter and every patriotic American is praying for President Trump, his family, and the family of the Trump supporter murdered today. The radical left has attempted to mass murder Republican congressmen, as well as Justice Kavanaugh and his family. And recently, Democratic Party leaders throughout America, in the states, in the counties, through unhinged rhetoric, which we get here, false allegations of conduct, which we get here, proposed legislation, and sham prosecutions, or threatened ones, have increased the risk of assassination of President Trump, as well as violence against his supporters. We in Washoe County have seen riots in our streets by those paid by the other side. Do we feel safe in our county? No, because this is still going on. Someone said that the complaints about these elections should go to the courts. No, that's not where it starts. It starts with our sheriff. And in many counties across America, the sheriffs are investigating and coming to the conclusion of election fraud. We need our Sheriff Balaam to investigate this. He is the constitutional officer. He has been called on to investigate this. We have the evidence. It is his duty to investigate this. We are concerned that what happened in the primary will happen in the general election. We do not trust our upcoming general election. If every state but Nevada goes for Trump, that is going to be further confirmation of our concerns of election fraud. I would encourage you to vote no on this reconsideration. You can do it by law, you can do it, you're being told you can't, but the law says you're to vote. That means yes or no.
Buddy Miller, followed by Deborah Martin.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm addressing agenda item number 2. My name is Buddy Miller, and I'm a registered voter here in Washoe County. I'm asking the board to reconsider its unprecedented decision to not certify the recount last week. The board's refusal to certify the election results ignores the rule of law and the board's duty to canvass and certify the results. And in turn, that disenfranchises the voters of Washoe County, who should be your chief concern. As a consequence of this, the Attorney General has now filed a writ of mandamus, a petition for a writ of mandamus with the Nevada Supreme Court to issue an order to compel the board to certify the recount. One thing's clear, certification is a ministerial duty. It is not an exercise of broad discretion. The counting boards, the clerk, the registrars, they determine what constitutes a vote and the validity of the votes before the board even gets to the election results. But this board's duty is to confirm those election results. The board, on the other hand, has very limited powers. And I think it was interesting, one of the speakers that came up here earlier, she asked this board to support repealing Dillon's Law. And as this body might know, Dillon's Law is a law that restricts the discretion of board county commissioners city council, and bodies like that. And I think that request was an admission or a concession that this board has limited power, that this board's power was limited by the legislature. If voters, if candidates dispute the results of the election, then their option is to go to court. Courts are equipped to handle questions of fact and as well as issues of law. Mr. Paul White elected to do that. Lily Brand elected to do that. Also, Mark also elected to do that. Lily Brand voluntarily dismissed her lawsuit. Mr. White's lawsuit was rejected, or not the lawsuit, but his request for an injunction was rejected by Judge Draculich a few hours after you decided not to certify the vote. In any event, I'm asking that this board do its duty, focus on what it's supposed to do, and it must certify the results of the election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Marden, followed by Cheryl Perino.
Hello, my name is Deborah Marden, a resident of Reno since 1964. Do not certify the recount because it was done on the machines. The recount must be done by hand. That's what was agreed upon, for one thing. Certifying the so-called authenticated results of the recount would be a sin against God. This would be against the NRS, the state of Nevada, and all our voters' rights. Secretary of State Francisco Aguilar and Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford seem to think they live in the communist country. This is the United States of America. We, the people, are the government and obey the United States Constitution, which our forefathers, who were very wise, drew up for all of us in this country. We, the people, believe in the rule of law. We, the people in Washoe County, must have a new primary election. From the errors in the sample ballots to confuse the voters, the dirty voter rolls in our Washoe County Registered Voters Department, the illegal use of the thumb drive being used around the machines, lack of chain of custody of the ballots at times during the election, the manipulated count of the ballots, and the manipulation of the votes in the machines. It looks like, to me, ballots were deleted. These are only a few of the irregularities. The election is bogus to me as long as you do not investigate the election. Forcing Commissioner Mike Clark and Commissioner Jeannie Herman to change their votes is outrageous. It will not happen in the Washoe County. They represent the people, and they are honest and trustworthy. We need a complete new primary election. This all needs to be fixed now. Do not wait until the general election because it won't get done. We've asked over and over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Perino, followed by Terry Kolensnick.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Perino. Please put it in public records. I was working and I stopped my work and thought, I must go. I feel the life of my children and the children of the world are at stake right now. The ramifications of voting is the way the people's voice can be heard peacefully. We do not want a kinetic war in the United States. My background is as a certified public accountant, an auditor, a business owner, and more importantly, a mom. The voting machines have been proven to be easily manipulated and giving fraudulent results. The way to have the people's voice be heard is through transparency, paper ballots, one-day voting. Please vote no for the certification. We need to do a hand count. I'm asking all of you to be brave. I'm not as brave as any one of you because I could probably run for political office, but it scares me. So I ask God and Jesus to give me bravery now because I feel it's now. We don't have another year. We have this election, and we have the election for our presidential candidate. Be brave. God and Jesus are with us. I ask God and Jesus to give me more power of bravery and courage. I want to mention that the ramifications, again, are much more important than just the primary election of Washoe County. The New World Order, United Nations, the cabal, the 150 blood families, the City of London, the Vatican, Washington, D.C., have hijacked our freedom. The Federal Reserve and IRS are not government entities. They are private entities controlled by these evil ones. They control the money. They control our power structures. They have infiltrated our education, our government, our military. It is up to we, the people, now to stand up, or we will lose our freedoms and our children and our world. We're all in this together. United States citizens need to have their vote heard. I've heard from a very good resource that 2,500 to 3,000 illegal immigrants are being flown into Reno International Airport. We are not a sanctuary place, and they are being registered to vote and given driver's license. We need to have ID and hand ballots. Please be brave and vote no to this certification and do a hand count. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Kolensnick, followed by Pam Dar.
Hi, I'm Terry Kolesnik. I'm a candidate for Assembly District 24, this district right here. I just want to say I'm very sad by the division among us. You know, it's not Democrat or Republican or everything in between. It's about your values. What do you stand for? In my adventures as becoming a politician, I've run into a person who won her primary in District 26. Her name is Diane Sullivan. She's a Democrat. She's known as Nevada Moon. Her and I have become friends. How about that? Me a Republican and her a Democrat. She won her primary in her district. She has been taken down off the Democratic side because she refused to be endorsed by Planned Parenthood. Imagine that, a Democrat who is pro-life. Can you do that? I think you can. I think we can stand on our values, what's right and what's wrong. Know the difference. We got to get past that. And I would ask our board here, go with your values. Don't be afraid of your handlers. Maybe you've been appointed, maybe not. Maybe you're elected now. But go with your values. Do the right thing. Don't be afraid. Our life is very short in this world. That's what I got to say. God bless you.
Pam Dar, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Pam Dar, Precinct 6411. I do knock on doors. I'll be doing a lot of knocking on doors soon. It's going to be a really big election coming up. And I hope we do this right. I think what people are saying is we're tired. We're tired of things that need to be fixed or shouldn't happen. I would have loved to seen on the agenda a recommendation of using different departments to clean up our voter rolls. I would love that, because it's one less issue that we're dealing with, and save money, $100,000. It could be even more that's just out the window. That's not good. I also would like to see a way for the candidates to make sure they're in the right place on their sample ballot, that their name's spelled properly, that it's under the right precinct. I hear this from voters. They're frustrated. They're not trying to intimidate a poll worker. They're frustrated. So I hope it gets resolved before this next big election. Cameras, GoPro. I had a camera in my face working the elections, and it did intimidate me, because you don't know where that film's going. I don't know how that was allowed. That's a poll worker observing. That's part of the functions. And I thought there was a law that you can't intimidate anybody. I would find that intimidating. I know now I can tell that person, you need to put that camera away. I didn't know that the first time I worked the elections. So, we should protect the people that are the process of our elections, not allow it, because you don't know what stream it's going into, what group. With AI, facial recognition, are they going to be harassed? Are they going to be found out? You want people to participate, not be intimidated. And we want to bring the community in to volunteer. So that troubled me, no matter what side you're on. I also vote yes for the toy run. I think it's a great thing. It should have happened, or it should just be done. Yay, that's a happy, positive thing. Number 22, I have many questions. I'm sorry, I do have questions. And the thing is I think every time we go through this, we have questions, but they don't get resolved. I hope we get this resolved. Number 23, agenda. We have too much growth, too fast. I'm scared. I look at these apartments, and it's jaw-dropping, and they look sad. They look ugly. They look terrible. I don't know how these things are getting approved. And these fourplexes and duplexes. I went to Carson City for the holidays one time, and you think, oh, it doesn't take that much room. I had to park 3 blocks away and walk through snow for Thanksgiving. That was a couple years ago. Because there's no parking for those fourplexes. 1 car per unit, and all your guests park all down the street. Thank you. Have a good day.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Alicia Judd.
Victoria Meyer here. Put my comments on the record. I want to mainly, people have said so many things today, and so many things you should be paying attention to. There's problems with our voting, many people believe, and so you should vote your conscience today. I hope you reiterate the vote from last week. I assume when you vote, that means you have a choice, yes or no. Apparently, Secretary of State Aguilar and DA Hicks think that you don't have a choice, that you must vote yes. I'm not sure that's a vote. If it's a mandate, then that's not a vote, and being threatened with jail time and fines and impeachment is actually, for one official to threaten another official is illegal, according to NRS statute. I do want to bring attention to most people. Apparently, a lot of people don't know. If you go to nvsos.gov and type in the search bar the word EASE, E-A-S-E, you will come to a page where you could vote online with a digital signature. And I went there in February and completed the process almost, because I didn't want to actually vote that way, although I apparently could have, because I do have residence in another country. Nevada's EASE is the first entirely, this comes from nvsos.gov, is the first entirely online application from registration to requesting a ballot to ballot delivery to a ballot marking system using a digital electronic signature. It authorizes covered voters to use digital or electronic signatures to sign applications to register to vote, overseas ballots. It says here that, so when you go through the process, you can pick the election you want to vote in. And at that time in February, of course, Washoe County was one of the elections. And all it required was first and last name. It had a space for driver's license, but that wasn't required. First and last name, last 4 of your social security number, and a birth date. That's all that was required to vote online. That's just questionable in and of itself. I'd like everybody just to look that up. If you have questions about election integrity, this is about as unsecure a site I've ever seen.
Lesia Judd, followed by Alan Munson.
Hi, my name's Lesia, and I've never done this before, so I'm kind of nervous. But thank you, commissioners, and everybody here. I want to talk about, because I wasn't going to speak today, because when I do this, I get very nervous. But I figured my voice needs to be heard. You see, I'm a survivor of human trafficking. Here in Reno, I was 5 years old to the time that I was 14. My parents sold me. Not for drugs, not for alcohol. My stepfather had a big-time gambling problem, and he owed a lot of important people a lot of money. Instead of breaking his arms and his legs, my arms and my legs and my innocence were taken away here in northern Nevada. Yeah, am I angry and am I hurt? Because you see, I never got justice. I never was able to think for myself until now. And what I've been hearing all day, this is why I thought my voice needs to be heard. Because this is what I've heard today. Using economic abuse. Preventing that person from getting or keeping a job. Using coercion and threats. Using intimidation. Using emotional abuse. This is what I've heard today. Where's the insanity, the ability to think and behave in a normal and rational manner? Sound of mental health? Isn't that what it's all about? Is getting and helping those? Okay, so let's say we do a recount, just hypothetically. What if those numbers are still the same? Do you want another recount? And then another recount? When is it going to stop? When are we going to have unity? When is it going to stop being about power and control and about the people that are suffering here and the people that are afraid here? I know a lot of LGBTs, and they're scared to get out of their house because of them. And I apologize, but I'm angry and I'm hurt because I feel like nobody is taking us serious and that we don't have a voice, but we use anger. No, we try to use calmness and love, and that's what it's about. Thank you.
Alan Munson, followed by Maxine Bradshaw.
My name's Alan Munson, a resident of Sparks, and boy, well, you know, I have to congratulate all of you for listening for 3 hours, and it's hard. I come here today to support not approving, the voting the last primary, but I understand the big issue is our next election, and it seems like we've had a lot of information that shows that the machines have problems. And I'm worried about the election in November, big time. And you have seen a room that's divided. And there seems to be a lot of evidence that should be checked out. Are there problems with the machines? And you've heard evidence that there was, I was part of the caucus, and that was all handled in one night, paper ballots. It worked, and we would have confidence then. And it's sad to see our community divided like this. It really is. And I am horrified that 2 of the commissioners have been threatened. That's not right. Why would anyone do that? I mean, Attorney General, that is not right. You guys have had a job, you did your job, and we put you there. I also, there's been a lot of comments about it's the law, and then, the first thought that came to my mind was John Adams in Boston Tea Party that started our country. They fought the British law because it was unfair and it wasn't right. They stood up for that. And that's what I hope that, I know you probably think I'm full of baloney, but I hope you hear me. I say this with sincerity. We want to end this division, and I think a way to end it in November is that we somehow have confidence in the vote, and you guys can do something about that. And I thank you so much for what you.
Thank you.
Maxine Bradshaw, followed by Rodlin Williams.
Hello, my name is Maxine Bradshaw from Carson City. I spoke to you last week, and my message is the same. But my message has become even more profound and critical in its reverence to God in light of last Saturday's global event in the assassination attempt of President Trump's life, when the hand of God placed protection over the man who many hail as the greatest president in history. The very reason we are correct in calling him President Trump is exactly the reason we are here today. Because we not only know, but have the visible truth of this nation's 2020 presidential election that was also stolen. Robert Beatles has spent the last several years expending his own private resources and precious time fighting for every single Nevadan. We're all here to stand again behind him and the brave, courageous members of this board who understand and embrace their roles as true public servants, standing up for the people of this county. Another brave and courageous member spoke from her heart and conscience last week, pledging her support through her vote of no against certifying the primary election recount. It was such a wonderful moment to know that the people of this county were finally being represented through their vote. It is never too late to change the path you are on, to walk the one that is right. You will recognize it is the right one because you will experience a sense of peace you may not have felt for a very long time, if ever. Please take these words with you from Romans 14:19, which says, "Therefore let us pursue the things which make for peace, and the things by which one may edify another." The truest, most perfect vision is not what we see with our eyes, it's what we see with our hearts. Please fully understand this. You each have a tremendous opportunity to save Nevada's future. For every family, simply by how you vote from this day forward. I have many dear friends and family in this county, and I keep in prayer all of them and you, that you will fully stand with the people you see in this room and hold fast on not certifying the primary recount for Washoe County 2024 election. Never fear. God is with you on this. Of all the words that God has spoken to us, please remember 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, I will hear from heaven, forgive their sin.
Roblin Williams, followed by Tawny Olson. Hello, my name is Roblin Williams. My family has been in this area since the 1940s. I care a lot about this area, and the first thing I want to do is thank you, Jeannie. Thank you, Mike, for being brave enough to stand up for your constituents, which is what you're doing. You're standing up for what your voters are asking you to do. I'm sorry, Clara, that you have decided within
Please address the
24
board.
hours.
Ma'am, please
I'm
address the board
okay,
as a whole.
I will.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Rules for me, of course. So I am sorry that there was one that chose within 24 hours. There's a lot of people talking about why, for whatever reason, but I do understand the legality. You make laws, you make rules, and then you make new rules to hide behind rules that lead to a lack of transparency, which is all the voters are even asking of you. Just allow us to have one citizen, one vote. You are taking away every way we have to make sure we have true and authentic counts in our voting system, in our election process. You are even going as far as to threatening an 84-year-old woman with her safety and her very livelihood to force her to obey the system, the machine that is causing this. Your sincerity about your desire to certify the vote of the people becomes suspect when you fight transparency. You call the need for IDs racist, meaning people of color don't have birth certificates. They've never gone to school, they don't drive, they've never traveled, they don't go to the doctor, they've never rented a place, they don't have utilities, they don't even have a library card, because all of those take IDs. But when it comes to the vote of the people, our constitutional right, that doesn't need an ID, because if you want an ID, that's racist. That is why the Democratic Party is shedding members of color by the masses. It is offensive to tell them they're too stupid to know how to get an ID. That. Number two, I went to the ROV on a tour last week. That ROV, I have found out the ERIC system that you guys voted for has total access to our voter rolls the day after voting, even before the election is certified. That has to change. Thank you.
Ani Olson, followed by Susan Van Ness.
I'm gonna cry. I'm sorry.
Mama Bear.
All right. I am speaking today on behalf of my daughter, my son, and all the other boys and girls who live out in Spanish Springs. We moved out here to enjoy the ruralness of this community, the freedoms and openness that this community brings. Oh, I'm addressing agenda number 23. The safety of this community was our major concern when deciding where to live. We want our children to grow up in a safe environment where they are able to be kids. We ride dirt bikes, we bike, we're constantly outdoors, hiking in our own backyard, which is amazing to be able to have our kids grow up this way. All of this building brings more people, more crime, overpopulation, more school crowding on top of how crowded they already are. Our infrastructure out here can't handle much more. The traffic is ridiculous. Commute times have already majorly increased, and it will just keep getting worse. We don't have enough police resources, our sewage, our wells, that's a whole nother situation. All of this directly affects our quality of life out here negatively, which leads to a decrease in our quality of life in Spanish Springs. Instead of focusing on these bunkhouses and multi-level homes that you guys want to build, why don't you use the land to build more for these kids out here? Parks, BMX tracks, volleyball courts, pickleballs, tennis courts, something to keep these kids busy, happy, and stimulated like they should be. What's going to happen is more crime, more drugs in the community, unsafe environments for these kids to be able to feel safe and secure. My most feared concern with all of this, building in apartments and bunkhouses, is the safety of my children and others in this community. My daughter, she's here right now because I wanted her to be a part of this and to see that we should stand up for ourselves. But I mean, I lost my spot. And she is the future of this community. We want to keep it that way. We have allowed a lot of change over the last years, but the change needs to stop. I've read so many things on Facebook and stuff, but I wrote it today too. We aren't San Francisco or Reno or California. I am from California, but I got away from all of that, and we would like to keep it that way. I'm very passionate, and I'm very worried about the situation as it affects all of us. And you guys seem not to care about who this is truly affecting. It's her, it's my son, and it's all these other families with kids out in Spanish Springs. Thanks.
Thank you.
Susan Van Ness.
My name's Susan Van Ness, for the record. I am the North Valley's gal. That we will bring up on another time, but I do want to address that with all of the commission and
I can't
county
see
manager.
your screen, ma'am. I don't know if you want us to see it.
I'm just going to start the
Okay.
whole thing again with Mr. Michael Mulroney. Here's what I want to say. The AG and the SOS are using their position as a political weapon. Over the weekend, my commissioner got threats, many. That's your people. As Commissioner Hartung used to tell Cindy Martinez, those are your people. These are your people. Now, about threats, the last time that I was here, there was a person that spoke with pink hair, her right. She had a rainbow fan, map fan, because it had the purple on the bottom. When I went out to the hallway, she was going to put my eye out with that fan. Now, security came in, I put my hands behind my back, they took her out. But you are trying to say that we are the ones that are the rebel rousers? Number two, how come my commissioner, Gene Herman, has never voted to certify an election in 10 years? Never. What makes this one different? I think this is extortion. I think everyone knows now what our AG and SOS did, and it could be them who are removed from office. Everyone needs to stand tall, because this also could be a trap for you. This could be that you could be slammed for voting yes. You could be leading yourself into a trap by voting yes and charged with an ethics violation. I don't know. But when you email people to come here, if they're your people, then you tell them to keep the rhetoric down. Because I stand with my county commissioner, and she does not need to be getting threatening and nasty emails from your people. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I do have a few emails to put on the record.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We'll now move into item 5, Manager Brown.
Item 5 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
Madam Chair, I have one upcoming announcement about board openings. The Senior Advisory Board, District 4, has an at-large position and 2 alternate positions for any districts. I just wanted to make that announcement. If anybody's interested, you can visit the county website for more information. That's it.
Thank you very much. I will start with Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems like we're at it again. You know, every time we turn around, we've got this same issue. This has been lingering with us since at least 2020. It's 2024. We're talking about the same issues. It's unfortunate that we have one group of folks that doesn't trust the system and another group of the folks who trust the system and think that the first group is wrong. And it'd just be a lot better if we could have some resolution to this. My comments are that, you know, the last, we've had 3 register of voters in the last few years. I've got, as I brought up numerous times, I keep getting ballots for somebody who lives out of the country, been out of here for 8 or 9 years now. I didn't get a ballot this time. We got wrong information on sample ballots. We've got over 25,000 return ballots that we know of. Again, I would say that many folks looked at them and probably just threw them away. We were lucky enough to get 25,000, so we at least have that number. We've got, could have been wrong names, wrong addresses, wrong parties. Who knows why they were sent back. We've got, you know, a local other official, elected official told me that she'd spent time in the Registrar of Voters office and saw what she thought was irregularities. I mentioned that we've got 3,143 counties in the United States and 64 parishes. I was trying to point out that all of those counties and parishes probably have elections. We seem to have elections that cause a lot more problems. I think in those particular counties, there might be somebody with some expertise that we could hire to show us the right way to do things. That falls on deaf ears. You know, I don't have the ability to hire the registrar of voters person. I don't have the oversight to control the office space they're in, the size of the location of their office, what the air conditioning's like, what the heating's like, what the hours are like. I can't hire the registrar of voters. I can't hire the registrar of voter staff or employees. I don't have direction over the HR department to hire people that work in that. I don't have an information officer or department to control the narrative and tell people what they what the county wants them to hear. I don't have the authority to buy the equipment, the computers, the sorting machines. I don't have the authority to authorize printing of ballots, sample ballots. I can't pick out who the polling workers are. I can't pick out the polling places. I can't have the times or locations of the polling places at my fingertips. I can't do any of that. We've got dates and of operational hours that are open. I can't hire contractors to come in and oversee what the Registrar of Voters does. I don't control the budget of the Registrar of Voters. I can't hire groups that come in and give counties the way to streamline or work their voting. There's one person only in this county, the most powerful unelected person in the county, unelected by the people, that is. He's elected by the county commissioners, and that's the manager. The county manager has the authority over the registrar of voters. This is one person, and one person out of the whole planet. There's 8 billion people on planet Earth, and you folks are lucky enough to be sitting in the same room with that 1 in 8 billion person. Okay, so if you think about it that way, if this county manager who controls what takes place here would listen to both sides of this group, have some citizen advisory groups, have some town hall meetings, bring in folks that have passion on both sides of this, and find a way to make some compromise and find a way to work with the people, we wouldn't have to sit here for 3 hours and 24 minutes hearing about complaints about the registrar of voters and what's taking place over there. I personally have a difficult time believing that everything is done correctly there. You know, we've got, and when I point out the manager, the county manager, his very own words to the folks who think we should certify, who are wearing those certification stickers on you, his own words in the paper last week and his own words in the paper about a year ago said, we should tear the registrar of voters office down to the studs. What does that sound like to you when you say you should tear something down to the studs? Does that sound like it's in perfect order?
Commissioner Clark.
No? Yes? I'm making my comments. Thank you.
I understand, but if you're going to get into the character competence
I'm not getting in any,
of the manager, that has to be agendized.
I'm talking about what was in the newspaper this week, okay? And it's part of if the registrar of voters office should be torn down to the studs, what does that mean to the voters? Is that, and I'm going to tie this in, when the Secretary of State and the Attorney General of this state said, I'm instilling less than confidence in the citizens by my comments. When somebody who's running the whole shebang says it needs to be torn down, does that instill confidence in the public? I don't think so. So that's my point. I'm not trying to attack anybody personally. I'm just quoting what was in the paper. Anybody can fact check me on it. When I was interviewed last week by the RGJ, I asked them to fact check that, and the reporter interviewing me said, I don't need to fact check it. He's the one who told that to me, so I know that's a fact. Okay, so again, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, quoting that I'm doing something to undermine the public's trust in the voting. I just went through the list of things that I don't control. How can I possibly undermine the community's trust in voting if I don't control any of those? Look to the person who controls all those. If anybody's undermining the trust of the public, it's the person in charge, isn't it? Okay. All right, you don't have to answer because I don't want you to get in trouble. All right. So, again, who controls the registrar of voters office? Who's in charge of it? Who controls their budget? Why don't we reach out to this person, who's the county manager in this case, and ask for some meetings, some town hall meetings, and let's get together and figure out a way to smooth this over. This shouldn't be this way. This has never been this way. I'm as old as just about anybody on this dais, if not older, and right there, I don't see this kind of ongoing arguing over this kind of stuff. This should be pretty simple stuff. There's lots of other counties. Again, I mentioned over 3,000 other counties that have elections of some sort. This country's been around for over 200 years. We've figured this out, except for here. This is disheartening to come in here and hear what people are so unhappy and so distrustful. Let's restore the trust. Let's figure out a way to get this back on track where we don't have to spend all of our county time hearing people's unhappiness. There's ways to fix all these. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, and those are some of my comments. The Secretary of State needs to understand that the people are here unhappy. I think we had earlier, I think I saw a Nevada State Assembly person in the back of the room. I hope the legislative branch of this state listens to what's taking place here and figures this out. They use the word vote. The definition of the word vote is not what's being applied here. We have to look at what's been presented and authorize it. Voting doesn't seem like it's in the law the way that we have to do what we have to do up here. So it's just a long, drawn-out process. The county has certain things that we can do and certain things that we can't do. But It's up to you folks. The state legislators are going to meet again probably February, I think, end of February, first part of March, for 120 days. And it's up to you to go down and make comments there. I know I'm going to be there. I'm going to be talking about issues. I'm going to be talking about voter rolls. I want to know why other counties can clean up their voter rolls and we can't. I've been talking about this way before I became a commissioner, and it doesn't seem to have much progress, yet other counties around here have cleaned up their rolls. That's the foundational basis of the whole voting, the citizens' votes. I had somebody interview me from UNR, and he asked me, why is it so important to have clean voter rolls? Well, this is a young kid who doesn't understand foundational basis. Without a good foundation, what do you have if you don't have accurate voter rolls? You know, everything that the state is trying to do is to let's make sure that more people vote. Let's register them at the DMV. Let's have mail-in. Let's have early voting. Let's have same-day registration. Let's not show ID. Let's do this, that, and the next thing to make more people vote. And guess what? Less people are voting. I think we had just over 20%, under 25% of the population even took the time to vote here. So there's a lot of apathy out there on the side of the voters, but part of it is what's taking place. I think we need to clean up the voter rolls and make sure that people have confidence in what they're doing. So many people don't vote because they don't think their vote counts. But we saw just this last election, a person running for city council in the city of Reno, was a 15 votes made the difference between first, second, and third place. So again, every vote does count. I want to make sure everybody who wants to vote can vote, and just to have this bickering going on continuously, it's just a sign of lack of leadership here, lack of listening to people, lack of bringing everybody to the table, lack of letting everybody have a voice in the process. So those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a hard act to follow. I just will be short here at this point. I just wanted to let you know how grateful I am for all your support. And I really appreciate it. God bless. One other thing, I wanted Mr. Regas to know that I have requested a 10,000 donation for toys. So.
And Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Andriola? Okay, well, we've had a great public comment this morning. We are going to take a break for our lunch and to stretch our legs, and we will be coming back with item 6 at 2 o'clock. See everyone there. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. It is 2:02. I will bring the county Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order, and we will now move on to item 6. Manager Brown.
Item 6 is a recommendation to approve the FY 2025 University of Nevada, Reno extension budget in the amount of $2,819,570 as presented by Holly Gatsky, Area Director of UNR Extension. She's with us this morning here in afternoon, here in Chambers.
Good morning, everyone. Before you is the information on our budget. I can tell you that it really hasn't changed too much from previous years. And so I can probably keep it pretty simple for you, but I'll let you know what's happening. I'll definitely keep it light on programming because we'll be back this fall to give you a detailed programming information, and we're going to have a Washoe County coordinator hired on at that point. I've got a verbal agreement, and so we'll have somebody on, and I'll be bringing that person with, which is part of the addition to cost, but I think that'll be well worthwhile, and that new position will help us engage further and deeper with the communities, with yourselves, with the cities, and be able to get everything connected and happening a whole lot more. So before you've got some information on the revenue. The revenue has continued since we get property tax, a portion of the property tax, the revenue has continued to increase. Thank goodness, because we also got the 11% increase in COLA that we're dealing with, and in salaries, which was very much needed. We are now filling our vacant positions, and so we're very excited. We were actually getting to the point where our salaries were so low we weren't able to attract candidates. We are now, and good candidates, so we're very excited about things. So basically, before you is that information, I just would like to indicate that the university side of things provides the state and the federal funding. That has creeped up a tiny bit because we got a portion of the salary increase from the state. Sponsored projects and other income is dominantly grants that our team acquires. And that's a university lingo, but I thought I'd let you know that that is the grants that we have in our office. We're bursting at the seams right now in our office on Energy Way. We have a real strong team doing child caregiver training. They are going full bore. In fact, they added a few more people. We've got wildfire training in the high schools still going on through grants. And we actually have a needs assessment that we're doing with schools on gap analysis that occurred during COVID and what type of work needs to be done. So it's just highlighting some of the newer big grants that are running through our office right now. And we expect those to kind of continue into this year that we're in right now. And that's why the projections are high and up there for grant activities that are going on. Now, if you go to the projected Washoe County funds budget, and we'll get down to the details of the budget on how we're using those funds. Basically, a large portion of the budget is going to salary. We work with people in the community, and so our people is the way we get programming out, whether it's 4-H and dealing with volunteers and youth. We do an exceptional high amount of programming with youth in collaboration with the school district and nonprofits. And in fact, last year, I don't have this year's numbers because we're partway through the year, but we impacted 8,971 youth targeted in low-income communities. Only 54% of those were Hispanic. And the reality is that program has been very strong in reaching those youth and using hands-on type of activities to really make a difference on how they're be able to function in life and be able to get their education up to balance and move forward in things. So we're pretty excited about that program, and we have actually realigned and added money to more staffing into that area and to be able to reach more, increase the FTEs and things like that. So most of the salary, the increase is going into salaries from the COLA for those type of youth programs and for other new positions, like we've got a nutrition specialist that is on now working with educating people about healthy eating for managing their chronic diseases, and she's gone full tilt out of the gate and working with the food bank, collaborating with them to get some real education on the ground so that people know with what food they can get in the food bank or what they can get at a reasonable price themselves, how to manage some of their chronic disease issues. And we think that was one of the top priorities of the health district, and we're following that and working in that area. And I mentioned the coordinator is one of the other positions we added on, and we really needed that to be able to connect the dots and make sure that when we're working with the public, that we're working in conjunction with and filling gaps, not overlapping with other people's work. So that is the type of work we're doing. That coordinator will also help me. We're partway through a needs assessment for the county, and we'll continue finishing that up. And so I really want to say that the budget is really lean on operating costs and overhead because all of our money goes into people. The university, we own the building, so we just keep operating and squeezing people into tiny spaces, which is helping us function and go forward. So other than that, I would say that the only other unusual thing that you might draw attention to is that we are accumulating a bit of a building fund because we literally are to the point where we don't have space left. So we will probably anticipate that we will have to lease space elsewhere at some point in conjunction to continue programming and make sure that we reach things out. So the money set aside for that is to be able to do renovations and to architectural fees, those types of things, just to make sure that we can continue efficiently doing programming. Even our classrooms are spilling out on size and those types of things. So we'll have to figure out how to do that effectively because it isn't a lot of money for space, but it's something to get us started. Other than that, I'm going to keep it short and simple and just ask if you have any thoughts or questions, and those are what I have to present to you today.
Thank you, Ms. Gatsky. I'm looking to Vice Chair Herman. Do you have any comments or questions? And Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Andriola.
I just want to thank you and the staff, and especially what you do in the rules. Not that it's everyone is important, but I think a lot of folks don't really know the dedication you have in bringing everything to the rules, and I think that that's important. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
And Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the update. Thank you for bringing information to our attention. Thank you.
Great.
Good work.
Yes, and looking forward to talking to you more about your building fund and seeing if there's any possible partnerships that we can help you leverage. Madam Clerk, this is an action item. Is there any public comment?
There's nobody signed in.
Okay, well, today we are approving the budget that Ms. Gatsky is proposing to us, so I am looking for a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We have a motion and a second on the budget. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, and we look forward to continued collaborations.
Thank you, we do too.
Thank you for your great work. Okay, we'll now move on to item 7. Manager Brown.
Item 7 is a presentation and update on FY 23-24 fourth quarter status report for the Washoe County Regional Detention Facility, to include security of the jail, conditions of confinement, staffing and medical care of inmates housed at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office.
Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. I'm happy to be able to present the fourth quarter report. The numbers in the packets you have in front of you are the overview statistical data we have from the fourth quarter and some yearly totals. I'll ask for your patience as in the next time I get to present will be a complete look at the fiscal year. We've only had a couple weeks since the fiscal year ended. The data that we gather is very intensive, and we do a deep dive to try and figure out if the hows and whys. There'll be a more complete statistical report on the complete year, and you'll be stuck with just me for that entire report. For today, I've brought someone with me to help present, who I'll introduce in a few moments. Some of the numbers I'd like to highlight. During the fourth quarter, we booked 3,630 inmates into the jail. The average daily population for the fourth quarter was 1,064, and that's about where it's at today. The average length of stay was 16.26 days, which was down 3/4 of a day from the third quarter. 96 inmates were sent to the ER from NAFCARE. We had 3 attempted suicides and none completed. And in the fourth quarter, our inmate assistance program throughout the course of the year saved $1,061,640 by diverting inmates from custody to programs and transporting them there. As you know, the Washoe County Sheriff's Office prides itself on being progressive by providing programs and assistance to the inmates in our custody. We understand the majority of the inmates that we house will be re-entering our community, and the more support and programs we can offer, the greater the chance the inmates will remain out of custody as valued members of our community. An example of this type of program that we have started under the direction of Sheriff Balaam is the Bridge program. I'm happy to have Senior Office Specialist Timothy T.J. Mills, our Bridge Coordinator, present an overview of this program to you and answer any questions you may have following his brief presentation. We appreciate your willingness to allow us to present this type of program to you in this form so you, as well as the community at large, can see what we're doing at the jail, the programs that we're initiating, and that we're more than just jail cells. So.
Madam Chair, thank you. Honorable Commissioners, thank you. TJ Mills on the record. So my name is TJ Mills, and I have the privilege of serving in what was previously known as the Programs Department at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. And today I've had the opportunity to speak with you about something we find very important, and that's reentry. Now, reentry isn't about helping bad people who've done bad things. Reentry is about giving the inmates in our custody, most of whom will be released back into our community, the tools to succeed. So if you'll allow me, I'd like to begin with a story rather than telling you more about reentry. The baby in that photograph is me, and the man holding me is my father. And that man dreamed of fathering a son, and the day that I was born was one of the proudest, happiest days of his life. The young man in that photograph is me, sitting next to my father. And I had never known a life without love and support growing up in this community. I had become the pride of my father's life. The man in that photograph is me. More than 11 years ago, over a jail phone at the Washoe County Detention Facility, my father told me that he was ashamed to call me his son. And he should have been. I couldn't be trusted in our community, and I was hurting everyone who loved me. I had reached a point where I was hopeless, and I was destined to die or end up in prison. But for 11 years, I have not been that man. And the only reason I stand before you today is because at what may very well have been the last opportunity, a reentry initiative crossed paths with my life. The coordinator of that program saw something in me that I had given up hope on, and it was that my life mattered. What I can say is that that man did not save my life, and the program didn't save my life, but it gave me an opportunity. And we'd like to talk to you today about the work that we're doing to give our inmates in our facility that very same opportunity. When I first toured the Washoe County Detention Facility with my supervisor, Ryan Hensley, as we approached the programming unit, he described it as something like the Disneyland of the jail. And at the time, I kind of laughed about that. I will tell you that I don't laugh about it now. And to me, what that means is a feeling, and it feels like hope. And although that unit provokes powerful emotional responses, I think for almost anyone who visits it, particularly for those who can attend the graduation ceremonies, what we've learned is that an emotional response alone is not what we're looking for, and our current model of programming is not as effective as what we could have. And the reason being is that our current model of programming is based almost exclusively on inmate self-referral, and this is based on a faulty premise that not only do inmates know the resources they need to keep them from recidivating, that if we give them options, they will choose the correct ones. And we know this premise is untrue. Additionally, this premise of allowing inmates to choose their resources is inefficient in a world of limited resources. Our agency, as well as I'm sure most in the county, operate with limited resources. We are allowing inmate judgment to determine our resource allocation, and we have that backward. Furthermore, the bulk of our programming is comprised of inmate-driven group therapy sessions. The concern with that is it's ineffective at reproducing outcomes. We can't predictably understand what the outcome will be. So simply put, we could have 2 students enter into a class, parallel classes, teaching the same behavioral health issue with the same therapist. And upon graduation, they could have completely different experiences and content delivery. So it's ineffective at producing outcomes. Another way that helps me to kind of understand this is that we treated programming for the longest time like we were Columbus, in that he left not knowing where he was going, and when he got there, he didn't know where he was, and when he came back, he didn't know where he'd been or how to reliably get back there. And additionally, in this case, sometimes outcomes can actually be worse for inmates who are exposed to programming. This is due to something called an exposure effect. If we take the wrong person and expose them to intensive programming, what can happen is criminal thinking and behavior can rub off on them in an exposure effect. So sometimes the outcomes can actually be worse. So that's where we've been. What would an effective reentry program look like? Well, the tenets of it include that it's evidence-based. We know the program works because we have evidence of it working in other places. Additionally, that it's data-driven. Data would drive our decisions rather than making decisions and attempting to find data to support them. The program would be tailored to the whole needs of an individual, and the way that we know what their needs are is to assess them. And the assessment has to tell us what is their risk to reoffend in the community and what are their criminogenic needs. And last, the program would need to be holistic. We're addressing the entire assessed needs of an individual rather than providing the limited resources we have. And what does an effective program look that successfully implements these tenets? Well, one inspiration for us is Allegheny County in Pennsylvania. Their reentry program has served as an inspiration for us. Their participants were 24% less likely to be rearrested. And that's 24% reduced rearrest rates for their participants. The programs work. So now that we've told you a little bit about where we've been and where we need to go, please allow me to show you our vision of how we'll get there. This is the bridge at Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Our foundational principles are clear, and they're rebuilding lives and strengthening community. Every decision that we make and action we take must meet those standards. And if you'll bear with me, this slide will be presented at the end of the presentation as well as we continue moving forward. This is our implementation plan, and we have researched extensively to develop an evidence-based approach to achieve two primary outcomes. There will be many secondary outcomes, but the two primary outcomes we're concerned with are reducing crime in our community and increasing the safety and security in our facility. And we can reasonably predict both of these will happen, again, because we have evidence of them happening in other agencies. And the image that you see is circular because with your support and proper implementation, the program renews itself. And we'll discuss that more as we go forward. The first foundation piece of our program is a screening tool, and we're working with some of the preeminent research agencies in the entire country on criminal justice research to develop a Washoe County Sheriff's Office screening tool. This tool will be administered to inmates on intake into a housing unit after they watch a short instructional video, and they will be mandated to take an assessment tool that will identify two things: risk to reoffend in our community and what their criminogenic needs are. So these agencies want to partner with us because this is a revolutionary approach. Additionally, we've spoken with UNR, with our Criminal Justice Department, and we are partnering to create a research site at our facility with Dr. Lanterman. This research site isn't just to develop and implement a screening tool, it's to develop and implement our entire program. What that will allow us to do going forward is not only to track data and analyze data, but it will allow us to publish the profound results that our program will achieve. The second component of our program is a facility dashboard. And the image that you see in front of you is the real-time interactive dashboard of Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office. This tool displays at any moment for anyone who wants to log onto their website real-time data about the characteristics and needs of the population of their detention facility. We have developed a beautiful relationship with Salt Lake County that's based on information and experience sharing, and they have offered not only to train us in how to build this tool, but to help us build it for the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. And why this tool is important in this setting is that anyone can access it in this room to guide policy discussions, resource allocation. It will change the way we make decisions. Internally, we will be able to see at a moment's notice what the real-time characteristics and shifting needs of our population are and target interventions accordingly. So we're basing them off of data. We're going to build this tool with the information gathered from our screening tool as well as from the new jail management software system that we're building and implementing currently. So we've covered a lot of ground already, but at our core, the Bridge program is about becoming a national model for pre-release reentry programming. And we have researched extensively and have built a program with two components. One is an in-person component and one is a remote component for our population. What you see on the screen before you are the enrollment criteria for the in-person program. And we have chosen these particular criteria because given our population, these criteria allow us to affect outcomes in the best possible ways. So as you can see, these also include inmates who will be releasing back into our community. So it is critical that we positively influence these outcomes. And what we are doing is building a structured, evidence-based curriculum for this very program. And so now that we've covered who's eligible to attend programming in person, what do we do with the rest of the facility? And a few months back, as we were researching our program, our current model, we identified that 30% of our population, by the very nature of their classification restrictions and movement restrictions, were ineligible to attend programming. So they were ineligible to receive vital resources that will protect our community upon release. We identified that this was a concern. So in researching solutions, we partnered with an agency, American Community Corrections Institute, who has more than 4 decades of producing evidence-based cognitive behavioral courses to address criminogenic needs. And we will go live this month with a program that will deliver tablet-based resources specifically addressing criminogenic needs of our population. So every inmate in the facility will have access to vital resources. Additionally, we are going to leverage this relationship to break down some of the silos that exist with courts and supervision. And it's just out of necessity that these silos have been created, and we're working to break those down to increase effective communication. And what that will look like is ACCI has partnered with U.S. parole and probation and justice systems all over the country to allow, in this case, probationers or parolees to be compliant with their program. We are creating a research site out of their program to allow detainees to become compliant with court-mandated obligations so they can become effectively supervised while in custody and enter into a warm release back into the community, leaving our custody faster. Now, the true backbone of our program that really creates that self-propulsion is the community aspect. Our agency cannot handle this by ourselves. It's a community issue. Reentry affects our entire community, and it will take our entire community to successfully implement this program. We are becoming the agency concerning reentry that everyone will want to partner with. Our screening tool will tell them exactly who needs their help in our facility. Our dashboard will tell them exactly how many people need their help in our facility. Additionally, our evidence-based structured curriculum will allow them to enter and teach as subject matter experts in their field. While there, they can carry out the additional assessments as indicated and create case management profiles for a warm handoff back into the community. This really is what changes the entire nature of our program. Additionally, every successful agreement that we have with a new community partner will be accompanied by a press release and local news coverage because our community deserves to know what we are doing. And our community will feel safer because we will be safer. And our community has family members and friends and loved ones in our custody. And for those of us that have family members and friends and loved ones in custody, we will want them in this program because the program works. And it's already working. And the future prospects, it's not exaggeration to say that Washoe County should absolutely be the national model for pre-release reentry programming. And we are on the cusp of being that. So we can look internally at some of the departments, including Housing Unit 11 and 15 and DSU and IAP, sorry for all of the acronyms, that do amazing reentry work. Every one of those departments will be enriched by access to the data that we're gathering and the resources we're bringing in. But again, it's about breaking down silos outside of our facility as well. Every agency that is doing reentry work in our community in Washoe County will be enriched by access to this information, and we want to share it with them. So it's not an exaggeration, again, to say that we're trailblazing. Where we are heading is somewhere great. And the two enemies of great are good, which is where we're at now, and perfect, which is somewhere that we'll never be. So you allow me to open with a few personal stories, so please allow me to close with 2 more, and then I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have. The man in that photograph is my father. A reentry program intervened in my life and helped give him back his son. My father is holding his grandson. My father is holding my son. In this photograph, those two boys are my sons. And the only reason they exist in this world is because a reentry program entered into my life. I can't imagine taking a breath of air if they're not in this world. And I think they're the two most beautiful things to ever set foot on God's green earth. And I would do anything to protect them. And what we are doing is offering a scientifically backed, evidence-based approach, not only to give hope to the next guy like me and his family, but to give my sons and their generation a safer, brighter future. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this today.
Thank you. Beautiful presentation, and what an exciting program. I will start with Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just know your father has to be very proud of you now. That's an amazing program. I'm anxious to hear more about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for sharing your story. It's a story of hope, and it shows if we invest in people in our community, they can give back in bigger and better ways. So I'm just really impressed with the ability to share the data with the community at large and then invite the community partners in to actually do the work. I think giving them access is something that we don't always allow in our different local governments, so I really applaud you for that. So thank you for being here today.
Commissioner Andriella.
I'll just echo again, congratulations not only to your success, but you being and helping to lead the way for many others. And it's really paying it forward. And I think it's an incredible story, but won't it be great to have more incredible stories? So, and I think your dedication to helping do that and having it be data-driven and having measurements that you can actually quantify the information, I think is really helpful. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to congratulate you on turning your life around. Good news, and it sounds like a great program. I also need to compliment the Sheriff's Office and the jail, how the jail's run. I spent several hours there a couple of weeks ago on the food preparation and delivery and distribution and cleanup, and watched the whole operation. So the Sheriff's jail is run very well. So anything that's involved with the jail, I think is a good investment in our resources to keep people from recidivism. Also, on your slide that showed partners, I might suggest you reach out to the Chamber of Commerce. Ann Silver there, I've given her some discretionary funds for job training, and there's no questions asked there. If somebody comes out of incarceration and they need employees for her companies that are involved in the Chamber of Commerce, and she trains people, gets them ready to go, buys their uniforms, safety shoes, goggles, tools, whatever they need, and there's a good resource to add to your partners, because let's face it, everybody needs a job or needs some walking around money or some opportunities to advance themselves and earn some income. So that's a good resource to take a look at, and I'm sure she won't mind me recommending her program to you, but that's something that I think could fit in there quite nicely with partners, is getting job training and somebody who's got job placement at no cost to the individual. So thank you for your good work.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Commissioner Garcia and I have been able to go to the Getting Out programs. How are those, how do they work with this program? Are they separate or part of it?
No, so they will continue to be a part of this program, and those are evidence-based approaches. And so what we will do is Chaplain Sharp will continue to, until he's ready to step aside and pass the torch to someone else, those will continue to be part of our offering for the in-person program.
Okay.
For those who are eligible.
The 30% will be on the tablets.
Our new enrollment criteria is slightly more restrictive, and the reason is that what we have found, and this has been studied pretty extensively, is that two of the primary groups that self-refer into programming in incarceration are low risk and high risk. And having those people programmed together can be problematic because of the exposure effect. So we are really, because of limited resources, we are targeting the group that is most likely to recidivate, because then we have more opportunities to change those outcomes.
Okay.
So it will be more restrictive, but the outcomes will be more profound.
And the folks who have to be on the tablets, are they paying commissary funds for that? That's all part of their programming in the jail?
That will come from the commissary trust fund.
Right, but they're not paying for it. I just want to make that clear. Okay. And then are we working in collaboration with that Miami model? Because it seems similar to some of the work that's coming out of that.
Yeah, the amazing thing is that, Administrator Ratty is doing in Northern Nevada Public Health with the sequential intercept model, is that we exist, typically, our program would, in intercept points 2 through 4.
Right.
And that's kind of where we have the opportunity to acutely change outcomes. Our program, however, operates at every intercept point, and the community aspect of it and the data and the resource aspect of it will enrich every intercept point for more effective resource delivery. So it has a chance to help everyone. And I don't think, it's not an exaggeration. Some of our mentors are the experts in their field who have been doing this with the Department of Justice forever. And we have an opportunity to take their experience and apply it in our community.
Pretty exciting. Well, please keep us updated, and I can't wait to see the end of the fiscal year full report and at our next update, and so we can continue to talk about how we can improve the conditions at the jail and support folks on their next step into our community. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess you could tell how proud I am to represent the Sheriff's Office.
Absolutely.
And the progressive acts that we're taking under the leadership of Sheriff Bale, and really providing the resources, and for the board for helping provide those resources as needed. We're doing great things, and we're going to show you and the public what we're doing, given a bit of time. Are there any questions to close about the jail for the fourth quarter?
Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your time. And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll see you soon in a few months.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 8, donations. Commissioner Garcia, if you could help us read that into the record.
Of course. I move to approve 8A1 and give special thanks to the horse unit auxiliary for the enclosed trailer valued at $4,900.
Okay, looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on donations? Okay, with a motion and a second, any question from the board on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 9, our consent items. Are there any items that commissioners have questions on or would like to pull? I'm not hearing anyone. With that, Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on consent?
There is. Scott Finley? Scott, come back. I don't see Scott, so looks like no.
Okay. With that, I am looking for a motion on consent.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on the motion for the consent? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now moving in to our block part of our agenda. Madam Vice Chair, do you have a proposed block vote for us today?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. Number 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay. I am looking for a second on that motion for block.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment on those items?
Checking. Looks like there is nobody signed in on any of those items.
Okay, with a motion and a second, any questions on the block vote? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And there we go. It's up on your screen now. We will now move into item 14, Manager Brown.
Item 14 is a discussion and direction to staff regarding potential bill draft requests, or BDRs, for the 83rd to 2025 session of the Nevada Legislature. The subjects of potential BDRs to be considered include changes to NRS chapters 239 and 259 to clarify that certain records of a medical examiner or coroner are public records, and to clarify that certain records of medical examiner coroners are confidential and not public records. Changes to NRS chapters 239 and 293 to establish that records of voter signatures held by a county clerk or registrar of voters for purposes of establishing or validating voter registration are not public records. To add to NRS Chapter 482, the requirement that the Department of Motor Vehicles, in cooperation with Washoe County, to design, prepare, and issue a specialty license plate for the support of programs benefiting the Truckee River, to submit a recommendation to the Legislature Committee for the review and oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Lake Water System, to amend Chapter 432 Statutes of Nevada 1999 to require the Reno Parks and Convention Authority to grant to Washoe County a percentage of certain taxes collected with the rental of transient lodging in Incline Village and Crystal Bay to be used towards paying cost of public transit to, from, and within the portion of the Lake Tahoe Basin located in Washoe County, and to submit a recommendation to the Legislative Committee for the review and oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Lake Water System, that they submit a BDR amending Chapter 432 Statutes of Nevada 1999 to impose a surcharge of $4 on the per-night charge for rental and transient lodging, Incline Village and Crystal Bay, to be distributed to Washoe County to be used towards paying the cost of public transit to, from, and within the portion of the Lake Tahoe Basin located in Washoe County. The board may direct staff to pursue BDRs on one or more of the identified subjects, or to bring back information on subjects of other BDRs that the board identifies as being in the best interest of the county for approval at a future meeting.
Thank you very much, Manager Brown. I see Ms. Matievich is here. I think we would enjoy a quick staff report on the proposals before us today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Government Affairs Liaison. Madam Chair, I'll try to be as quick as I can with that lengthy introduction that Manager Brown gave, and give some detail for you and for the public. Quickly, this is where we are. The slide on the screen depicts where we are in the process for developing BDRs as we move towards the 2025 legislative session, which begins in February. I know it seems a little strange to be talking about February already, but here we are, and seeking direction from you because we do have some deadlines that are upcoming. So with your indulgence, Madam Chair, today I will update you on the potential BDR topics that the board gave direction on in April. I'll request board direction on the possible recommendations that Manager Brown outlined in his introduction that relate to the Legislative Committee for the review and oversight of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and the Marlette Lake Water System, which I will call the TRPA Oversight Committee for brevity from here on out. And then ask that you identify any other additional topics or recommendations to individuals or entities that are authorized to submit BDRs that you may wish to have brought back at your August 20th or 27th meeting, again, as we move towards that September 1st deadline for submission of BDRs. And so, as a refresher, the board provided direction to me in April on the two items that were presented pertaining to public records, so that one of the medical examiner and coroner, and the other that relates to voter registration signatures. I will give a little bit of additional detail that we did discuss in April, but for those in the audience who may not have been here for that conversation, so just to further clarify, that with the voter registration signatures, they would remain public records for purposes of inspection at a registrar or a clerk's office, but that they would not be required to provide copies of voter registrations to members of the public as a public record. So at your direction, I presented those items to the Nevada Association of Counties, I'll call them NACO from here on out, to their legislative committee for consideration to carry those as NACO BDRs, as both of those topics are relevant to all counties in Nevada. And as of right now, that legislative committee, NACO legislative committee, has discussed those BDRs on a number of occasions as they contemplated their BDRs for the upcoming session, and they have given their support to those. I anticipate that they will take action at their meeting this coming Friday to recommend that those items be submitted to the NACO Board of Directors with a recommendation that they be NACO BDRs for this coming session. The Board of Directors will consider their legislative committee's recommendations at their July 26th meeting initially and give final approval as to the topics of their BDRs at their August 23rd meeting. So not much time between there and that September 1 deadline. When I conclude, we'll talk a little bit more about next steps, but that may factor into the direction that you give today. Also in April, as Manager Brown outlined in the introduction of the item, we presented an item on a specialty license plate to benefit the Truckee River. At the time, the board did indicate an interest in that as a BDR, but asked that the item be held for consideration with other topics at this time. I've done some additional research into the process for specialty license plates, and there is an alternate path that we could take, that we could actually submit an application now to the Department of Motor Vehicles and the the Commission for Specialty License Plates. And so it would be my recommendation that we actually take that path. I think we'll get to the end result faster and likely use less staff time doing so. So that's my recommendation at this point to the board. And then there are two new items for the board's consideration. Those recommendations to the TRPA Oversight Committee. Manager Brown outlined them with the agenda item. But again, redirection of certain existing room taxes to require that those come to Washoe County for public transit. And then the creation of a new surcharge that would also come to Washoe County for public transit.
Both to be used only in Crystal Bay and Incline Village to come and go.
To, from, and within, yes. So it would not support, it would not be allowed to be used for transit that did not connect into the Washoe County portion of the basin. So it couldn't be used in South Lake. It couldn't be used on the California side of the lake exclusively. Now, it could be used as part of a broader transit system that does transport around the whole lake, but it could be used for things like microtransit, airport shuttles from the Reno Tahoe Airport up and back to the lake, so that visitors would have an option to get to the lake without a car and not have to have a rental car to get up there, and be inclined to use that rental car when they're there. So really looking to create, both of the proposals are in response to an identified need for dedicated funding for public transit in the Washoe County portion of the Tahoe Basin, which does not exist today. The statute that Manager Brown read into the record, also known as the Washoe County Taxes on Transient Lodging Act of 1999, sets forth certain taxes that must be paid and the ways that they must be paid. Other room taxes are identified in chapters 244 of NRS, and this would take up certain portion of those taxes. The first item would take a certain portion of those taxes that are currently paid to the Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority would require them to grant that money to this board for that use in public transit. And then the same thing with the recommendation for the new creation of a new surcharge. As this board likely knows, nightly surcharges exist elsewhere in Washoe County to benefit certain properties or programs that serve both residents and visitors, so looking to replicate that in Incline and Crystal Bay. And that would be a recommendation to the TRPA Oversight Committee, not a BDR that the county would carry as our own, but again, a recommendation to that board. Those recommendations are due at the end of this month. And so on that one, it is, if the board wishes for us to submit that, I would need that direction from you today. And with that, Madam Chair, would open it to any questions that you have on what I've presented and any direction or identification of other items that you have that you may wish to consider at your upcoming meetings for BDRs.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matievich. And just to clarify for the board, the surcharge as well as the portion of reallocation to the Board of County Commissioners that is being proposed today is in the Washoe Tahoe part of Washoe County. It is not, we're not creating a surcharge down here in the valley. This is just for Incline Village and Crystal Bay, both of those. So just for clarification, and we are currently using ARPA funds to fund microtransit up in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. And since the visitor is making an impact on that community, we would like to see if we can have the visitor pay their fair share. So those are the proposals before you today for discussion. And then it sounds like we have two open BDRs if board members want to make recommendations to Ms. Matievich. Looking for board discussion here. So Commissioner Clark, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Andriola?
Thank you. Thank you for all of your succinct brevity and the complexity of all those items. So thank you for that. I do have a couple points on the specialty license plate. I'm very familiar with the specialty license plate. One of the requirements, I don't know if it has changed, is it has to benefit statewide. There also is a condition of having a certain number of license plate registrants that has to be maintained, and if it's not maintained, it may come into question, and that's over a period of time. So I was just, I'm supporting it, and I think it's a great way to go to hold an opportunity to explore a BDR, but I just wanted to throw that out in case there is something that hasn't changed legislatively that I am aware of that may not afford that moving forward. So I just wanted to throw that out. The deadline for the BDRs, if there are any suggestions moving forward, did you say that was August? Was that August or what? Or is it now? Is it July today?
For the record, Cadence Matievich, Madam Chair, through you to Commissioner Andriola. So the deadline for us to submit BDRs, the two BDRs that we're allocated in statute, is September 1st.
Oh, September 1st.
To the Legislative Council Bureau. That happens to be a Saturday this year, so we'll need to turn them in by August 30th.
Okay.
So if you did have any items that you were interested in, I would ask for that direction today so that I have time to develop them, bring them back to you for your consideration, and get them submitted by that August 30th date. So if there are items that the board wishes to direct, come back at either your August 20th or your August 27th, which is cutting it really close, meeting, we have adequate time to do that.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Garcia?
I had the same question, thank you.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman? Okay. Oh, it looks like we do have public comments, so we'll take that and then we'll look at some action. Madam Clerk?
First up, we have Penny Brock, followed by Robert Beatles.
Penny Brock for the record. Well, you probably thought you'd see me up here about this BDR having to do with voter registration. I guess somehow that got by me in April. I don't remember it being discussed. That you would not have voter registrations, signatures, voter signatures made public record. Here we go again. Lock down the transparency. I want to know whose bright idea this was. Our form of government is to be transparent. Our elections keep becoming more and more and more non-parent. I thought we'd arrive there, but I guess not, because now we're not going to make signatures public record. That is wrong. I would like to ask you to pull this from this agenda item and not pass it. If you do want to pass a BDR pertaining to voter registration or voting, why don't you pass mandatory voter, clean the voter rolls, or mandatory voter ID? I mean, I'm sure the 14 counties, the rural counties, would be happy to have that. The problems are coming from Washoe and Clark County. The problems are coming from the Democrats, actually, in the legislature. Our Republicans always vote against this kind of nonsense to shut down open, transparent, fair, honest, and secure elections. I want to know where this came from. I want to know why we don't have a Citizens Advisory Board on elections yet, so that we can discuss this kind of thing before it comes before you. Is this just coming from our county manager and our ROV manager and Amber McReynolds, the outside consultant that Manager Brown hired? Where is this coming from? This is outrageous that you're going to tell the public. There are times that the public needs to see signatures. There's a movement abroad in America to look at voter rolls to clean them up. And you've got to see the signatures to do that. This is probably going to be coming to Washoe County. So we definitely do not want the signatures to be shut down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Beatles, followed by Renee Resendez.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Please put all my comments on the permanent record. Yeah, I didn't see this before either, so thank you all for bringing this to our attention. I'm just kind of curious if they would give us some more clarity on what this actually means, because when I read it here, it says changes to NRS chapters 239 and 293 to establish that records of voter signatures held by county clerk or register of voters for purposes of establishing or validating voter registration are not public records. I just wonder if they're going to kind of twist and contort what that actually means. Is this also going to impair us from cleaning the voter rolls? Taking, case in point, I think it was Commissioner, I forget the commissioner at the time, but you had the ROV Rodriguez, you had County Manager Brown, as well as many others on the email thread. I gave them like 43,000 people that shouldn't be on the voter rolls that were to be investigated. That never happened. In March of last year, I gave Rodriguez and others another 11,400 people that shouldn't be on the rolls based solely on your tax records as well as the voter records. When you put them side by side, the NRS clearly states that you can't have these addresses receiving ballots or voting from them, yet nothing's ever been done. I have the emails that said that they would get back to me in 90 days. It's been a year and a half. They still haven't. And so I'm just wondering, we know that they're not cleaning the rolls, but what are they going to do here as far as these signatures? Because we know that we're able to see all the signatures. You guys put those on the outside of the envelopes. I mean, everybody can. I get your name. I can get your address, your party affiliation. I can get your signature, enough to steal your identity right off the envelope. But is this going to keep us from cleaning the rolls? I would appreciate if they could give us a little bit more clarity on that. And if it is, please don't pass this, or please don't promote it. It doesn't need to be there. We need to clean things up, not sweep more things under the rug. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Resendez, followed by Val White.
Hello, Renee Resendez. Okay. According to NRS 239 and 293, to establish the records of the voter signatures held by the county clerk of registrar of voters for purposes of establishing or validating voter registration are not public records. Okay, this is a bit confusing because in our election, on the envelopes, the signature panel was open to everybody. Everybody in the post office, everybody could see the signatures. They could take pictures of it, they could use it for fraud, steal somebody's identity, and all of a sudden now, it needs to be private. So this makes no sense to me. If this is going to interfere with our checking the voter rolls, then this definitely needs to be turned down. So, but this makes no sense to me that throughout this election, everybody's signatures was out there. And now it's supposed to be private. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Val White, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Do you know what creep is? Creep is something that slowly, slowly progresses until it reaches its destination. This is creep, removing the possibility of checking to see that the signatures on ballots are valid. Making them non-public allows the registrar of voters to hide that information. Is it increasing transparency? Because I always hear that this department in this county is always concerned about transparency. This is definitely not increasing transparency. So where's the other creep? The other creep is in not just the registration, but I lost my chain of thought. Hold on one second. Different document. Excuse me. Well, there's one other, and I'll hit it the next time I come up, but it doesn't appear to me that this is in any way going to help with the transparency of elections, of making sure that citizens can know that elections have been conducted fairly. I was in the fish tank, the observation container, for many, many hours in several elections. Basically, signatures are the only thing that allow us to know that a ballot is valid. And now you want to take that away. Just when is it going to stop? This creep is slowly locking down all possibility of making sure an election is fair. Is that the goal? Because that's what it looks like. Right now we have an election system that is so non-transparent. We can't see inside the computer. We can't see the programming. None of us could even tell how our phone works. We don't know what's going on inside it. It's to hide everything. Anytime there's a machine involved, it's hiding it. And now the election department just bought more machines to verify the signatures. So we don't know what kind of job the machine's going to do in verifying the signatures. Hide it, hide it, hide it in machines. This is wrong. Please vote no.
Victoria Meyer.
So, same thing. Victoria Meyer here. What is this? Voter signatures are going to not be public record. Are you kidding? We already have such questions. It looks like the circle is closing. Just the grip is almost complete, would you say, Chair Hill? Is that where we're going here on our elections? We already have ballots that can't be identified or associated with voters, and now we won't be able to associate any signatures either, which goes really well with the EASE system on the Nevada Secretary of State site where you can vote online with a digital signature. Why, it didn't even ask if I was a robot. No security. I can go and vote there, and then I can go and vote here. And in several elections, they said I voted in the PPP. I did not. I received 6 ballots at my house for people who live in New Hampshire. My neighbors, I know most of them, received ballots at their homes for people that never lived in those homes. We have issues here. We have NRS 293.2546, voters' rights. We have rights here. Number 7 says to a sample ballot which is accurate, informative, and delivered in a timely manner as provided by law. I got mine after the election this time in the primary. I know one of the candidates' names wasn't even on, Drew Rebar. His name wasn't even on. That's not accurate. We have the right to have complaints about elections and election contests resolved fairly, accurately, and efficiently. You know, you can't, you must remove this. We have a right to transparent elections. Y'all on the progressive side want to talk about transparency, but you're nothing even close. And this moves us even further into darkness and closing the circle, the grip on our county for our elections. When are you people gonna fix it? Because we have a general election coming up, and you think this is a problem, right? Let's do something about this. And why is this in here? I really would like an answer when you have an opportunity to speak, to address some of the things that people say here. Give us some explanations. Don't just close public comment, pat each other on the back, and move on to the next item. Address our concerns and give us a committee, a citizens voting committee as well would be good. Thanks.
Thank you.
There's no one else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think there were questions about one of the BDRs that will be forwarded to NACO, and I'm hoping Ms. Matievich can clarify. I know that the full board voted in support unanimously for it, so it would be helpful to hear that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Cadence Matievich. And I apologize if in my attempt to be quick in my description that I didn't provide sufficient information for the board and for the members of the public. So let me give it another try. On the particular BDR that there have been questions about, when this item was presented in April, we did give some additional information as to why the item had been presented and what the intent was. And the intent, and the board at that time gave direction to me to forward this item to the Nevada Association of Counties to submit as one of their own BDRs. So the direction at that time was not that this be a Washoe County BDR. Certainly the board could give a different direction today, but as of right now, not a Washoe County BDR. But what brought this forward is concerns about both integrity of voting and also identity theft. And so what the proposal would do is clarify in statute, in both the election statutes and the public record statutes, that voter registration signature files are available to the public for inspection at the office of the registrar or clerk, depending upon the county, if you have a registrar or clerk. But that the registrars and clerks are not required to provide copies of one or more voter registration signatures to members of the public. As this board knows, and members of the audience and those listening online know, that oftentimes we get standing records requests for ongoing volumes, pages. Someone could request a copy of every voter registration signature. What this proposal does is seeks to say, if you want to see those, you absolutely may. Come into our office. We are required by law to show them to you. And it would clarify that and make that black and white in the statute, but also to say, but we're not going to give you a copy of it that you can walk away from because we don't see what public purpose providing those copies would serve. I hope that helps clarify.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I had signed in to talk about something related, and I'm trying to process what you just said. I know right now, today, you could walk over to the recorder's office and get documents from lots of different sources that have signatures on, and you can walk away with those. So, you know, to have the front door of a building locked, but the side door and the back door open, it's almost like, why are you doing that? You know, there's so many things from the treasurer's office, from the assessor's office, from the clerk's office, from the recorder's office. Lots of this stuff is available there, but if we just block this registrar of voters office only, people who really want to get some copies of signatures can get it at other places. You know, that was also a problem with the assessor's office when certain law enforcement or judges or so forth wanted their identities hidden, but then it was still available at other parts of the county. So, you know, it kind of defeats its purpose, and so it just seems like a lot of extra work that may not actually do what we're trying to do with it. So just a thought. Next, though, I'd like to maybe come up with a bill draft request that we have an automatic recount if we have, and I don't know what the other commissioners think about this, but an automatic recount if we have an election that has within a 3 to 5% difference in votes, that we have the county automatically recount the votes and for the certification purposes, so we don't have questions about tight races, and we don't force people to spend $50,000 to cure 15 ballots. So I think there should be some kind of a threshold there, some tolerance, some tolerances that we could use, 3 to 5%, somewhere in that range for automatic recount. So that's a suggestion that I have for bill draft request. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. DA Canderas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been receiving some comments from members of the public about the fact that at this last election, people's signatures were on the outside of the envelope. And I bring that up for a couple of reasons. For the general election, and I'm sure everybody will think this is good news, the county will be using the Secretary of State's approved mailing ballot. So at this point, I don't know where the signatures will be. It does strike me as probably ironic to not provide copies of signatures if people's signatures are on the outside of an envelope. And I guess my point there is just to consider that this may not, it would be for the state, you know, for the legislature to consider, but I am not sure that it would have its desired effect. I know we don't like to give all these copies of a bunch of signatures, but as Commissioner Clark rightly noted, you can get most information from other areas in the office. So that's just, I think that may have just changed since we asked Ms. Matievich to consider this bill draft request. So I just wanted to let you know that I've been kind of dealing with this, why the signatures were on the back versus under the flap.
Thank you. Any other board members have comments or questions? Vice Chair Herman.
Thank you. I've been here about 10 years, and I was always thinking that our BDRs that we've sent in, we had 2 at one time.
We have 2 still.
Still 2? Okay, so it always seems like the things that I think are important, like maybe an election BDR that kind of asks the legislature to make these improvements or something like that, that really takes care of all the people. And something that really we could be proud of, you know, and that's what I always thought of for BDRs, but it seems like there's always reasons why we have to do something different. So I'm not happy with some of the things that are in it. And they're kind of twisted and turned, and there's so many things to choose from and everything. So I don't know. That's just my opinion. So,
Thank you. What I would like to do is to give Ms. Matievich some clarity on what to do moving forward. I'm going to first make a motion on the TRPA Oversight Committee bills that are not part of our two BDRs, but that the board needs to recommend so Ms. Matievich can spend time on those issues. So I'll make a motion on that, and then if Commissioner Clark wants to make a motion on his request for BDRs, or any other commissioner wants to make a motion for another request for BDRs, we can do that as well as part of the county's BDRs. On the NACO BDRs, are those moving forward, and they will be heard at the NACO meeting, correct? So folks can address those concerns at the NACO meeting?
For the record, Madam Chair, Cadence Matievich, Government Affairs Liaison. So the direction that you gave to me, I provided to the NACO Legislative Committee, and they are moving forward with that as it stands. Certainly, if this board wishes to give different direction, I can go back and inform them of that at their next Legislative Committee meeting, which is scheduled for this Friday. I don't believe that those meetings are open for the public, but the NACO board meeting where they would be considered, yes, there would be an opportunity for the public to provide that comment to them at that time. If you would, Madam Chair, can I provide a little more insight into, the question I've asked is why are we bringing this? And Commissioner Clark, I recognize your point. We heard some conversation earlier today about nothing being perfect. And I would agree with that. I would point out that the voter registration signature that is held with your voter registration is essentially what unlocks your ballot. That may be different than a signature. It may look different than a signature that's anywhere else at the DMV. And you're right, people can get this. But I think what this is attempting to address, and Ms. Canderas, thank you for that additional clarification. That's helpful for me to understand, and as I talk with NACO about that, I appreciate that. But that, if you will, that sort of tailor-made record of every voter, every registered voter, that you don't necessarily get that when you query all the signatures from the clerk's office or the assessor's office. And I think that's what we're trying to. When this was brought forward, that was the intent. Perhaps we haven't perfectly accomplished it, but I think it does remove one easy way for someone who perhaps did not have good intentions to just walk in and get a tailor-made packet. And so I would present that as one of the reasons that we felt this had merit to come forward to the board for consideration. Thank you for the opportunity.
Commissioner
to clarify.
Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always appreciate your good work, and I'm not here to argue with you in any way. But I'm just thinking out loud, the Registrar of Voters sells the voter rolls, correct? For a penny and a half apiece. You can go buy the voter rolls of every registered voter, and he gives their address because candidates use that to mail election material to them. So you got a name and an address, and now I just have to take one extra step and go to the recorder's office and see whose name's on the deed if they own property or if they own a business. I mean, it isn't that hard to perfect the whole package: name, address, phone number, signature. Okay, so it seems like, again, without arguing, it seems like, why are we doing this? If somebody's really devious and wants to perfect somebody's signature, it's easy enough to get. I mean, so we're going to make this law and just another layer of something, and it's almost laughable if somebody's really devious. There are laws against fraud. There are laws against forgery. There are laws if people do this. But at the end of the day, if somebody really wants to get something, there's lots of ways to do it. And they don't have to get 100%. They just need to, if they're going to steal somebody's ID, they'll steal. There's plenty of IDs around to steal if you need to, and you want to, and you have the ability to do that through, if you can't get it from the Registrar of Voters, you get it from the clerk. If you can't get it from the clerk, you get it from the assessor. If you can't get it from the assessor, you get it from the treasurer. So they're out there. So just trying to, why go through the exercise is why why. And again, I'm not arguing with you. It's just, I'm pointing out that it's out there. You know, we used to laugh at the assessor's office when somebody would get their name deleted, and we know it was just 2 more steps or 1 more step to find them anyhow. All you have to do is look on the street and see who's deleted and you put it together. So, I mean, I'm not letting out any trade secrets if people don't already know that, but again, not having signatures available to verify is, people can do it other ways. Thank you.
Any other board? Yes, Commissioner Andreola.
I do think it would be interesting. Both Vice Chair Herman and I serve on the NACO board, and I think hearing from the other 16 jurisdictions in terms of their priority, because this isn't a Washoe County BDR that you're talking about. You're talking about NACO essentially carrying this, so we're kind of talking about something that is going to have continued dialogue representing, if you will, all 17 counties that may or may not even come to fruition. And because it's a BDR, may not even come to fruition if it doesn't pass through the legislative process. So it will be interesting in serving. Again, Vice Chairman Herman and I both serve, as I mentioned. And so I think hearing that dialogue before we just discount it, I think maybe hearing that would be helpful. And you're on the legislative committee, so I think you can hear from NACO as well. So I think we need more information, in my opinion, and getting an idea from the other 16 counties what that dialogue is helpful.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I'm supportive of the 2 items that you recommended to go to the TRPA Oversight Committee. And also, I'm very comfortable with the 2 NACO items, going through those channels, the DMV looking at the license plate. So everything looks good to me. I am supportive of Commissioner Clark's interest in an automatic recount BDR, and I would kind of leave it to you to do the research to see what other thresholds are in other states. I think that makes a lot of sense, and that's something I would be willing to support.
Great. That's good to hear. So I'll start with the first motion, see how that goes, and then we can, on the, just talking about the TRPA Oversight Committee, then we can see where we're at on the other items. So I move to recommend to the TRPA Oversight Committee a recommendation on existing transient lodging tax generated in Incline Village and Crystal Bay to Washoe County for public transit as outlined in Attachment B. And I also move to recommend to the TRPA's Oversight Committee to impose a $4 surcharge on the per night transient lodging in Incline Village and Crystal Bay towards public transit, item C in our packets. I am looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that particular motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Commissioner Herman? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now I will throw it over to another commissioner who wants to make a motion on the recount. Do you want to make that motion, Commissioner Clark, on the recount BDRs?
First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Garcia for supporting my request for that. I'm interested in what she is interested in, and how other states may do it, how other jurisdictions may do that. So I'd like to make a motion that you research what an automatic recount may look like on close races. It doesn't happen that often. I was on the other side of one of those, so I know what that's like, prevailing by under 600 votes in a race. So I think there must be some type of a percentage, a threshold. I don't know what that would look like, but something where if it's a tight race, we can have an automatic recount so everybody's satisfied with the results.
Thank you.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Do board members have any other motions, or the only clarification I would say is on the license plate, let's just go through the regular process, that's fine. So any support that we can provide on that, I think we're all passionate about the river and we want to see how we can get some more money for the river. Any other motions or comments? Commissioner Andriella?
We had a presentation by the medical examiner coroner. Do you need a motion to accept that as moving forward, or no?
I think we've already done both those items, so now
Okay.
they're in the hands of NACO, and
Okay,
NACO
just
can
making
decide.
sure. I wasn't clear on exactly. Thank you.
But
for
it
the-
does sound like Ms. Matievich on Friday should explain that the board sends new information, et cetera. There's some hesitation on that particular item with the ROV signatures. And any other board comments or questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Great work. We'll now move on to item 19. Mr. Manager.
I believe that's really the clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam
First.
Clerk, item 19.
This will be Bill number 1921, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code, in Article 319, short-term rentals, STRs, by modifying various sections in order to clarify maximum occupancy limitations associated with an STR permit, limit STRs to one per parcel in the Tahoe planning area, prohibit new STRs in accessory dwellings in the Tahoe planning area, clarify when an STR permit must be relinquished, remove requirements for outdoor fireplace permit from the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, allow for an updated STR permit renewal date via payment of a prorated renewal fee, remove the requirement for a signed notary for STR renewal applications, clarify that new STR permit is required with each change of parcel ownership, grant a 30-day automatic grace period for renewals with possible additional 30-day discretionary grace period that may be granted by the Director of Planning and Building, and clarify violation and revocation regulations, and by amending Washoe County Code 125 Administrative Enforcement Code to reduce the appeal period for STR stop activity orders from 30 days to 14 days, and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank
Just
you.
need an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yes, I'm looking for a brief staff presentation on these cleanup items.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Trevor Lloyd with the Planning Division of CSD. You may remember this code amendment was initiated by the board a while back. This is really a cleanup of the STR regulations for the purpose of streamlining the permitting and enforcement of short-term rentals. We've also been asked to adjust the fees and the fines, and that will be heard at the following meeting concurrently with the second reading of this amendment. Since we've made really only a few minor tweaks since you last heard this proposal, there's been no substantive changes other than massaging the language and making a few minor edits. I'm wondering if you want me to go through each of those changes once again.
I don't necessarily, I have a clarifying question on one of the changes, but I'm looking to the board if folks want a more detailed presentation. Okay. I just have a quick clarifying question on the one short-term rental. Do we say per parcel in the new cleanup language? So could you just explain how that would work if you had an ADU? Or also, what does a duplex look like in that situation? Just any sort of explanation that would be helpful.
Yeah. Absolutely, and thank you for the question. To clarify, this provision would apply only in the Tahoe Basin. We are also applying a standard that if there is an ADU on the property, you cannot use the ADU as the short-term rental due to the need for workforce housing, specifically up in the Tahoe Basin. Regarding a duplex, it would essentially be 2 units under one parcel. In that situation, the property owner can choose which of the units they wish to use as the STR, but they cannot use both, and they cannot use the total square footage to calculate the occupancy for the STR.
And then if owners rent out bedrooms as different listings for short-term rentals in one property, or multiple bedrooms in a duplex, how would that work, and could they do that moving forward?
In that instance, I suppose it would be a partial rental, a partial home rental.
Right.
And yes, that, we would certainly allow for that type of a use. Again, they can only rent out to one party at a time, not multiple parties. So they couldn't rent out one bedroom to one party and another to another, for example.
Okay.
So that would be the limitation.
Okay. I am looking for board comments or questions on these changes before us today. I'm not seeing any. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
There's no one signed in.
Okay. We are just looking for this to be read into the record. I'm not sure if any Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, I move to introduce and conduct a first reading of Bill number 1921, amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, and Article 319 for short-term rentals as outlined.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 20. This is actually back to the clerk. Thank you.
This will be Bill number 1922, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code, and Article 438, Grading Standards, Article 810, Special Use Permits, and Article 902, Definitions to update provisions related to grading. The amendments include deleting sections in Article 438 related to grading fees, definitions, grading of slopes, cuts, fills, and phasing and stabilization of grading, revising existing sections in Article 438 relating to scope, required permits, exempted work, major grading permit thresholds, major grading permit application requirements, minor grading permit thresholds, minor grading permit application requirements, financial security for grading, unpermitted grading, stop activity orders, notice violations and enforcement, penalties and procedures, grading and retaining walls within setbacks, drainage and terracing, erosion controls, grading inspections, notification of completion of work, grading within floodplains, drainage ways, and closed hydrologic bases, and adding sections in Article 438 relating to grading standards and rockery walls, adding a section to Article 810 related to determination of substantial conformance for major grading, and revising existing sections in Article 902 to add and/or revise various definitions and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Does the board want to see a staff presentation on this? I know we've discussed this before. Okay. I'm not seeing anyone who needs that. And so, Madam Clerk, it looks like there is public comment.
There is, let's see, Ken Crater.
Okay. I don't know if you can let the record show, Madam Clerk.
Yes, there's
thank
nobody
you.
else signed in.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we're looking for a first reading of Bill number 1922.
Madam Chair, I'll move to introduce and conduct a first reading of Bill number 1922 as presented.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Andriella. We'll now move on to item 21. Manager Brown.
Item 21 is a discussion and possible reconsideration of June 18, 2024 approval of Commission District Special Fund disbursement for fiscal year 2023-2024 in the form of a $10,000 grant to the Reno Toy Run, a nonprofit organization created for religious, charitable, and educational purposes to support their mission of providing toys for children in need. If the board votes in favor of this item, it would result in its previous approval being rescinded and the funding would not be approved or dispersed.
Thank you, Manager Brown, and I brought this item, so I'll just say a few words before I open it up to the board for discussion and to also for public comment. The County Commission has budgeted $100,000 to any nonprofit cause that benefits the community per county commissioner. I asked for this particular donation to come back to the Board of County Commissioners for reconsideration because the news media reported that a representative from the Toy Run came to our meeting to accept the donation from Commissioner Clark and was wearing a Nazi symbol with a swastika and the eagle. This is the symbol of the Nazi Party. I heard from many of you today, and I also did some research, that this symbol is over 7,000 years old. It was used by many cultures and has many meanings, so I'm not taking that away. But sadly, Hitler did. Hitler kidnapped the swastika. The swastika has become a symbol of hate, racism, anti-Semitism, sexism, bigotry, discrimination, and othering of people who are different. Over 400,000 American soldiers died fighting in World War II. Both of my grandfathers fought in this war. One grandfather fought the Nazis, and the other fought imperialism in the Pacific. They fought against a totalitarian regime and the Nazis and what swastikas stand for. These regimes murdered and tortured countless people. The estimates are that Nazis murdered over 15 million people. They killed Jews, men, women, the handicapped, the aged, the sick, homosexuals, and over a million children under the age of 8 years old. That is why I have a problem with taxpayer dollars going to organizations who support those who wear swastikas. And I just was hoping a organization representative could come down and just answer one question for me. And I'm not sure if there is anyone from the Northern Nevada Confederacy of Clubs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. What is your stance on swastikas? Can members of your organization wear swastikas?
So, I'm glad you asked me that question. I'm actually a Hell's Angel, and we have members in Germany.
Sir, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. Your name for the record, Mr. Regas.
Oh, sorry, Troy Regas. And I'm actually a Hell's Angel, and we have clubs in Germany. And to us, it's anti-Semitic. We do not allow it on our clothing at all, because anything we do would affect the German charters also. So I'm against the swastika. But I also look at people by the quality of their character and what they've done for 50 years. And I've known the branded few. I've never met one that's racist. I also, when I first met them, received a card that had the 4 L's of life on it and what they talked about. And that was probably over 30 years ago. They don't represent it to be a swastika. They represent it to be a bent cross, which is different, and it goes back in history. And I think you had a member here named Indian. His grandmother used it in basket weaving prior to World War II. And that's part of where they got that bent cross. I'm not going to call it a swastika. They told you what the eagle on top means, strength. So they give you the 4 L's. I don't know what the 4 L's are. I only judge people by the quality of their character, but I can tell you this. The NBCOC and the Reno Toy Run, we do not tolerate any hate, any type of hate of anybody whatsoever. And we actually deal with things maybe a little better than you guys do in our group, because we police ourselves. And if that happened, they wouldn't be among us. It wouldn't be allowed. We don't allow all kinds of things around our clubs. We look at things very, very clearly. After all, when you're on the street, justice isn't blind. We can see very clearly what goes on. We can see people that do things wrong, and we don't allow them around us. So I hope that helps with an answer.
But members of your organization can wear swastikas?
No, not my organization.
The Northern Nevada Confederacy of Clubs.
But once again...
Sir, please just be clear. Just say yes or no.
So it's not considered a swastika. You're trying to put words in my mouth, and I don't like that. They call it a bent cross. I'm going to stick with that. I'm not going to call it a swastika. If you look at the swastika and you look at that, they're different in the way they are. So you can say the way you want to say it. I'm not going to say it that way.
But however you define it, yes or no?
I define it as not a swastika.
Okay. Well, it's clear to me, to simply put it, the swastika is a sign of white supremacy, totalitarianism, Nazism, and
Okay.
I will not vote to give taxpayer dollars to an organization whose members can wear swastikas, and that's okay. We'll see how the vote goes, and I wanted to make sure I talked to you about that before we proceeded, and I really appreciate you coming down. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any other board comments or questions before we proceed into public comment?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
I've got a comment. And my comment is this. You ask about the Confederation of Clubs. My donation was clearly to the Reno Toy Run. It's a specific nonprofit. The Reno Toy Run has got a board of 5 individuals. None of those members of that board were wearing a swastika, bent cross, bent, whatever you want to call it. swastika. I agree with you. America fought Nazism, America crushed Nazism, and rightfully so. It needed to be done, it should have been done, and I'm glad we did it. But my donation was to the Reno Toy Run to give toys to children that didn't have resources for their parents or orphans, whatever the cause. People couldn't afford to buy toys for their children. So this group, and this is quite similar to when I heard about the Karma Box, and I asked a question if we could research the Karma Box, and the founder and the CEO of the Karma Box, and at that time, through Mary Canderas and yourself and his attorney, it was pointed out that the money that the county was giving to Karma Box was not to the individual. So the exact same rules should apply here. The person sitting in the audience has nothing to do with voting, spending, using, anything to do with the Reno Toy Run's management, the way they spend their money, the decisions they make, the board decisions. This person had nothing to do with that, as you used and others used the difference between the individual who people had made accusations about and his organization. This organization stands on its own. It's done good work for a number of years. That's why it was brought to my attention, and I thought it was a good way to help the community and help kids in the community. I didn't research what people wear. I didn't go out to people's closets and go through what they wear. I didn't know that somebody in the audience was wearing that. I absolutely abhor anything to do with Nazism. I have my flag here to show you who I support. That very same meeting, I gave money to Jewish Nevada. So, why would how could you even think that I would support a Nazi organization the same time I was supporting Jewish Nevada? So again, this money is going to the Reno Toy Run. 5 people manage it. Not one of them wore the Nazi swastika or bent cross, whatever they're calling it. Not one of these folks has any control whatsoever with the board decisions. Nobody in the audience, other than the 5 members of the Reno Toy Run, are responsible for anything that takes place at the Reno Toy Run, except for these folks. We've got letters, we've got all the good work they've done, we've got good financials by these people. I talked with Pat Cashell, who said that when he was working with Volunteers of America, kids wouldn't have had a Christmas without the Reno Toy Run. So, to smear them and drag their name through the dirt over what somebody was wearing is I hope it doesn't cost them any other donations. I put in another $10,000 myself to give them for this fiscal year. Jeannie Herman's asked for it, and this is to help kids. This isn't about somebody in the audience wearing something that you didn't like, and I don't like it either. I'm not a supporter of anything to do with Nazism. So my money was, my discretionary funds that I was allowed to pass out to the community was done to help kids, and that was the only reason, period. So I hope that the other commissioners will help me and will prevail on this vote to make sure that kids that don't have anything can have Christmas, because they don't care about swastikas. They just want something so they can enjoy the holidays like other kids who are more fortunate. So please help the kids, help these people, help the kids. They don't take a salary. There's so many nonprofits that get big, massive salaries and corporate credit cards and all kinds of other stuff. This group puts 100% of the money right back to their cause, and their cause is helping children and veterans. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any other commissioners have anything else? Commissioner or Vice Chair Herman?
Are we ready for motion?
We have a lot of public comment.
Okay.
So let's go to public comment, and then we can move with a motion. Okay, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Drew Rebar, followed by Renee Resendez.
Drew Rebar for the record. I've written a check to the Reno Toy Run for the last couple decades, every year. The Reno Toy Run is not any individual club. The club that you don't like their symbol on is the Branded Few. Have you ever walked into the old downtown Reno post office and looked up on the ceilings in there? You know what's up there? Swastikas in our federal post offices. Hypocrisy. Let's talk about hypocrisy. Before this board a few months ago, we had a satanic invocation. We're doing satanic invocations before the county commission. We have swastikas in our post offices. And yet here we want to persecute a nonprofit organization whose members don't get paid, whose board doesn't have any of the Branded Few members sitting on their boards, but some of their members support them and give money and give their time, and because they're associated in any way, just like the satanic invocation here, we want to take money from the kids. Why do we want to take money from the kids just because we don't like somebody else? How does that preclude helping kids? It just seems totally hypocritical to me. You had one of the founding members of the Branded Few up here last week, Indian. Very Native American man. His mother's weaved baskets before World War II. The broken cross, whatever they want to call it, the symbol you don't like, had nothing to do with Nazism. On a personal level, both of my grandfathers fought in World War II. My family, part of my family had emigrated from Croatia. If you go back in history, my family is decimated by the Nazis. They gassed them, they killed them. They didn't like Croatians. I mean, if you guys want to vote against helping kids, God help you. I think you're totally wrong in how you're looking at this. This is about helping kids, not protesting a symbol. Thank you.
Thank you.
Renee Resendez, followed by Troy Regis.
Hello again. Renee Resendez, please put this in the permanent record. I didn't write this down, so. You have voted. I don't know if it was a vote or if you just invited the Satanists to come and say the invocation. But I know that not all of you up there were for that. I don't know if you know, but Nazism is related to Satanism. So you approved the Satanism and not mentioning that it's related to the Nazism. So you didn't do your research, and that's really hypocritical of you. And so what you're stating doesn't really carry any weight at all, because Nazism is Satanism, and you didn't look into it. So you need to do your research. Don't take away the money from the children. That emblem, I looked it up, it's in many cultures, many religions, and it does not mean what you're saying that it means. Yes, it was hijacked. It was hijacked. But so what? That's not originally where it came from. It's peace. It's prosperity. I don't know what the 3 L's mean, but I know that reading what I read, all the different cultures, it's related to peace and harmony. One of them was Buddha, and they used it. So I'm sorry, what you're spewing doesn't make any sense. It is hypocritical, and I know when you get your mind set on something, that's what you want to go for no matter what. And I think this time that you need to reconsider, because what you're spewing isn't true, except for the fact that, yes, Hitler did hijack it. And no, we do not support that. Those of us that are truly lovers of America love Israel. So we would not tolerate Nazism or anything that would promote Nazism in this country. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Troy Regas, followed by Major Kenny Kurtzweiler.
Yeah, thank you for my time. So, the one thing about, I guess, our Reno Toy Run is it is ran by 5 people. I mean, I guess I could go into hypocrisy and go back to Grant Denton. He actually is part of his 501c3 or whatever, right? And there's many women who've came forward that said bad things happen. There's many more out there, I found out, that won't come forward because they're afraid of the police and they're afraid of what he'll do to them. But yet this board approved that. That's a hypocrisy. So I guess this guy with the symbol is pretty bad, but I wonder about this guy who takes advantage of women too. And if he really does it, what hypocrisy, huh? But anyways, let's talk about the Reno Toy Run. The Reno Toy Run is a bridge between us and children that don't have anything, the children that fall through the cracks, the children that without us would not get toys and or money. We're also about 200 businesses that come together to help donate to our toy run. They're all in Washoe County, they're all around. We, as a toy run, do not hate anybody. We like all walks of life. We have all walks of life in our toy run. Now, the Branded Few is part of our COC, and they've been a good member of our COC for 30 plus years. I've never seen any hate from them. I've never seen any talk of hate from them, and I've never seen anything like that. But I guess we can judge a book by its cover like you would like to do. Just because they have that, we'll just say, hey, look at that book. Everyone hate them? They look bad, right? That's your opinion. It's a First Amendment thing, too. Hate to go against First Amendment also. Maybe we should hate the First Amendment, or maybe what we should do is do like some of you want. You want to take the Constitution, you want to take the First Amendment, and you want to pick which parts you like and don't like. It's pretty sad. You guys are a county commissioner here. And I know we've never really gotten along, me and you, going back to the toy run and all the issues and what you don't like about us. I get it. But you know what? The toy run is a good thing. It does a lot of good. We donate a lot of money. A lot of people come out of the woodworks to help children. You've heard testimony after testimony about all the good. What kind of testimony have you heard about the bad? Have I heard any testimony bad? No, it's just your conclusion about the book on the cover, right? That's pretty sad. I hate to think that you judge everyone that way.
Thank you.
Major Kenny Kurtzweiler, followed by J.S. McElhenney.
Good afternoon. Okay, I talked earlier about what the toy run is all about, and you've heard a lot of testimony about what the toy run is about, a lot of opinions. And like someone said, I haven't heard one bad thing about the toy run at all. And the only good thing that I can think of, the major thing, is that it's all about our kids. And we have This is South Tahoe Now, which is a local online newspaper in South Lake Tahoe. And that's a picture of us getting a $5,000 check. And that was signed by Santa Claus. And if you don't believe in Santa Claus, then you don't believe in anything. This is our check that was written by him, okay? These are the people that take care of our kids, our children, your kids, your grandkids, your family members, everybody that you know. We have gotten more press out of South Lake Tahoe than you guys normally give the toy run in Reno, your own town, your own community. I find that disappointing. I find that very disappointing. And for one person to bring this back and deny the children of this community, including California, because I am from California, try not to hold that against me, but I am one of the business owners that donates to this program also. And I've donated to it year after year after year, and these guys have done good for this community. And for one person to bring it back and try to convince 3 other people, because you have to vote to 3. It takes 3 for you guys to turn this down. You will understand that if you do not approve this, it is unconscionable and unconscionable, and you will have to take up not only with God, but the voters of your area. We are voters in this area, and we do not forget things like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
J.S. McElhaney. Looks like he's gone. Bruce Parks, followed by Janet Butcher.
Bruce Parks for the record. I really can't believe that we're discussing this. However, during the last century, socialism killed 150 million people. How many of you object to the hammer and sickle flag? Or to the Chinese Communist stars in the red field? How many of you object to that? Where's the outrage? Or should I say, where's the fake outrage to appease certain factions? We know what's going on here. We're not stupid. Please don't insult us that way. Star of David on your flag, Mr. Commissioner, in certain circles, is a hate symbol. I'm sure you're aware of that. Ask any Palestinian. That flag is considered a hate symbol. I recently read a story about an HOA that told their veteran in their neighborhood that he had to take down his hate symbol. It's ridiculous. I realize that it was appropriated and it is sometimes generally considered a hate symbol. But as with most everything, how about we consider the context? I've seen too many good people give their lives for that flag to denigrate it or call it a hate symbol. And anybody that would doesn't belong in this country. And I'd buy their plane ticket to leave. Come see me. I've also sat and watched in these proceedings how, in my opinion, and we all know about opinions, right? How, in my opinion, some of the monies that the taxpayers have provided have been squandered. Absolutely squandered. Matter of fact, I've seen some of you commissioners actually vote to give money to organizations that you sit on the board of. Can you say conflict of interest? Oh, but I don't have a pecuniary interest. It doesn't matter whether you have a pecuniary interest. You sit on the board. But then again, I suppose I should not be surprised. I am, but I guess I shouldn't be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Penny Brock.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I was here last week when the gentleman rolled down on the wheelchair, and I listened to him. Evidently, maybe somebody else didn't, and he explained what the symbol was. So I went home and did a little bit of research, and I thought I had remembered in a few of the museums that I went to that had Indian artifacts in them that I saw exactly what he was saying. I probably wouldn't have given too much thought. I thought it was nice that the money was given to a toy drive. Thought it was great. I wouldn't given too much thought, but I really cannot believe. No, I really can't believe that your children have things. There are kids out there who don't. I don't know if this can be shown. That's my father. He donated his time and his efforts every year to be Santa Claus for the elderly and for the children in the community. I challenge each and everybody listening. I'm hoping that somebody comes up behind me and gives the websites. I challenge everybody in this community. I won't challenge you guys. I know that Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Herman will stand up and do the right thing. But I challenge everybody in this community to give to this organization so that children who don't have what your children have, a nice Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Fred Meyer.
Penny Brock, for the record. Shot heard around the world on Saturday. An assassination attempt of President Trump. I see this as an assassination of toys for kids. Why would you assassinate this donation for the kids? This is wrong. Again, we see the radical left has attempted to mass murder. But this time, it's an organization that's done good things and does good things and assassinate toys for kids. They've attempted to assassinate Justice Kavanaugh and his family, and recently Democratic leaders through unhinged rhetoric, which this is, and false allegations, which this is, have proposed to stop this donation. It's a sham prosecution. And it's verbal violence against a good organization. It's verbal violence against toys for children. Is this what our elected body has come to? 3 voted for the children for toys. We'll see how they do today. But for the other 2 to vote no, we would just ask why. It's just toys for children. Don't assassinate toys for children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Meyer, followed by Hava Ahmad.
Fred Meyer, for the record, this is a joke. It really is. You're making it political. You're giving these fine gentlemen back here a bad name and trying to tar them. And I couldn't have said this better than Bruce. Bruce, he nailed it. He nailed it. I'll bet you if you asked everybody in here to stand, if they were for you voting for this, I'll bet everybody in here would stand. Everybody. So please, forget you, the rest of you, the reasonable ones, and I'm including Clara and Marilis, please don't take this away from the kids. over some political grind or whatever it is you've got going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hava Ahmad, followed by Susan Van Ness.
Hello, Hava Ahmed for the record, and I think most of you know me, and most of you know that I'm an attorney that Commissioner Clark seeks out every so often when it comes to different legal issues and when it comes to different groups in our community to donate to. And Reno Toy Run was not one of the ones that I suggested. However, the Sikh Temple, the Indian Association of Nevada, the veterans groups, all of those were. So I guess, and it just so happened that I was here today, and so I'm gonna be thankful of that. And as most of you know, I'm pretty in the community. But I guess I'm a little bit confused as to whether or not the vote to rescind the funds that have already been spent is based off of someone wearing something that you don't agree with. And I understand that it's in poor taste. Okay, no one likes Nazi symbols. If you do, that's between you and your family. And there are some folks in Reno that actually collect Nazi memorabilia, but that aside. However, when you have a government entity that's essentially with rescinding money that's been given based off of discrimination of a group, then you have to kind of look at whether or not that is another form of discrimination. So one thing that comes up all the time is the drag shows and drag queen story hour, at the libraries, as well as NRA meetings at the libraries. And historically, those are allowed because under the First Amendment, a governmental entity cannot, you can't distinguish between something you agree with under the First Amendment and something that you don't agree with. And here it's very apparent that, some members of this board do not agree with the individual from the community that didn't represent this group wearing a Nazi sign. And that's fine. And in your personal life, that's totally okay. However, in the role of a governmental official, there's that fine line where it's like, okay, so is it discrimination or what? How are we going to reconcile this? So what my suggestion is going to be, and I'm going to also always seek out Ms. Canderos, because you know better than I do. It's on the realms of what a local government can and cannot do. But what I would suggest is that you have a sit down with the individuals that are in leadership of this group, and you talk about, hey, if you're going to come to a county meeting, then yes, you want to make sure that your members or your affiliates are not dressed in a way that's going to be offensive to you. However, taking money away from a child, or from children in this case, is going to lend the question as to how is that going to be made up in the community. You know that it's a community service that's being provided, so if it's not given through this group, how else is it going to get there? Because the kids deserve it. So I am going to urge you guys to not vote to rescind the money, because that's a little silly, but I'm also going to encourage all of you to use your campaign funds to donate to them directly. Thank you.
Susan Van Ness, followed by Derek Schock.
My name's Susan Van Ness. For the record, I am the North Valley's lady once again. Let's put this up here. In July of 2023, I sat over here, and some people gave money to Black Wall Street office. I want to show you, because I had been investigating or just going down and talking to them. They are the Communist Party USA. I went after they got up and I said, are you teaching children tutoring? And they said, yes, after school we take in the young people. And I said, are you teaching them communism? Absolutely. So what? So you guys gave, and it was brought forward by two of you. And I think Alexis Hill, I think you brought it forward. So I guess communism is okay. In fact, I'm beginning to think it's gone from socialism in Washoe County to communism because there's many departments filled. They make the statements. But let's look at that. Can everybody see it? And you did. I think it was July of 2023. The two of you, it was when you gave to Soulful Seeds, and you also gave the Communist Party, who teach children after school communism. So, also.
Madam Clerk, please stop the clock. I would ask that members of the public please not interrupt. I know we've been here a long time, but let's get through these public comments. You're fine.
Okay.
Your time has stopped, but so that we don't have to recess and that we can get this business done today. Thank you.
Also, I interviewed some of the people down there and they showed me pictures. They're heavily involved with the Black Panthers. And there's pictures all over their website of them. So maybe Black Panthers are okay too. But these gentlemen back here can't get money to take toys to Tots? Are you kidding me? Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Derek Schock, followed by Cindy Martinez.
Good afternoon. Please record my comments for the record. My name is Derek Schock, and I am the director of the Reno Toy Run, at least on paper. The reason I state it that way is because the Reno Toy Run actually consists of a board of 5 members. Those members organize the entire event with the help of over 1,000 volunteers. The Reno Toy Run volunteers work countless hours, 12 months a year, to put on a one-day event. Unlike some other local nonprofits, not one of our board members nor any of our volunteers receive any type of compensation for our work. No one involved does this for personal accolades nor personal benefit, other than knowing that we help families in need during the Christmas season. This is truly a labor of love for everybody that is involved. When we received the call that the Washoe County Board of Commissioners was going to donate $10,000 to us, it was truly a blessing. We were excited to come here and not only thank the board, but to share with you what our organization is all about. Since the day we showed up, it seems that we have been caught in a political tug-of-war between commissioners. We have been gaslit, not only by members of the media, but also by members of the board sitting here today. I have offered to sit down with any member of the commission, public, or media, even giving my personal number to the reporter that broke the story. As of today, not one person on this board or in the media has reached out to me. There was a time when reporters actually investigated stories before printing them, but I guess some of our local reporters are just looking for clickbait and don't actually care about doing their job. Commissioner Hill stated after the last time that I addressed the board that she wished I had condemned all forms of hate. Of course, I condemn all forms of hate. I and the Toy Run condemn it, as hate has no place within our organization nor in society as a whole. The fact that I actually have to make that statement personally offends me. I know it offends other members of the board as well as our volunteers. As members of different motorcycle clubs, we are used to being discriminated against based solely on what we look like or wear. I just never thought it would happen within these hollow chambers. I'm sure there are some out there that think that the only reason I'm up here is to save the $10,000 donation. While that money would be an absolute game changer for our organization, the actual reason I'm up here is I will no longer sit idly by while people try to disparage the good work the Reno Toy Run has done for over 40 years.
Thank you.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Scott Finley.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. For the record, Cindy Martinez. If you had told, I retired March 14th, 2020 from law enforcement, and if you had told me on March 13th that I would be standing in support of the Confederation of Clubs and the Hells Angels chairman to support their freedom of speech, freedom of association, and freedom of assembly, I would have told you to stop sniffing glue. But I'm here today to tell you that I stand in support of the First Amendment, not just because of who or what they are, but that the First Amendment protects everyone or it protects no one. And I am absolutely, and let me just say that this is a very good article. The headline is misleading, and it describes how the motorcycle club members rallied to downtown Reno to protect the businesses while the riots were going on. So my hat was off to them. I was at home. I was appalled, Madam Chair, at you summoning a representative of an organization to answer for their legitimately protected First Amendment activity. I am horrified. I am appalled, I'm offended, and I reject any notion that you think that's appropriate as an elected representative. You swore an oath to protect the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights are not given to us by the government. They are endowed to us by our Creator. They are unalienable. They protect us. They protect our rights to engage in lawful activities. It is the role of government to respect our rights and the activities of people, lawful activities, even if you disagree with them fundamentally or on principle. But more importantly, you are prohibited from infringing upon our rights. And I reject any vote on this board today that would violate the constitutional rights and possibly give rise to civil rights lawsuits, which then exposes the citizens of Washoe County to liability and legal representation to protect you for violating rights. Please stand down for this unfortunate proposition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Finley. Cindy.
Hi, my name is Scott Finley. I'm a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the United States Air Force. So the woman, the North Valley's woman, I think that's what she's calling herself, Susie Van Ness. I found the resolution that she was talking about. It's R23-66. The resolution, let's see, it says, in the resolution, it says, whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Washoe County, upon the recommendation of Commissioner Mary Lou Garcia for District 3, has determined that $2,500 will be granted to Black Wall Street, a nonprofit organization created for religious, charitable, or educational purposes to support their mission to provide resources and services to Black and underserved communities, which increases their self-sufficiency and sustainability. And then it just goes on and on. So, yeah, it looks like you guys donated $2,500 to a communist organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's everybody in chambers who signed in.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'm looking to the rest of the board. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Motorcycle clubs know better than most that names, colors, and symbols on clothing carry a very strong meaning to some members passing by, while other people are completely oblivious. While some symbols go unnoticed, the image of a swastika and the eagle that was photographed in our chambers is an image that will always draw attention, and everyone will notice. People keep saying it's about helping the kids. I agree, and that is exactly the context from which I'm basing my decision on. Personally, I can't think of any situation in the community or in the neighborhoods where if a symbol like this suddenly were to appear, it would be interpreted to mean something associated with generosity and kindness. If my son's soccer coach showed up to practice wearing a swastika on his sweatshirt, and he said, well, actually, this is a bent cross, I would ask to change teams. If my daughter's teacher had a swastika hanging up in the classroom, And she said, no, it's 4 L's and they stand for luck, light, love, and life. I would ask to change classrooms. If our family doctor tried to rebrand the swastika into a symbol of peace and love, I would change clinics. In my family, swastikas symbolize hate, racism, and violence. For us, swastikas elicit fear, and they always will. You can talk until you're blue in the face, and I will respectfully listen to your perspective. But swastikas will never leave me with a warm and fuzzy feeling. Do people have the right to wear whatever they want? Absolutely. Can someone accept a government donation for a charitable event for kids wearing a swastika on their clothes? Yes. Am I here to tell them that they can't? No. Do whatever you feel is best for yourselves and for your organization. I will do whatever I feel is best for my kids and the communities I represent. However, I will never condone normalizing the use of swastikas in any context. And being a member of this body, we know that we don't always agree on each other's donations. I know Commissioner Clark hasn't voted for 1 or 2 of mine in the past. I don't take offense to that. I'm using this as my right, given the new information that I've seen, to take my name and my vote off of this donation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other board members have comments? Commissioner Andriola?
Yes, I appreciate everyone's feedback and colleagues' feedback, but we're about policy, and they met all of the policy. And the fact is that whatever large organization, we've all probably participated in various membership organizations. The reality is we're not here, in my opinion, to judge. We're here to actually follow the policy that's in place, and they've met all that policy. And I'm going to be supporting the initial donation of the $10,000 given by Commissioner Clark. However, I am going to reserve at the end of this meeting to look at maybe bringing back the whole discussion about discretionary funds in the first place. But for my comment to stay contained, I certainly appreciate the fact that I believe it's pretty universal in terms of what that symbol can be interpreted as, and it's certainly been interesting to learn that it has many other meanings as well, but we don't have a policy of moral turpitude. And so I believe it would be, again, in our best interest to follow the policy in place. And again, as I mentioned, I'm going to support the $10,000, the initial $10,000 that was given by Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any other board members? And I know Vice Chair Herman wanted to make the motion. I know we need to make a motion in the affirmative, so if you want to go ahead and do that.
Sometimes they're stubborn. Am I on? Okay. So moved.
Well,
okay.
To support the donation.
To support the donation.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any questions on that motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. And that motion passes, and thank you everyone for your time on that. We're now moving on to item 22. Yeah, let's take a break. We have been at it since 2 o'clock.
Madam Chair, can we get a picture? A lot of times we give to have a picture opportunity. Can we do that?
Sure, we'll take a break, and if folks want to do a picture, go ahead. We will come back at, 4:40. Thank you very much. We're taking a break. It is 4:40, and I will bring this county commission meeting back to order. We will now move on to item 22, Manager Brown.
Item 22 is a motion to reconsider decision not to canvass the recount made at the Board of County Commissioners meeting on July 9th, 2024, and recommendation to declare canvass of the recount vote for the recount of the County Commission District 4 Republican race demanded by candidate Mark A. Lawson, and the recount of the School Board Trustee District 5 at-large race, which was demanded by candidate Paul D. White. Pursuant to NRS 293.387 and NAC 293.365, the board is required to canvass the results of the recount by which any errors within the election results are officially noted and the official results are declared. If approved, the board shall order the registrar of voters to certify the abstract of the results and transmit a copy of the certified abstract to the Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Manager Brown. Well, I would like to first have DA Canderas go over why we are here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone, for being patient with this process today. I know we had a lot of comment. We are here to consider the failure to canvass the returns of the recount vote that happened last week. As many people have noted, the commissioners were told that they should, quote, vote their conscience, and while generally that is true in almost every vote, it is not true in the case of a canvass. And the reason is this: NRS 293.387 states, as soon as the returns from all precincts and districts in any county have been received by the Board of County Commissioners, the board shall meet and canvass the returns. And then it gives a timeline. And again, what a canvass is the registrar comes in, tells the commissioners what he or she has got, any clerical errors where something may have been wrongly marked, and the board takes note of that. They're essentially file stamping a copy of the canvass, and it goes up to the Secretary of State. As many of you are aware, and we've been talking about throughout the day, the Secretary of State is the official election officer for the state of Nevada. And the Secretary of State and the Nevada legislature enacts these laws, and it requires the canvass. And under the Constitution of the state of Nevada, the legislature has that prerogative. So that means they are able to make laws to limit the powers of the county commission. In fact, a county is a body, what we call a political subdivision of the state. So it has the powers generally that the state gives it. So in making a canvass, the board does not have the authority to determine whether any ballots cast were illegal or invalid. That is for a contest, which is a different statute. That is NRS 293.407. That's how you determine illegalities, any kind of fraud, whether people who were ineligible to vote voted. So there's a remedy for that, and that is also determined by statute. The board, as it sits here today, doesn't have an investigatory power. So the legal advice of the district attorney's office is to follow the Nevada law and canvass the recount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And unless there are commissioner comments, I think it would be prudent to go to public comment, and then we could have our discussion. Are commissioners okay with that? Okay. Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Stephen Hatch, followed by Beverly Dummett.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Stephen Hatch. I am a lifelong resident of Washoe County. Thank you today for reassessing your decision last week. I urge you to certify the canvass of the recount. Recently, people have come here to levy a tax against our electoral process. There is a clear difference between critically assessing the logistics of an election, its successes as well as its shortcomings, and sowing distrust in the entire electoral process. Anyone who seeks to cast doubt on the legitimacy of our elections either fundamentally does not understand the complexities of running an election or are purposely working to dismantle our nation's fundamental democratic principles. I stand before you today to remind you that while public comment is incredibly valuable, it should be taken with a grain of salt. I don't have the luxury to attend every BCC meeting. I was fortunate today to be able to take time off of work and secure care for my child so that I could be here. Most folks are too busy working and caring for their families to come down and speak on matters important to them. While the new e-comment portal is a much needed upgrade and provides better access, it does not solve the inherent problem that the typical messaging before this board is being delivered by a vocal minority. I am here today to ensure that my voice is heard, to make clear that many of us who call Washoe County our home were shocked and horrified by the decision last week to not certify the recount vote. Please understand, I do not wish to come across as someone who is arguing for their team, as if this is some twisted sporting event, but instead as someone who is concerned for their community and wants to ensure that legitimate votes are not being dismissed because a minority in this community are raising questions to the legitimacy of this election. Speaking of the election, I want to point to a specific incident: the incorrect mail ballots for precinct 5020. The impacted 265 voters, and it was a mistake that should never have happened. But I would like to make clear that the Washoe County Registrar of Voters Office handled this mistake beautifully. They acknowledged it happened, sent out letters to those to inform who was impacted. They printed and sent new ballots, and then they went back to their systems and remedied the core issue. This is the model for how government agencies should handle their shortcomings, and I commend the Washoe County Registrar of Voters Office for their work. It is imperative that we recognize that this elections team has overcome so many challenges over the last few years, including high turnover and loss of institutional leadership and knowledge caused by vitriolic harassment. I believe that this commission's decision last week to not certify the election has already resulted in harassment for the elections team, and that will only grow. I would like to sincerely thank the staff and leadership of the Washoe County Registrar of Voters Office for their hard work and dedication. Commissioners, you need to do better. You need to be better for the sake of all who call this county home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Dummett. Gail Townsend.
Yes, I would like to, Gail Townsend for the record. I would like to urge you to follow the advice of our district attorney's representative and certify the results of the recount. I have listened to people's comments. I've gone to Mr. Beadle's website and read his information, and it is not evidence. It's an assertion without any support. And it doesn't rise to the substantial reason for you to object to this recount. I heard a repeat of the 2020, 1,500 dead people voted, and I am still waiting for the spreadsheet, still waiting for the 1,500 names, the date that they died, and their voting record. I haven't received that. The commissioners, I know that you inherited the conditions at the Registrar of Voters Office. You didn't create them. But when in 2022, problems were found, a consultant was hired to study, and I remember that when the county manager brought that study to the county commission, you wouldn't even allow people to hear it. I had to get that study with a Freedom of Information request. It's now on the website, and I'm glad it is. Yes, there's problems, but we need solutions, not this constant harassment and questioning of the voters of the ROV's office. So I hope you will vote today to approve the recount. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pablo Nava Duran. No. Drew Rebart.
Drew Rebar for the record. I'm going to speak to one commissioner because the vote's really up to one commissioner.
No, you will address the full board, sir.
And as I talk to this one commissioner, I appreciate what you did last time. Thank you. I understand that there's a lot of pressure on you. And for that, I'm extremely sad. For all of you that don't know me, my name is Drew Rebar. I was a candidate for Assembly District 40. Washoe County violated my constitutional rights. Mack versus Williams gives me remedy. The constitutional right that you violated, actually, all of you had your constitutional rights violated. Article 2, Section 1A, Rights of Voters. Each voter who is qualified elector under this Constitution is registered to vote in accordance with Section 6 of this article and laws enacted by the legislature pursuant thereto, has the right, number 7, to a sample ballot which is accurate. You violated the Constitution of the state of Nevada. You put ballots out there, sample ballots, Article 2, Section 1A7, that were inaccurate. So you're being told you have to follow a law that tells you how you have to vote? Be strong. Let the process work. See what happens when you throw a monkey wrench into it, and let's fix the problems. You've been asked multiple times, why don't we just go back and look at the paper ballots? Why don't we do that? Where is the problem? What are they trying to cover up? Why don't we want to have sunlight put on these ballots? When I went to the recount, the attorney that was there, I don't want to name names because somebody will turn me off there. She's sitting right over there. She would not allow the media into the recount area to view the recount. Now, there's case law about that too. She violated the Constitution there. Case law is Fordyce versus Seattle. The media is allowed anywhere pretty much that the public is allowed, yet your attorney wouldn't allow the media in. I think you're getting some pretty bad legal advice just based on that. So I've got Constitution right here that overrides the law that said my name should have been on those sample ballots. It was not. You all, everybody in this audience, everybody that lives in Washoe County that's a voter, has a right to have that sample ballot accurate. It was not. How do you solve that problem? What is the resolution to make everybody whole? That's all I'm asking. Take the process, let's make everybody whole, because there are flaws in the election. I pointed them out, you guys have seen them. There's a case in the Nevada Supreme Court. Let's let that ride out, see what happens. Thank you, Drew Rebar.
Robert Beatles, followed by Val White.
Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Please put all my comments on the permanent record. You guys are getting some horrible legal advice. Let's start off right there. That NAC 293.365 and NRS 293.387 say you guys shall meet. Nothing there says that you have to vote yes or no, period. Understand that. Nate was right. The advice you're getting right now, horrible. Second, this morning, I received from the Washoe County Register of Voters what's called a pre-lat testing. So the lat stands for logic and accuracy testing. The pre typically comes before the election's supposed to start. However, again, the law was broke, and it didn't happen until after the election started. And then, when you actually look at the test report itself, it's in complete violation of the law. And if you're not familiar with what a pre-lat does, without going super deep into the weeds, that's literally the parameters that the tabulators are set to from the very beginning before the election starts. And that's how it goes through the election, and then they do what's called a post-lat at the end, after it's all done. So it was never set up right in the beginning. You have multiple Senate candidates, right? They should all have their own unique number next to them. They used 3 numbers for all the Senate candidates. They did this across all the races. It's complete garbage. It's in violation of the law. The election alone should be null and void just because the test, the pre-lat that they do in the very beginning wasn't done. And then Mike, it appears that he broke, it should be Title 52, United States Code 20701 through 06, where he was supposed to do the pre-lat with the board, with people. It was supposed to be in a secure lockbox. We have the ROV that told us via email that he actually went in there by himself. We have it on video. We have photos. We have witnesses. We have the EVR report in front of the Secretary of State as per 293.025, where he performs his pre-lat during the election, conceals the thumb drive upon entry, upon exit, and that was supposedly your pre-lat. Again, complete, crap. This is not how you're supposed to do an election. I'm running out of time. So then you have the actual CVR, right? And the CVR is the cast vote records. I put it through because I looked at it, I saw some issues, put it through one of the most sophisticated AI platforms out there. It confirmed the issues. The guy that spoke earlier said, hey, I didn't see what data you fed it. Well, I guess he's not a smart programmer because there's literally a link right there to the CVR, which was the data that was put into it. Then one of the smartest mathematicians looked at it and said, yeah, it's all screwed up. So just a ballpark number. You're looking at 20% fraud in your primary election to 43% fraud. That is not hyperbole. That is not any kind of, it's not a joke. And then as far as the definition of extortion is the use of unlawful pressure to compel. What are they trying to do to you? Compel the duty to
Val White, followed by Renee Resendez.
Here's why some people want this election certified. They want to establish a pattern of ministerially rubber stamping all elections. Be aware, very, very aware, that that's the end objective that Democrats and nonpartisans want. They want to remove any possibility of opposing any election. With election fraud now firmly established statewide in all elections via the use of election equipment, they have control of all legislative seats in Nevada. There's no possibility of appealing to our state legislators to repair our elections. Removing the need for local certification is the final nail in the election integrity coffin. Well, maybe not. Signatures for voter registration might be the last nail. NRS states that election errors should be identified and presented to the board. Who gets to present the many errors? The registrar of voters alone? I'm a registered voter, and I presented errors, examples, and evidence to this commission. Her machine evidence is credible, but mine isn't? I previously cited the statute that should result in decertification of the entire election equipment and system. Why is my evidence disregarded? Burgess is the only individual you believe? I was at the election system window in the ROV lobby from 8:30 in the morning until 11:15 at night on July 2nd. Know what I saw? I saw the Keystone Cops. I saw 5 of the top dogs in the election department spending at least 5 or 6 hours searching for mistakes they made during the recount. You think they might be a little desperate to finally fudge the data after a 15-hour day? I was exhausted. I know they were too. Fudging the numbers is a very real possibility, but how will we ever know for sure? We're not allowed to count the paper ballots. We can't look into the computer system. We're just supposed to believe Burgess and her staff who want to keep their jobs and not embarrass themselves with their failures. Give me a break. Take a look at this map. It shows state rankings on election integrity by the Heritage Foundation. Florida and others down here have the best rankings. This board constantly talks about best practices, outcomes, and evidence-based. Just follow their lead. Stop making Nevada the laughingstock of the nation as 50th in election integrity. This board is responsible for these rankings. Aren't you embarrassed? Your decisions for every election integrity motion that has come up has resisted them. This is on you. This red last place is you. Embarrassing.
Renee Resendez, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Renee Resendez for the record. NRS 293.387, Canvass of Returns, Abstract of Votes states, as soon as the returns from all the precincts and districts in any county have been received by the Board of County Commissioners, the board shall meet and canvass the returns. The canvass must be completed on or before the 10th day following the election. On July 9, 2024, the commissioners were required to canvass the votes. Per the DA at the meeting, he stated, and I quote, "You are canvassing the vote today." He also said the commissioners were not required to vote yes or no, and that they should vote their conscience. So they did, and now here we are again. So how is it that they are accused of unlawfully refusing to canvass the vote, as is stated in the writ filed by the Secretary of State? Jeannie Herman has voted no on the canvass for the last 10 years. Why does her vote and other commissioners who voted no cause such an uproar? Because the results were not to your liking, or that of the Secretary of State? Because this is uncharted waters? The DA mentioned other litigation that is pending. Why would you want to ignore this litigation? Did the ROV violate the law by ignoring the litigation facing the county? I appeal to you as a body to vote your conscience, even though I know that might change the outcome because of the threats the commissioners have experienced. What a shame that some parties feel bullying is the only tactic they have available to them. Please take Stephen Hatch's comments with a grain of salt, like he wants you to take ours. I voted in the caucus, and my vote was recorded as voting in the PPP. My neighbor didn't get a ballot at all, and I know she was registered to vote because I registered her. I went to the Sparks Library to drop off ballots, and 2 of the machines, at least 2, maybe 3, were not working. I asked why, and that person said, "I don't know." So they're waiting for the mechanics to come in and fix it. So there's an opportunity right there to cheat. They shouldn't be messing around with the machines. That's why we need to go to just paper ballots, hand count, vote all in one day, results in one day, voter ID, and proof of citizenship. So anyway, if the judges, the state judges and Washoe judges would listen to Beadle's evidence, I'm sure we would have answers too. Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Scott Finley.
Hello, Cliff Nellis, and I was in the ROV on a little tour, and Andrew here was there. And there were some, actually some improvements. Carrie Ann's made it so that we can actually see the signature checking computers, which is nice. And then they said there's going to be both on the thing. So, you know, before it was just flat. You couldn't see with the signature on the ballot. And I suggested putting it up like that, but I guess both are going to be on the computer. So there's some improvements. We can actually see the scanners. Ah, that's nice. Okay, so we can see the scanners. I was speaking to George, the media guy, and he said, I asked him, I said, do you guys ever, do you audit the tapes? Oh yeah, we audit the tapes. And then in walks Carrie, but she didn't hear him say that, Carrie Ann Burgess. I asked her, oh, do you guys look at the tapes? Oh no, we never look at the tapes. So who's right? Someone's lying here. So already you have a contradiction. I asked Andrew, what's this? Okay, you sent out all these ballots and 330,000 ballots or whatever, and you get 75,000 back or whatever, and where's the other 250,000? Oh, don't worry about it. You know, we check the signatures. I just heard from a lady here that people can order batch signatures, and she's trying to stop that. So somebody's ordering batches of signatures, and then what you could do is you could take the ballots and just kind of match them. I do that pretty good, probably. So that's the only security we have. So we're saying, hey, we don't trust the system, and there is a real simple solution, and I have a simple solution for you guys today. I know you're under a lot of pressure. Let's table this and do an actual count of the paper ballots and the machine tapes, and that will settle it. It'll take a week, and then next week we'll come back, and then we can we can canvass the election. It's real simple, but you're not going to give us that because everyone knows, Cisco Aguilar knows, so does the AG, keep forgetting his name, Ford. They know they don't match, and we know they know, and they know we know, so it's not going to happen. But it is a solution, so I propose that. Perhaps you guys can do that.
Thank you.
Scott Finley, followed by Pam Roberts.
Please enter my comment in this document into the record pursuant to NRS 241. My name is Scott Finley. I am a resident of Washoe County and have a military background in the United States Air Force. On July 9th, the Board of County Commissioners succeeded in voting against certification of the canvass. Promptly after voting to not certify, Secretary of State Aguilar and Attorney General Ford issued a joint statement on the Washoe County vote and filed a petition with the Nevada Supreme Court. The only reason this is being reconsidered is because one of the three commissioners who voted against certification was scared into exercising the right to reconsider. Word on the grapevine is that all three commissioners are being threatened, extorted, and harassed. I'm hearing threats such as if a commissioner doesn't vote for certification of the canvass this time around, then they will receive a $50,000 fine and even removal from their seat. At least one of the commissioners on this board has consistently voted against certification of the canvass based on valid concerns over election integrity. You mean to tell me that if this same commissioner does not capitulate to threats of lawfare and force, there are now going to be dire consequences? What it actually sounds like is that these thugs in suits are trying to achieve is to scare our commissioners into changing their vote. That way it can be used as a gotcha for any commissioner who initially dared step out of line and paint their actions taken in the original vote as politically motivated and an ethics violation. In the event that any commissioner here has serious concerns about lawfare being waged against them, were they to vote no, then why not simply vote to abstain? Legal action being taken against a commissioner for rendering a vote to abstain would look absolutely ridiculous. These threats by authoritarians against our commissioners comes from a position of weakness and the associated fear of this truth being found out. On another note, I would like to add that keeping this specific item on the agenda constitutes a violation of Nevada's open meeting law. Pursuant to NRS 241, supporting material must be provided to the members of the public body for an item on the agenda, and the public body shall make a copy of the documents available to the public at the meeting. It looks like someone forgot to attach the election summary report. The supporting document is needed so that this commission can make a fully informed decision and so that the public can know what it is exactly that they are voting on, that you are voting on. Of course, you could choose not to remove the item off the agenda and instead take action on it, but then I would promptly file a violation of Nevada's open meeting law. How do you think it would look when the AG rejects a claim against such a blatant open meeting law violation? Friends, family, neighbors, we are Nevadans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Roberts. Pam Roberts, followed by Bruce Parks.
I don't see Ms. Roberts.
Pam is not here. Bruce Parks, followed by Janet Butcher.
Bruce Parks for the record. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As representatives of the people of your districts, you have a duty and an obligation to support and represent your constituents, free from coercion, threats, intimidation, and extortion, which is the use of unlawful pressure to compel the victim to provide something of value against their will. And make no mistake, if you submit to the threats and the coercion and the intimidation and, yes, the extortion, they own you. You're no longer operating under your own free will. They own you. You owe your constituents better than that, folks. Stay the course. Stand your ground. I heard what representative from the district attorney's office has said. Frankly, I think that's a load of stuff you'd find on the south end of a northbound horse. Just my opinion. I can interpret the law just as well. And, you know, I know how to read. I don't have to have a JD to understand what I'm reading. And I come up with a different interpretation, as do several lawyer friends that I know. Stand your ground. Stay the course. You showed backbone last week. Don't lose it now. As far as the hand count of the election results, there's only one reason why you would oppose that, because of what it would reveal. I asked earlier today if you would please direct the Register of Voters to conduct a parallel hand count with the machines during the general election. You have the authority to compel that action by statute. Now, of course, Secretary of State's office had to get all involved in the last recount, far and away exceeded their authority. You have, as commissioners, a duty and an obligation to represent we the people. Now, I don't like to bring up the fact that this is an election year for some of you, but there is that too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Kelly Stevens.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I said earlier that I voted on June 11th at the library in Spanish Springs. On June 18th, my vote had not yet been reported in the polling books. June 21st, it still was not registered. Yet in Clark County, the same day votes were registered. Why was not? You think it's funny?
No.
And then somebody got up here earlier and said that the day after the election, that the DMV ERIC system knew who voted. Why didn't our ROV? In 2020, we came with a whole list of things with the processes that were incorrect. In 2022, we set forth with $100,000 that were spent on the election group, a left-wing group that wants to take over globally or at the federal level. Then after that, we spent almost $300,000 on another group that also was of the same ilk. And still, we have issues with our elections. Still, we have problems. Renee said she got, and I think everybody got tagged that they voted in the PPP, which they didn't. And then it's wiped away. So let's talk about computers. You can program anything. It's real easy. Been doing it for 50 years. In fact, I'm doing it today too. Any programmer worth their grain in salt or whatever, worth their knows what can happen with a program. If you can't audit it and you can't compare it to something outside the computer system, what are you hiding? You all know, like if you walk in on somebody and they all of a sudden hide something, they're probably hiding something. So I was thrilled last week. I was surprised. In fact, I was like on, oh, I might have been wrong about somebody. But I would also say that maybe there's 317,000 reasons why they changed their mind.
Kelly Stevens, followed by Marie Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. Thanks for hanging in there, guys. Well, the water is certainly muddy, and it's going to get a little bit more muddy since we're all in this. What a day. You know, we have some things to discuss, and I'm going to break it down for you. This is about certification of fraud, plain and simple. The election machines that y'all use, including Blue Crest, which y'all contract with, it's connected to Dominion, which connects to Serbia. Plain and simple. You guys want to certify fraud today, and you're using a ministerial defense, which doesn't fly. I already spoke to this before. I think it's interesting, Alexis, that earlier you had a problem with giving toys to children based on something that you found offensive, a symbol that you found offensive. But yet, here we have your leader who says crosshair is bad, but bullseye is good, on somebody who was almost assassinated within an inch of his life. What about that symbol? And here's why I'm bringing this up. You're funded by Plan Nevada. Your Plan Nevada leadership just said, we've got campaign ending news about Trump posting here soon. Her response, unless he's dead, keep it. You want to talk about hate symbols? You keep money away from kids. You guys couldn't even stand out here and pose with the very people who took a photo to give children, disadvantaged children, money. That's how biased you are. That's how your symbols work for you when they're convenient. Let's bring Riley back up again. Here's why. This guy, does he look familiar? He's your campaign manager. He's the guy that you paid, and I said $14,000 earlier, it's actually $16,000. He's on your payroll. He was there to harass certain people who were observing the constitutional process, not democratic, that's communism, constitutional process for free and fair elections. Let me tell you who else is funded by this particular group who fosters hate. Nevada Alliance, endorsed by Jackie Rosen, who turns around and funds the Nevada State Democratic Party, for which you guys are a party of. Attorney General Aaron Ford, Alexis Hill, Clara Andriola, Devin Reese, Hillary Sheave, Von Hertung, Mariluz Garcia. Progressive Leadership Alliance Nevada PAC also donates to this particular group, which funds Alexis Hill and Beth Smith. And Riley Sutton is behind it all. Again, former campaign staffer. This is not okay. CrowdStrike, look into it. You're on payroll as well. Not okay.
Marie Rodriguez, followed by Penny Brock.
Washoe County is a large county, so it should be expected that as individuals, we will disagree on certain policies and have differences of opinion on various matters, and we saw that today. However, I get the feeling that after listening to a lot of the complaints about the machine counting of the votes, that if we were doing hand counting, all the complaints would be against the hand counting and demanding that it be counted by machine. I also keep hearing about rights. Well, what about responsibility? Over and over, it has been explained to a lot of people who are demanding of the board that they change things or do things or blame them for things that have happened. They've been repeatedly told that they need to address these grievances to the correct offices. There are things that the county commissioners simply are not in charge of and they cannot do. And I think part of the reason that this is going on is because the real intention behind the opposition to the certification of the voting is because we have an organized attempt to get elected officials that are undesirable to a certain group to get them to quit their position. So I'm here today to vote in support of the certification. And it is my understanding that I think over 90 e-comments have also come in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Penny Brock, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Penny Brock for the record. It makes one wonder why on June 21st, 24, when you all meant to certify the primary election, it was up on the screen, the vote was 2-2. It said motion denied. I thought, what? And yet nothing was said, nothing was done. Motion denied. That means that was not certified. We didn't hear anything about that. And yet over a recount of 2 races, we have threats of extortion that the commissioners that will not vote to certify this, or they'll be thrown in jail, fined, removed from office, whatever. This is outrageous. This commotion is making national attention. I've read several news sources online in other states. You are on the radar. I have an article here out of Federalist, and it quotes one commissioner. She talked with them. It says, county pressure to rubber stamp election despise mishaps. You know, our ROV called those hiccups. After the county commission refused to certify a recount result following multiple allegations of misconduct, Nevada Democrat officials want to force them to certify the election anyway. See, this is all coming from the Democrats. Fellow Washoe County Commissioners Mike Clark and Jeannie Herman voted with Andriola on Tuesday, however, to not certify the recount results of the primaries after allegations of suspicious behavior were made during public comment. Andriola reportedly said, it was not the first time that we've heard of concerns of procedures, a lot of concerns of alleged mishaps, that she would not certify the recount. I believe it warrants further investigation. The sheriff, our Washoe County Sheriff, is to investigate this. The commissioners could ask Sheriff Balaam to investigate this. I would encourage you to do that. Many sheriffs in other counties are doing this, and they're shocked at what they're finding of the elections. This is getting ready for the November election. Washoe County is on the radar screen. I would remind you, constitutionally challenging the results of an election is not a threat to our democracy. However, rigging and stealing an election is.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Cindy Martinez. Penny.
Victoria Meyer for the record. I'm trying to figure out these folks who are coming up here who are so emotionally charged to certify. I don't get it. Pro-certified derangement syndrome. I really don't understand that. I mean, we have a constitutional right to challenge elections. It's been done for decades. Democrats do it, Republicans do it. We're here doing it. We want you to do it. I don't get what the hoopla is all about on, you got to certify. I mean, what's the stake for them? I know what the stake is for you guys, because some elections could be, you know, if you hand count, you might see that there's a problem. So, and some of you are in an election process, so it could be problematic. I'm wondering why all the sheriffs are here too. What's the sheriff? I don't know. I've heard about threats to some of you, arrests and stuff. Gosh, I hope not. I know Jean Herman has always voted. She's never voted to certify, so if that's a problem today, I I don't know, it's not a vote when there's coercion. That's not a vote. It's not a vote if you only have a yes choice. If you don't have any other choice, that's not a choice at all. Following a law that requires you to vote yes is not a vote. It's not a law at all. And on the BDRs, why don't we consider some BDRs that, hey, maybe we go back to hand count paper ballots, an auto recount by hand paper ballots. How about that BDR? Can we get that BDR instead of some of that other stuff I was hearing about that didn't make a lot of sense? How about a BDR to stop using the machines, like so many states and other countries have already done? They've shown that they can be rigged and messed with, and so why don't we get some real, you guys want to say, oh, we have to go through the legislature. Okay, get a BDR that says no more machines. Let's hand count. It's easy to do. It's not a big deal. Your job is to protect our right to free, fair, transparent, accurate elections.
Cindy Martinez. As Cindy approaches, I do have emails to place on the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff. For the record, Cindy Martinez. My professional career with the Gaming Control Board was as a member of one division. At the time, we had 7 divisions that were reportable to one board. We were considered the eyes and ears of the Gaming Control Board. We were responsible for management of the operation, and the board was responsible for policy and rendering decisions, et cetera, much like what is happening here. Similarly, I view this as a governing board responsible for governance, and the various departments of the county are the eyes and ears of the commission. Having said that, I've read the statute, I've read the NAC, I dug up the petition for the writ of mandamus, and I see that there's no wiggle room in the statute. There's shall and must. It's not optional, and it's not an investigative duty. I do appreciate that Ms. Hammond raised earlier about the language of 293-387. That's problematic language, and the place to correct that, obviously, is in the legislature. Lastly, two last things I want to say, and I got to speak really fast, is there have been allegations about allegations of violations. My experience in investigations and regulatory enforcement is that clerical errors and administrative errors, lapses in procedure are not necessarily criminal. In April, I was appointed to the Election Certification Board. On May 22nd, I was in the Registrar of Voters office present for the pre-lat. I was with the other members of the board. I was secondary on the primary election. So I can attest to the fact that pre-lat was conducted before early voting began. I'm very concerned about, I understand that my fellow citizens are concerned about things that they have seen, and I'm very concerned that information is being misinterpreted and characterized as evidence of wrongdoing. I think this is wrong. Please vote to support the canvass so the county clerk can complete her duties. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, I will first hand it over to Commissioner Andriola, and then we'll go around.
So thank you. Thanks to everyone for certainly indulging this reconsideration. Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to read a statement into the record, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I wanted to make some remarks about the path I have taken to get us here. First, As you know, last week, prior to voting no on the certification, I noted several concerns I had about the process that gave me pause at the time. Since then, I have met with the interim registrar of voters office in an effort to get my concerns addressed. The interim ROV addressed my concerns and has given me confidence that these and future concerns will always be met with the attention and respect they warrant. Additionally, and also since the meeting, the DA's office has provided clarifying direction on the nature of our duties to canvass the election returns, making it clear to me that this action is ministerial only and required. From my perspective, the action is really a declaration of the election results, including any errors noted, all of which are sent to the Secretary of State. Our responsibility is to follow the law. A clear understanding based upon the legal clarification provided by the DA's office further cements my readiness to move forward today. Finally, the Secretary of State's office, in response to our vote last week, has emphatically pronounced that our duty to certify the election results is mandatory and sought a writ petition with the Nevada Supreme Court to compel us to vote accordingly. Essentially, it is my crystal clear understanding that canvassing elections, whether it's a primary, general, or a recount, as defined in statute, is a legal duty and affords no discretionary provision to refuse. In America, in Nevada, and right here in Washoe County, we can and must do everything we can to restore faith and confidence in our elections. Our constituents deserve nothing more, nothing less. Today is about certifying the results, which I stand ready to do at your call of the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Andriolo. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have a statement. My name is Commissioner Mike Clark for Washoe County District 2, and I want to express that I apologize to my constituents. I would like to start out by apologizing to the constituents. It's with heavy heart today that I changed my vote. I understand many of you will lose faith in me, and I understand it. It's with heavy heart that I make this, and I'm not going to call it a vote because it isn't a vote. We're compelled and we have to do something. I'm not allowed to vote on this. I was recently made aware that the District Attorney's Office, Attorney General's, and the Attorney General's Office believe the commission vote in this matter is not discretionary, but as a mandatory ministerial function. I have been told that a failure to vote to certify this election can subject me to criminal prosecution and forfeiture of office. As such, my vote today is being made under extreme duress, under the threat of both my position and prosecution. However, in compliance with NRS 293.387, I would like to separately note the clerical errors discovered and take account of the changes resulting from the discovery so that the result declared represents the true vote cast. I ask that the following information be noted in abstract, that the number one, that the Washoe County Commission District 4 recount, the results showed that Mark Lawson lost a vote. However, it is unclear if that vote was deemed not able to be cast or how that occurred. That in the Washoe County School Board at-large election, the result count showed that Mr. White lost a vote, Ms. Nicolette apparently gained a vote, and Mr. Rothstein lost 5 votes. No explanation has been given to explain these losses. The video surfaced demonstrating thumb drives being input into county registered voter computers, which may be a contributing factor to the difference in results. The significant clerical errors existed in both the sample ballots and printed ballots include distribution of said ballots that may be a contributing factor in the difference of results. That number 5, that the county should review its process in coordination with the elected Secretary of State to ensure correct individuals receive their ballots. For instance, I did not receive my own mail-in ballot, but I received someone else's who does not live in Nevada. Number 6, that a local candidate and single mom who refused her recount after receiving multiple threats has received multiple reports of ballots cast for her being uncured. Notably, the recount did not present information on any uncounted ballots in specific races. Number 7, that a clerical error exists in the completion of the signature gathering where a candidate was unable to qualify on the ballot. The clerical errors might have been a contributing factor to decrease in votes in the Washoe County Commission District 4 race. Now I'm going to call on our legislator and our elected state officials to go back to the drawing board to devise an election process people can trust. Ideally, that process should include the cost of recounts being absorbed by the county should a major issue like misprinting ballots occur, and an automatic recount for individuals that have lost by less than 3%. Again, I apologize to my constituents for being forced to vote to certify this election today. However, in the future, disenfranchised voter impacts both parties and all elected officials. I would hope that the elected officials who have ignored allegations of sexual assault on behalf of our contractors support our homeless services refusal to follow the American Disabilities Act and target a children's organization because of unrelated members' dress. Remember how they got into office in the first place and support the votes of the constituents. In conclusion, I want to make it clear that I personally believe that with recounts of votes should be hand counted. Simply having a voting machine recount the votes does nothing but spit out the same results. This is nonsensical to me, as I suspect it is with virtually everyone. Yet despite my opinions, my hands are unfortunately tied with respect to what I can and cannot do as a commissioner. With respect to canvassing the returns, I must follow the law as written. In fact, within days after the July 9th special meeting to canvass the recount, I received a letter from Christopher Hicks, the district attorney, stating that I and the other board members could be subject to criminal prosecution and forfeiture of our office if we not simply approve the recount results from the voting machines. I do not know why Mr. Hicks felt the need to intervene with these threats of prosecution if the results of the voting machine recount were not approved. You know, I'm going to say right now, I think that Mr. Hicks was giving me a heads up to let me know what was headed my way if I didn't approve this based on threats by other government entities. Nevertheless, after receipt of this letter, I contracted my personal counsel to review the law and the subject and my duties as a board member. Although we believe Mr. Hicks' threats of criminal prosecution are wildly overstated and unnecessary, the statute at issue is NRS, I've given a bunch of this, 293.387 requires me merely to report the numbers provided and declare the result. Put simply, my duty under the statute is confined to the computations. There is nothing in the statute that allows a commissioner to question the validity of the results, whether there was any irregularity in the recount or even whether there should be a hand recount to ensure accuracy. That responsibility falls on the citizens, candidates, and legislators and the courts. It is my hope that the candidates and citizens of this county and great state seek to change how recounts are conducted by contacting their legislators, and bringing valid challenges in court so the integrity of the voting system can be maintained and results of our elections can be trusted. With that said, and because the law prevents me from voting my conscience, I note the results of the recount and provide the direct and direct the clerk to enter the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Garcia? Oh, Vice Chair Herman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know how my voice is coming out because my ears are popping still from a cold, but I just don't understand, and I haven't been shown when the law changed, because I have proceeded as a commissioner intending to do all the right things, and for 10 years. But going back a little ways, like to the 1800s, my grandpa came from Italy in the late 1800s to Ellis Island. He spent 6 months there and learned to love America. He memorized the Constitution, and he used to recite it to my brother and I and teach me all about what he learned on Ellis Island. The family, the grandparents, his parents moved to Seattle, and times were tough. There weren't any jobs. So as a 12-year-old young man, he stowed away on a sailing ship to Nome, Alaska during the gold rush. My grandpa was my idol, and he taught me about life in America and, of course, our Constitution. He introduced me to politics as a youngster. He was the mayor of Nome. So I kind of learned about politics at an early age. And kind of, I guess I followed in his footsteps by becoming a commissioner. 3 times I swore an oath of office as a commissioner to serve according to the Constitution, which I honor and respect and apply to all my decisions. But what changed? Regarding elections in our county, many citizens feel concern over them and have lost faith in them. And this is dangerous. One of my reasons for running was just that. Many problems, glitches, and all those other words that were used, whatever. I've tried very hard to bring forth an election integrity bill that would protect the people's voice, their vote, correct the procedures that would create a fair and honest election in Washoe County. But there's no appetite for making our elections safe or honest or according to the laws that worked. Now, after 10 years here, I'm being told I am doing my job all wrong, that I can no longer follow my oath of office or protect the rights of my constituents. I am very disappointed in the 3 people who seem to want to eliminate me, as they also swore oaths to office when they were elected. I have read every description of what canvass actually means, and I didn't find anything to match up with what you're saying now. I am proud to be an American, but being a citizen in Washoe County is getting kind of embarrassing, like I've heard other people say too. There are hills to climb on and there's hills to die on, and this might be one of those. My constituents come to me with reports of fraud in the elections. We've had people come here and report over and over and over the hardships they've had to get elected or to go into the election and have their vote count. And I always felt it was my duty to protect the voters' rights by not certifying a bad election canvass. I've even filed complaints in the past, never got a response, but that's kind of expected. So I just tried to do my job, and I cannot vote for this. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, point of order. Okay, thank you for the statements by the board members. Any other board members have any other comments? Okay, I am looking for a motion at this point. Commissioner Garcia,
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
second. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
All right, that motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner or Vice Chair Herman in the dissent to not canvass the vote. We are now moving into public hearings. Commissioner Garcia does have to pick up a child at 6 o'clock, so you're okay now? Okay, sorry about that. So we will move straight ahead, open the public hearing for item 23, and this is a second reading, so Madam Clerk, take it away.
This will be ordinance number 1726, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code by modifying various sections in Division 2, Area Plan Regulations, Division 4, Development Standards, and Division 9, General Provisions, in order to update regulations related to allowed residential uses in the Spanish Springs planning area, maximum height restrictions in the Sun Valley planning area, multifamily parking minimums, bike parking, turf requirements, common and private open space, and definitions. These updates include modifying various sections to remove Table C1, which modifies allowed residential uses in the Spanish Springs planning area, remove a subsection limiting structures in the downtown Sun Valley planning area to 2 stories in height, update a minimum off-street parking space requirements for multifamily housing, update requirements for bicycle storage by removing requirements for bicycle parking spaces, by adding design standards for short and long-term bicycle storage, and by adding design requirements for bicycle racks, and by removing figure 110.410.15.2, which allows bicycle parking space dimensions, remove the requirement to provide turf areas in the multifamily developments of minimum of 50% of the required landscaping area, modify minimum sized and dimension requirements for private open space in multifamily developments, add standards for turf areas provided as common open space for multifamily developments, and add definitions for short and long-term bicycle parking and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. It was formerly Bill number 1917.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And would the board like to see a staff report on this item? I know we discussed this exhaustively, but Commissioner Andriola?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been a lot of confusion, and so if, with the chair's permission and the board's indulgence.
Absolutely, go ahead.
If it would be helpful that this is not the housing affordability, housing 2.5 that Washoe County is still soliciting feedback from the entire community, including the Spanish Springs community. I had the distinct pleasure of being here, and you had a great presentation, by the way. But I want to make sure that people understand that this is 2.0 and not 2.5, and I know sometimes what does that mean. So just to stay on this particular agenda item, would you be so kind to just speak to the table that's being replaced for Spanish Springs and the remainder of the language that's in this particular ordinance certainly falls under the purview, at least of all the involvement that Commissioner Garcia has been greatly involved in. Thank you.
Yes, Kat Oakley, Washoe County Planning. Thank you for the question. And if I do have just a couple slides that I'll just pull up since it summarizes the changes that are proposed under Package 2.0. As you said, there is in development a Package 2.5, and we are still in the initial public outreach stage for that package. So this package, Package 2.0, is focused on lowering barriers to various types of housing, primarily through targeting our development standards and code requirements that we have, that it has been our experience and that we've heard are barriers to the development of housing that can be remedied to help make things a little bit easier for everyone. And so specifically to talk about Spanish Springs, there is a use table in the Spanish Springs modifier that modifies certain uses in certain zoning districts in that planning area specifically. And so it makes it different than the use table that we have on a zoning district level that applies to the whole county. And so what's proposed is to remove that residential use table only to make it so that the one that applies to the whole county would apply to Spanish Springs. And so the three changes that would make, first, would be streamlining the permitting process for accessory dwelling units, ADUs, mother-in-law units, as they're sometimes called, to match what was adopted as part of Housing Package 1. So it really makes it a lot easier to permit those for some properties where that's appropriate. Two, it would allow people to apply for an administrative permit, which is a discretionary permit for duplexes in the medium-density suburban zone. So again, that is something that's in our use table for the entire county. So Spanish Springs would now be subject to that rule. And then third, it would allow it would allow people to pursue a special use permit, which is another discretionary application for residential uses in neighborhood commercial. So it would allow mixed-use style development, as is allowed in that zone in the rest of the county. So those are the three changes that would be functionally made with the removal of that table from the Spanish Springs modifier. And just to reiterate, it does not expand multifamily use into residential areas. It does not rezone any properties. It's those three changes I described that would be made. The rest of the changes are kind of described on the screen. And to address Sun Valley, as you all know, there was a change made at the first reading, so the two-story height limit in Sun Valley would remain for the majority of the planning area and only be removed for the downtown Sun Valley corridor. So that's what's reflected in this second reading ordinance. I'm happy to answer any questions or discuss the other portions further, but I think that's what people are most interested in at this point in time.
Thank you. I really appreciate that clarification. There really isn't a big expansion. It isn't overdevelopment going to happen. There's still a process. It's really having consistency, and Spanish Springs in this particular piece is really just a very small to the whole. So not that it's not important, but thank you so much for the clarification and putting all that on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other board members have questions before I open it up to public comment? I'm not seeing any, so Madam Clerk.
Bruce Parks, followed by Terry Rondelay.
Bruce Parks for the record. Every time we talk about development, there's a couple key elements that never seem to come up, surprisingly. One of them is the fact that we are at capacity, well, we're beyond capacity, for water treatment in Washoe County. Now, we can keep developing willy-nilly, like it seems we're doing. I don't know, apparently there's a process. I'm not sure. I heard one of our elected officials say, well, if we're not growing, we're dying. Again, that's the stuff you find at the south end of a northbound horse. The other thing is, of course, water. Now, access to water is not a huge problem here in Washoe County, unless you're on a well, because there's plans in work to affect that. And if you're on a well, you may be forced to drill deeper, or worse yet, the state's going to meter your well. But as far as removing the restrictions on the two-story height, it never ceases to amaze me, the short-sightedness of some of the decisions that we make. Do you understand that this is going to have repercussions for years down the road? For instance, there's a plan to build a school in Reno. But instead of putting the frontage of the school close to the road, they want to move it all the way back to where the residents have their fences. Okay, but this is a 2-story or even 3-story school. Well, here's the problem. There's people there that like to garden. This is going to shade their yard forever. You can't raise tomatoes if you don't have sunlight. Ask me how I know that. Additionally, one of the people that live there likes to sunbathe in the nude. Well, that might be a problem for them school children, don't you think? I'm sure there are going to be windows on that school building. But this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. You're going to remove height restrictions on development. You know, there's a push in this country to do away with single-family dwellings. Are you aware of that? They want to pack us into these huge apartment buildings like the sardines that we're supposed to be. I'm adamantly opposed to removing the height restrictions, not only in Sun Valley, but anywhere in Washoe County.
Terry Rondelet? Janet Butcher?
Janet Butcher, for the record. Please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. Here we go back to this one size fits all. So the rest of the county's doing it. Let's do it in Spanish Springs. You know, that's like I own a home in Iowa, and the IRS auditor said, you have to rent this home for $1,200 a month, because all the other ones down the street are $1,200 a month. Well, the home that I own needed a lot of work done on it, and I was in the midst of doing it. But the government says, even though you couldn't, nobody would rent that home for $1,200 a month because it needed work on it. My son-in-law did the work on it. There was no way, even with a family member, I would charge him $1,200 a month to live in that house until the electrical work was done, until the plumbing was fixed, and so on and so forth. So just because the rest of the county is doing it, doesn't mean we need to do it. I know this isn't in Sparks or in Spanish Springs, but guess what? It's just across the street. This is what I fear. I had a friend in San Diego that bought a house, lovely home, and they rezoned. And so people bought on either side of him, knocked down their little tiny home, and put up a 2-story apartment building on either side of his home. If you drive down Arlington, there's one of those apartment buildings that is scrunched in. I don't know how, I couldn't drive in there. I don't back in very well, so I couldn't drive in and park in one of those slots. I don't get why we moved out to Spanish Springs to be away from the rest of the county. So that's what we expect, and that's what we're hoping for. I know that a lot of people want to do development, and there's reason why we would absolutely. There's a couple of the commissioners that are funded very much by builders, real estate, and so they have an obligation. So when I earlier spoke about the 317,000 reasons, this is what I was referring to. Thank you.
Pat Davison, followed by Pam Dar. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hill and Commissioners. My name is Pat Davison.
I've been involved in these code changes because I want to be part of the solution to the housing shortage confronting Washoe County. However, I am not insensitive to the concerns raised about additional growth and development. My concern is that affordable housing becomes an undesirable rather than a widespread community need. I don't want to see a population cap or an urban growth boundary or some stop growth movement emerging as a consequence of our affordable housing program. I'm wondering if some discussion should occur in the immediate future before we start the 2.5 process about how to share information and seek feedback from residents about how to solve our housing shortage. Those could be town hall meetings, the CAB meetings for sure, the county newsletter, PSAs to local media, radio and TV. The HOAs should be asked for input, attempt to bring others to the table. I have nothing else today to add other than it's encouraging to see the development code being transformed to make Washoe County more attractive to residents and to those housing developers, the affordable housing developers, who can provide housing solutions. I urge your adoption of this ordinance, but also ask you consider direction to staff to start this public outreach effort. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience hearing this item.
Pam Dar, followed by Susan Van Ness.
Hi, Pam Dar. Good evening, Chair Hill and Commissioners. I'm getting tired. At least I slept in a little bit today. I didn't go to the gym. I'm not happy. I feel like a lot's being put on us. We're changing how we live. I'm not happy. You go down the street, people drive like maniacs. They're frustrated. The lights aren't timed. There's too many people. They're getting crowded in. And this reminds me when I grew up in Southern California. Every time someone sold their horse stables, they put a freaking apartment complex in it. Crime went through the roof. It looks like a third world country down there now. It's a dump. You start doing so much so fast, trash starts happening, crime, you don't keep up with it. We had someone pass out on a sidewalk in a nice area. She laid there, I don't know how long, and then when they took her away, I don't know if she was just passed out or passed away. Her shopping cart was on that sidewalk for like a month. This is happening in our neighborhood. We're getting a lot of change of the quality of our life. I felt bad for that person. I just never saw it before. And I'm seeing change happen so rapidly. And then I drove up Vista, a nice area towards Red Hawk, and I could smell sewage from the new complex being built there, the apartments and the storage. And I'm wondering, are we keeping up with the sewage demand? I heard during COVID we were at capacity. And I'm just looking at this and I'm just without words. And I think what's going to happen, it's going to happen so fast. The people that are going to make money are going to be happy and gone. The ones that were here making the decisions are going to move into a different position and gone. And we're going to be holding the bag with probably $1 billion to fix the sewer treatment plant, probably not even be able to drive at all. That's probably why we're talking public transportation, which I'd love to do. I used to do that. But people threw rocks, they spit on things. I can get into... Unfortunately, sometimes public transportation is not a pleasant way to go. I hate to say that, but it's not. Maybe I'm a little germaphobe. But it reminds me of how I heard from a previous president how he wanted to put in apartment complexes into the middle-class suburbs to destroy them. And I can't believe I'm watching it in my lifetime. Thank you.
Susan Van Ness, followed by Marie Rodriguez.
Susan Van Ness, for the record, I just talked with Kat, and she explained some of this to me. However, these bills, or whatever you want to call them, are packed with too much. Now, some of it's been taken off, but the wording, you're packing a whole lot of things in something that you're going to vote for, and it all needs to be separated out. There's just too much in some of these bills that you're putting forward. This coming to the North Valleys is something a lot of North Valley people are going to stand up. Now, this is not with the bunk houses, the commercial bunk houses. Those, talking to a man who probably the county's contracted with and probably going to make those homes that pop up. This is all connected to them taking the road out in Lemon Valley, I'm telling you, and it's putting a road around the berm, pumping the water out to, here we go again, American Flats, and then the water situation where they're gonna put in a filtration system, which you can't take black water from the sewer and do a filtration system. They're gonna send it back to us. But they're also gonna put something out there now. I believe in Kat. I'd like to talk to her. She's knowledgeable. And so for this one, it is not that. But what's coming are centralized kitchens with 100 square foot little pop-ups all the way around. There's no families going to live in those. I really believe that those are designed for illegals, I'm sorry, coming across the border, because they're the only ones that would sleep in 100 square foot with a centralized kitchen. There's something really coming with this, and I hope you take these things from the Planning Commission and separate them out so that we can understand, because I don't believe some of you understand them either. Pass them. But when it comes to the North Valleys and what we're seeing, it's got to be connected with people that will come and work and sleep in a 100 square foot room, go to a centralized kitchen, and then possibly use for cheap labor. Something's very odd coming out there. I'm not gonna drink that water, and if you can't filter black water. Can't do it. Thank you.
Marie Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. It's almost evening. I hadn't even planned to comment on this, but I found the information about the bicycle parking and bicycle storage interesting. And if I'm understanding this correctly, it's talking about the requirements for bicycle parking space, removing those and adding designs for short and long-term bicycle storage. And the only reason I bring that up is because my day job is working for the police department, and bicycle theft is up. And it's a good idea that when looking into building these apartment complexes or anywhere where bicycles are being used by the tenants, that the storage for bicycles should be indoors, somewhere where it's locked and not outdoors. So I hope that that's what this means when it's talking about the storage as opposed to just the parking, that the bikes would be more secure, just because it would leave them open to theft. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other board comments or questions for the second reading? Commissioner Andriola? No? Okay. With that, we have done public comment. I am looking for a motion from the board. Could you remind us the ordinance number?
1726.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt ordinance number 1726 as presented.
Thank you. I'll second that.
I'll second.
Commissioner.
Oops, I'm
yes,
sorry.
go ahead, Commissioner Andriola.
I'll second, thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Andriola. Any questions on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And that motion passes 4-1. Okay, we'll now move on to our next public hearing, item 24. Madam Clerk.
Give me just a second. Okay. This will be ordinance number 1727, an ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0201 through 278.0207, approving a development agreement between Washoe County and LC Highland LLC for Highland Village, a residential subdivision, tentative subdivision map, case number WTM 20-004. The purpose of the development agreement is to extend the deadline for recording the first final map from November 16, 2024 to November 16, 2026, and to adopt amended conditions of approval, WAC 24-0004. The project is located north of Highland Ranch Parkway and north of Midnight Drive in Sun Valley. The project encompasses a total of approximately 54.6 acres, and the total number of residential lots allowed by the approved tentative map is 215. The parcels are located within the Sun Valley Planning Area and Washoe County Commission District Number 5. APN numbers 508-02041 and 508-02043. It was formerly Bill number 1918.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions from the board on this item since the first reading? I'm not seeing any, and no need for a staff report, so any
It's a
public
second
comment?
reading.
Excuse me, I meant since the first reading.
Oh,
Is there any public comment, Madam
There is
Clerk?
none.
Okay, I am looking for a motion on 1727.
Madam Chair, I'll move to adopt ordinance number 1727 as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriolo. Looking for a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any question on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 25. Madam Clerk, we are
One
back to you.
second.
Yes, you're fine.
This will be ordinance number 1728, an ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0201 through 278.0207, approving a development agreement between Washoe County and Mesa View Reno LLC for Sun Mesa residential subdivision, tentative subdivision map, case number TM 04001. The purpose of the development agreement is to extend the deadline for recording the next final map from April 28th, 2024 to April 28th, 2025, and to adopt amended conditions of approval, WAC 24-0005. The project is located along the eastern terminus of Sun Valley Drive and Rising Ridge Drive in Sun Valley. The project encompasses a total of approximately 24.89 acres, and the total number of residential lots allowed by the approved tentative map is 207, with 149 lots recorded and 58 lots remaining to be recorded. The parcel is located within the Sun Valley Planning Area and Washoe County Commission District Number 3. APN numbers 504-46003. Formerly Bill number 1916.
Thank you very much. And do any board members, would they like to see a staff report on this item? I'm not seeing any. So is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Okay, I am looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt ordinance number 1728.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Any question on the motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. That motion passes unanimously. We will now move to item 26, Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1729, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 20, Revenue and Taxation by amending various sections to change bidding increments from $300 to $500 for base bids in excess of $5,001. For sales of tax delinquent properties, require the completed winning bidder form be submitted along with payment. Change the contribution to the county general fund from 10% of the next $2,000 of the excess proceeds to 10% of the next $10,000. Change the time period in which a claimant may make a claim for excess proceeds from 2 years to 1 year, update a statutory citation, and amend sections to gender-neutral language, and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto, formerly Bill number 1919.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any board members wish to see a staff report on this? I'm not seeing that anyone does. So any public comment, Madam
There
Clerk?
is none.
Okay, I am looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll move to adopt ordinance number 2029 as presented.
1729.
Did I say nine?
It's ordinance number 1729.
I wrote down 2029, but I'll go ahead and change it to reflect the 1729 as corrected by the incredible clerk who's keeping everybody straight at
Yes,
this hour.
at this
the
late
night.
hour.
So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. Looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And now we'll move to our final public hearing, item 27. Madam Clerk, when you have a moment.
Okay. Okay. This will be ordinance number 1730. An ordinance amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 45, by removing the designation of Washoe County as the child care licensing authority under Washoe County Code 45.095, modifying Washoe County Code 45.096 to identify the State of Nevada Division of Welfare and Supportive Services as the licensing entity, and repealing Washoe County Codes 45.100, 45.105, 45.300, 45.305, 45.308, 45.325, 45.331, and 45.366.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any board member want to see a staff report on this item? I'm not seeing that anyone does. Then is there any public comment on this item?
There is none.
Okay. May I have a motion on item 1730?
Madam Chair, I'll move to adopt the ordinance number 1730 as presented.
Thank you very much. Looking for a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any questions on that motion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none. That motion passes unanimously. Okay, we are at the end of our public hearings. We're now going to move into our final public comment, item 28, Manager Brown.
Item 28 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
We have Gail Townsend signed in, and it looks like she's not here. Janet Butcher.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes verbatim. I decided I might as well stay for the whole day. I took the day off of work. It cost me money to be here. But first of all, I have to comment on the people that had the count our votes stickers all over them. That's what we ask you to do, count our votes. Show us the receipts. But couldn't do it, could you? Commissioner Herman, I didn't know I could have any more respect for you than I already had. Thank you so much for standing up for the people and not folding. It wasn't that we were asking or questioning for anything. It was not only our vote, but the process. You all know the process is wrong. We stood here in 2020 and told you that. I have to say that I get it, it's unconscionable that two commissioners were upset about a piece of cloth, but they're not upset about the sexually explicit and pornographic books in our libraries for children. You could be upset about a swath of cloth, but not about sexualizing our children? And you want to take away money for toys for kids? Unbelievable. I don't know if you can see what that is, but that person showed up at the library meeting. This is what they want to put on our kids and show our kids. It's not right for children. Oh, and by the way, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez was convicted on federal corruption charges. Finally, a judicial system that got it right. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll now move on to item 28, Manager Brown.
Item 29 is the Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Do you have anything for us, Manager Brown?
I do not, Madam Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Andriola? Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, as a request for information, I'd like to know how much money the county has spent since 2020 on remodels and reconfigurations and repairs of the Register of Voters office, how many times we've remodeled, how much it's cost, total dollar involvement there since 2020. Complete details, please. And then Marcy Coopersmith, trying to run as an independent in District 4. Can we get an update from the Secretary of State or the Registrar of Voters? What's the status with this person's trying to get herself on the ballot for the November election? Last week at our meeting, we had a lady ask about evening meetings. Today at this meeting, we had a Mr. Hatch talking about having to secure childcare so he could be here. Again, I'd like to see an agenda item, voting whether we can have at least quarterly, maybe once a month or quarterly evening meetings so people that are working can come in and talk about their, talk to us and bring their concerns to the body here. Next, one of the public speakers, Gail Townsend, said something about needing solutions. One of the solutions that I brought forth many times, and I'm trying to figure out how we can get this as an agenda item to recommend that the Registrar of Voters has the candidates proofread the ballots and proofread the sample ballots before they send them out. Again, as I've said before, as a broken record, everybody knows how to spell their name, everybody knows what race they're in, everybody knows who they're running against, and I think we need fact-checking so we don't waste money with printing ballots and then having to reprint them again. And then we also don't disenfranchise people who are trying to run for office. Next, I'd like to find out about a monthly or every time we have a meeting, I'd like to get a report from the Registrar of Voters, how many names they've taken off the voter rolls for lack of voting or moved away or passed away or whatever the reason is. I'd like updates on a regular basis of what the Registrar of Voters is doing to clean up the voter rolls. How can we know that that's taking place? And also, when we get situations like this with a long group of public commenters talking about Registrar of Voters, I'd like to see a representative from the Registrar of Voters collecting names, numbers, phone numbers, email addresses, and address these questions as they come up from our constituents. You know, the subject matter experts are folks that work in the Registrar of Voters office, and I think that they should be reaching out to the public and answering questions about anything to do with elections. Thank you.
Okay, any other board member comments or questions? Seeing none. Thank you for a wonderful meeting. It is 6:24 and we are adjourned.